Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
Sanibonani futhi emakhaya, iMoney Smart Week Day 4 ilendile. Welcome. We are coming to you live from Johannesburg. My name is Kayala Kentlofu Ukacheni Boyabenyathi.
And my name is Alicia Moses, and we are your hosts for Money Smart Week South Africa. If you're wondering what this program is all about, Money Smart Week is the largest coordinated national campaign that is aimed to educate and empowering you on financial matters.
Yes, a lot of different financial experts and companies have come together to share everything that they know about money. We are grateful to each and every participant that has come together to share their knowledge.
From the chats and the social media engagements, you can tell that this information is valuable and important to our viewers. Right, Kaya?
Yabo, and remember to stream us live on www.mswsa.co.za, and that this site is 0 rated. Connect with us on all our social media channels using #Yodumo MSWSA2021.
And with that being said, our next session is brought to you by CBR Coaching on Personal Financial Management.
Good day, everybody. Welcome to this edition of Money Smart Week. Today, we're going to have a conversation around finances, moolah, the sensitive topic that most of us shy away from. But hey, we're bringing it to you nice and casual, but with those beautiful nuggets, disciplines, and how to look at finances in a less intimidating way. But at the end of the show, would want you to have taken away some points to make your life easier and your money to grow smart, and that you're happy with your plans. Today with me is Mamiki. Hello, Mamiki. Thank you for joining me. Thank you. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you for inviting me.
We're going to have a nice chat. We're talking about that topic, that financial topic that most of us shy away from. Just for us to understand who Mamiki is, please can you introduce yourself to the viewers?
Okay. My name is Mamiki Sidio, and I'm from Soweto in Johannesburg, South Africa. I grew up there and I'm still living there. I'm the last born of 3 kids. I'm the only daughter, the youngest, and that means I have 2 older brothers. I still have my mom with me, and unfortunately my dad passed away last year Feb.
Sorry about that. Sorry to hear that. Okay.
And well, Money Smart Week. Like it says, the word smart, we have to be very smart around money and finances and personal finances and how we use that. So I'd just like to touch a bit on my background in terms of money, finance, or personal finance.
That was going to be my question. What was happening back at home when Mamiki was growing up with the family around finances? What did you witness? What was happening? How did you grow up viewing money?
Okay. Like I said, I'm the youngest of the 3 and I'm the only girl. So one thing, I don't know why my parents did that, but we had chores at home and we used to get paid for doing our chores.
Okay.
And another big thing was that around Christmas time, we were never really bought gifts. However, depending on how well we did in terms of our academic performance, we were then maybe presented with something that we're going to use in the future, like a watch or a wallet, but something that you're going to use, not necessarily a gift. So being the youngest, I was left at home where my brothers went to boarding school. But then I remember vividly my parents' payday, both of them, they were blue-collar workers, and their payday was on the 27th.
Okay.
Both of them, they used to work for the same company. And then, because I knew that's when we had nice stuff, and that's when Dad will give me money, 10 rands here and there. Then I just used to peep into the room, just walking without even knocking, and I'll find them with envelopes lying on the bed.
Okay.
So with those envelopes, what used to happen, they'll have an envelope for one of my brother named Bunny. We're both in boarding school, OPAS envelope, and other utilities and other stuff. And that's what I grew up seeing. And when they buy groceries, if everything gets finished during the month, they had what they had to do. So they gave you that whatever that you needed to drink, the sweets and everything. But if you decide to finish everything else by the second week of the month, then sorry for you. Everything was exactly. It was as simple as that. That was the basic rule of that household.
Okay.
So that continued. So later on, I followed suit. My brothers went to boarding school, but then it was much later. They went from standard 6, then now I think grade 7, and I went grade 10. I went to Bloemfontein as well to a boarding school. So then, as well, I was given pocket money. I think it was around 50 rands, but I recall I had a Bob T account.
All right.
And then I knew that I had to spread it through the whole month. So that's when I learned, okay, if I have this much stuff, I'm going to do this and that. And that's basically how I went about the whole thing. And so that's where my financial knowledge was really built. It was just through seeing my parents, knowing that the little that you have to make it actually spread out throughout the month. And when they didn't have money before I left for boarding school, they will actually borrow money from me. I don't know where I learned that from, but I used to charge them interest. I don't know what interest it was.
You do look like it. You do look like those smart ones.
Yeah, so I don't know what interest rate I charged or percentage that I charged, but I know that I wanted it more than I gave you.
Yes.
And again, my mother used to buy what you used to call money matters. It was on Tuesdays. It was one of our local newspapers. I'm sure I shouldn't mention the name, but yeah. So it was one of the South African local newspapers. They used to have an article or a part of it where they called it, or a section of it rather, known as Money Matters. I mean, I always said to my friends, I've known the difference between debit card and credit card before I even had them because of reading that. I mean, even now she still have snippets of it whereby she just cut and saved it and like, okay, later on you might need this to read or reflect on. So that's in a nutshell, that's how my curiosity and I must say my love and respect for money came about.
You've mentioned so many important nuggets there in your experience as you were growing up. The peeping into the bedroom, not sure if that was good, but yes, you learned something very important, that in them doing, spreading out the envelopes or whatever, it was their way of, they've budgeted, they know how much they had and how much should go where, and they made sure that in those envelopes, those funds must go where they're supposed to. That's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2, the chores. When you have kids at home, it's a way of teaching them and encouraging them, but it's also a way of a bit of education to say, money doesn't fall from trees. You work for your money. So if you've done 1, 2, 3, I'll reward you with a 10 rand or 5 rand or 20 rand or however much. So if it's introduced properly, it goes a long way, because kids grow up knowing that money is for a reward. I get remunerated once I have done something, in most cases. So that is lesson number 2. Again, you've mentioned that whatever amount that you were given, same goes with the groceries or whatever that is bought in the house, it has to last a month. So that in itself also taught you that however much that I have, I should make sure that I stretch it long enough to last me this duration, if not beyond.
Absolutely.
So those were beautiful lessons. But I think you will agree with me that not everyone has had that opportunity to grow up witnessing that. Remember how other households would have similar experiences and disciplines around finances, but you find that sadly, the younger ones are not part of that. They're not witnessing that happening. So they grow up not knowing the financial side of the planning of the parents. When the bread is finished, we want bread, there's money for bread on the table. When the milk is finished, when I've lost my jersey, I've lost my shoe, or whatever that we need in the household, we just shout, Mommy, this is finished, Daddy, we need this, and then we see things happening. So sadly that some households, the kids were not exposed to that so that they understand the games, the rules of the games around money management, if we put it that way. But also in your background, you mentioned something very interesting to say. You also have then continued with the unspoken lessons that you picked up from home. So if I can just then throw a question to say to the viewers at home, what exactly is it that we're trying to talk about today? We're throwing the word money, we're throwing the money finances around, but what is it that we want to share? It is money management, simplified. And when we say management, maybe we'll think of management at work, that you have a manager, or we talk about a board of people, senior people that are, the management. But management is the handling, day-to-day of handling of something, day-to-day handling of money, particularly for our conversation today. How do we manage our money from acquisition, acquiring the money, to the spending and the behaviors in between? So acquiring money, you'd say maybe you're employed, you're working, so therefore you get a wages or a salary or something. Up until where you spend, maybe close to payday, you're almost broke and you're waiting for another cycle of another injection of a salary. But what happens in between is where, it's critical. It's where the crux of the matter is. Your knowledge around financial management is very critical, so that you know the do's and don'ts, you know the principles, you know what's going to work and what isn't going to work, the pros and cons of finances. And again here, I want to emphasize the fact that it does not matter who you are and where you came from. It does not matter the race. It doesn't matter how little or how much education you have. It also doesn't matter how much or how little money you have. All of us need to manage however much or however little that we have, to make sure that it actually goes where it's intended to go, where it's going to benefit me and my family. So it's personal financial management, but there's also a household component that we build into it, because no man is an island. So I could be living alone, but there are family members that I may need to take care of, or may need to set money aside for as my beneficiaries. But for the majority of us, we do live in a household. So what happens in the household? The parents are working, they earn an income. The kids, they are expenses. Indirectly, because you need to cater for their needs as well. School, clothes, toys, you name it, food at home. And if they're not taught, someone once asked me to say, how then do kids contribute towards the financial runnings of the household? We were running a campaign for younger kids, teaching them about money, and somebody said, but you're wasting your time. These bambinos know nothing about money. No, that is not true. They need to be taught at a younger age. So they don't have money to put on the table to contribute. But like I said, they themselves are expenses indirectly, because we need to make sure that we do things that are necessary for them. However, when it comes to saving and the usage of stuff around the house, it is very critical for them to be taught as well how to save. So not necessarily to save the money if they do not have money to save, but to save whatever is around at home. Save the water. Do not waste on water. Do not waste on food. Do not waste on your clothes. Do not waste on your toys. School uniform, you must know when you take off your jersey, put it in your bag. Because if you don't put it in your bag, it will get lost. Then mommy has to go and buy another jersey in February. Then you buy another jersey in March and in August and in December. So that's wastage. So there are indirect lessons that we can share as parents. We share with our children to say, we've bought school shoes, we've bought stationery, so you have the whole kit. And this kit must last you the whole year. Because during the year, I, mommy and daddy, we need to budget for next year's kit. And you throw these words, you throw these disciplines, you talk about these behaviors and you encourage them. It's seeds that you're planting in their heads. They will remember that. If it's said often and it's practiced at home.
True.
If it's said often and it's practiced at home. Because remember, kids, they listen, yes, when you tell them what to do, but the biggest lesson is they watch you do things. So that is why they say, don't do, Baring?
Don't do as I say, do as I do.
There you go. So kids learn by watching us do things. But then let's continue our conversation to say, what is your view then around financial education who, how, what should be covered around financial education?
I think it's a pity that financial education doesn't really start at a very young age in terms of our academic systems here at home in South Africa. We don't teach our children financial education. That is why, in most cases, you'll find us as professionals out there. We have so many zeros in our paychecks. However, we don't have a very clear idea of what is that we need to do with the money, or what are we supposed to be doing, or even clear goals about, yes, I have this good job, yes, I'm getting paid so much, but what is my real focus? What are my actual objectives around, I got this, and this is what I want to achieve. So financial education, yes, I believe that must start at a younger age. However, given the fact that we know there, as you've just said, kids learn from not just hearing, but by seeing what their parents or adults do around them. And my view around it really is that it's very critical, it's important, and the benefits of that, they're very insurmountable. They're there. I mean, I would like to say that I'm a living proof of that, to say having that discipline helps. But now the question would be, what causes that discipline? How did that discipline come about?
Yeah.
So now, for me, I think the most important thing is objectives. Starting, I'm sort of just sound a bit cliched, but starting with the end in mind, it's very vital in each and everything that we do. Because once you have that view of where I want to go with anything, let's say, for example, I love traveling. Therefore, I can do without my weave, without a lot of things, because I'd love to go to Germany or something like that. I have an objective. So I can forgo other wants or other needs maybe to derive me or help me get to the main goal that I want.
Beautiful.
So, yes. So it's very important to start with the end in mind. So if we all have clear objectives, I mean, we all want beautiful things. We all want beautiful cars, houses, clothes, everything. But with the realities, most of us with our mere salary, we can't afford all of that.
All of it.
Therefore, it has to be clear to you to say, what is that I want the most?
So that brings me to the next point, and those are beautiful critical points. What is the objective, therefore, of having this campaign? Money Smart Week, right? I shall just summarize it. So it is just, again, reminding for those that do know, and remember that every year there's a new cycle of maybe young ones that have just finished school, they're now going to be employed, and other people that maybe it's for the first time that they hear about this kind of a session or this topic of talking about finances. So it is just to empower, to help empower, help remind, help build that knowledge so that we have a knowledgeable society around finances, particularly because this is Money Smart Week, so that people can know the do's and don'ts. People can know the principles around financial management and stuff like that. And to your point that when you say you start with the end in mind, that means you have sat down and thought about things for you to reach the end. And now you move backwards to say, if this is the end that I want to achieve, where do I start? How do I go about the journey approaching the end?
Correct.
And that is financial planning.
Absolutely.
In life, we need to plan. So this week, because we're talking about finances, everything will be around finances. So it's financial planning. So for us to be able to manage our finances better, we need to plan. Then we need to have goals, financial goals. Once you've planned, a plan could be a draft, right? It could be a draft between short, medium, and long-term plans. Your wishes, your aspirations, your desires. I could say I wish to go to Germany. Maybe I will never see Germany in my entire life. But it's there. Somewhere I wish to go to Germany. I'm just making an example. So then you can then scale down, narrow them down to say, practically, what can I do? So you then set your goals. I would like to be at this point in my life, at this date or age or this cycle of my life. I would like to own a property of my own by year X. Now, owning isn't necessarily you qualifying for a bond from a bank. It ain't yours yet.
Absolutely.
But owning will be the day it's fully paid up. I have the title deed. It's mine. What is that end goal? What year is that? And how do I then go back and say, because the property that I would like is within this price range, how do I get to the price range? It's because my income is X, and from my income, I spend so much on this and that and that. I can save so much per month. So at a certain time, I would have acquired this much to buy that house. So you already have an idea of how much of a house you can qualify for. Yes, I must make sure that my credit record is clean so that I qualify for the bond. You know, that journey. But you need to be knowledgeable for you to start having that kind of thinking, right? Instead of just living payday to payday, paycheck to paycheck, whatever you couldn't achieve this month, like, I'll see it next month. Come next month, like, oh, I forgot that last month. Hey, I'll rob Peter to pay Paul. You know, we're playing games with finances and debt. That isn't smart. But if you sit down and plan properly, then from your plan, you have goals. Once you have your goals, you then say, here's my budget. I need to budget. X amount is my income. Whether it is one income, one line, maybe from your employer, one line from wherever the way you get your funds from, or you are smart enough or fortunate enough to have another passive income. So you total your income. From your income, you know that I have so much expenses. You write them down. They mustn't be here. They must be on paper so that you are present. And that's where you identify needs versus wants. You also identify where there are leakages, where your money is maybe being wasted. One area that is a culprit of wastage is entertainment. And when you say to people, do you entertain yourself during the month? No, I don't have money. I can't afford any entertainment. But there are many other things that we do that sits under the category of entertainment. You go to movies, you have coffee with Mamiki. Tomorrow I have coffee with Sophie, and then the other day I had lunch with whoever. And all of this is unbudgeted for. So I'm going to have a shortfall when I sit down and calculate my funds, and I may not even remember what happened to that money because I did not write it down. So if you draw up a budget template, income, it's only 2 columns, income, expenses. But we know that the expenses are so long, even on the next page. And for most people, the total sum total of the expenses may be more than the income. So when you sit down and draw a budget, that's where you actually can realize that I have a problem somewhere. I really need to go through these sums with a fine comb so that I identify what is it that I can live without to make sure that I do not overspend every month. So now we are into the crux of financial management without actually realizing. And that's why when you unpack it that way, people then realize that actually it's not that much of a beast. It's not that much of a taboo or a complicated topic. It's the very things that we do every single day. It's just that now when it's structured in this manner and it's kind of formalized, then we're like, oh, all right, it's not intimidating that much. Now, there's one question that I want to ask that, do you think, I think you've covered it, do you think we need a session like this? We need campaigns such as this one around finances? Do you think there's a need for a campaign, a full-on campaign such as Money Smart Week?
Absolutely. I think we do. Firstly said, for those, as you mentioned it earlier, for those who don't have any idea around the subject that we're talking about, and for those who are already there and they have the know-how, but to act as a reminder, these campaigns are important to act for us, for me as well, to say, a reminder, Mamiki, you know you have that budget. For me, I split it into 2. I have fixed expenses and variable expenses. Fixed are the things that I must pay. My bond, my insurance, my life cover, all those must happen. It's a fixed. Then the variables are the entertainment, petrol, because I can then decide, you know what, this month it's quite bad. I'm not traveling back home to Soweto every weekend. I'm only going to go once. That is a variable cost, because from the 2 grand that for an example, that I've budgeted, I can reduce it to 1.5. Therefore, say 500 rands. Entertainment as well. Or maybe not 2,000 rands anymore. Let's make it 1,000. So those you can play around with. My nails, my hair, everything else, those you can play around, but the fixed costs must always be paid. I mean, now with COVID, we don't have many insurance. The first thing that we call to say, let me cancel my insurance. And guess what? Like For an example, in my instance, I wrote off my car last year in December.
Wow.
Imagine if I didn't, thank you.
If you had cancelled your insurance.
If I had cancelled my insurance. So that would have been a huge blow for me and a huge setback. But my point is that fixed costs we don't tamper with. And sometimes I think as people, we tend to be too optimistic. I'll share why I say that. We know that in most companies, people get bonuses, annual bonuses for good performance if the company has done well. We tend to focus on that bonus. For example, let's say, hypothetically speaking, I'm going to get 80 grand. It's my bonus, plus my annual salary for that specific month, which is August, for the company that I used to work for. What if I don't get 80 grand? Because now my plan for this year is based on the 80 grand net that I'm going to get in August. What if I don't get it?
What if it doesn't come?
What if it doesn't come? Then this whole calculation that I've based, because we also tend to base our budget on the future with the money that we don't have. The next thing they tell me, no, the bank has performed greatly because I used to work for a financial institution. Then what do I do? Because now from August this year till August next year, the budget is with this 80 grand that I never really had in my hand.
Okay. It's a good example that you're showing, and I like that we need to be realistic and practical. That's to sum up what you've just said, and do not budget and start planning on money that you don't have.
Absolutely.
Right. You there's anticipation. Right, and you can pencil what you'd like to see happening or you'd like to do should it come. But
Correct.
it's not fixed yet. It's not because it hasn't happened yet. But I also wanted to touch a little bit around the pros and cons of not being money smart. Pros and cons of not understanding and being disciplined around financial management. Personal financial management and business. We mustn't forget the entrepreneurs out there, because there's also people that are self-employed entrepreneurs, and there are people that are employed and they're also entrepreneurs, and there are those that are just employed. So financial management is very critical for all of us. Kids at home that pocket money, and everybody manage it well. And the pros and cons are, the disadvantages of not being financially smart, not being money smart is, again, wastage. The opportunities that you may have scored on, had you planned properly, you might not see them happening. Holiday, buying yourself something that you want, putting money away and being disciplined for something that you'd like to see happening, whether being renovating a house, buying a car, buying property, investing for something that you really want. If you're not disciplined and you're not money smart, all those things may not be realized, right? You will miss out on those opportunities. And you may then, for most people, end up being heavily in debt because you have no direction and no control of your finances during the month. What is going to happen? Because there's no discipline, there is no proper direction, you're going to end up short. What do you do when you're short? You borrow money. And monthly, you start now having a gap that you cannot close. So once you've borrowed on month one, you were short on month one. You went and borrowed 1,000 rand just to bridge that gap. What's going to happen in month two? You're still short. So that gap keeps growing and growing and growing. And that is why they call it, that cycle of over-indebtedness. Ultimately, that's what it becomes. It's a windwheel of loans. So you then borrow from that one to pay this one, and you borrow a bigger that side. Because right from the onset, maybe one doesn't know how to budget, and we don't keep to the budget because we don't have discipline. But the benefits, obviously the opposite of all these consequences that I've just mentioned. The benefits are you're in control of your money. You can quickly identify unnecessary spending and you can put a stop on it. And if you want to entertain yourself, you are fully aware that, okay, let me allocate myself this much for this month. It's okay. I deserve it. But next month and 3 months down the line, I cannot, or I will cut down because this is the vision. This is what I'm working on. So it is very important that we all are, even all the grannies out there, the old timers that are wishing are getting pension money, we all need to budget because you need to know how much you have, your needs and wants, what can you afford practically and realistically, so that you know how much your money is gonna last you. Otherwise, you will end up, borrowing money and being over indebted. So the next point is, you've spoken about your regime. I'm not going to ask you what is your regime or your system. I think I've got the hang of it. So I think at this point, I'd like them to say, let's talk about this financial management program or product or tool or system. What is financial management? So when we talk about finances, it's the money that you have, could be income, could be pocket money, any kind of income. Because even for kids that go to school, the pocket money to them is their income. Okay, so let's call it income. Formal or informal, we all get an income of some kind, of some sort. Let us now take this white elephant, this big elephant of finances, put it in the middle of the room. It's big, it's scary. Who can approach an elephant to want to clap it? No, it's too big. It's exactly. Flip it upside down. Put the whole trunk on the floor. You have 4 short legs facing upward. Is it still dangerous?
Not as much.
Is it still intimidating? Not as much. So look at finances as these 4 legs of this big elephant that is now on its back, because now you're in control. Remember, it's fallen, it's on its back. So now we put you in control. You're like, okay, let me subdivide this thing into 4 quadrants, 4 pockets, 4 sections, so that it's not all overwhelming. One section is your cash flow, your income and expenses and everything that happens around there. The next section is saving and investment. And these are 2 different things, but we'll put them in the one pot, saving and investing. The next pot is the 3rd leg, which is loans, borrowing, all these things that we do around money that doesn't belong to us. And lastly, it'll be the insuring component. You spoke about your car and insurance and stuff like that. So if you then subdivide them like that, they are approachable.
Absolutely.
They're no longer intimidating. Like, okay, let me deal with this one. And then once I'm done, I look at this one, I look at this one. So if you subdivide them like that, then it's like, okay, all right, I can manage this. But the biggest component is the cash flow one. Because therein lies how much you get. Because everything is dependent on that. Your income, your total sum total of income is in the cash flow. And everything will be fed and is linked to that. You cannot plan on things to do things with money you don't have, right? So your income determines the number of things that you can do for now, but also in the future. The expenses, we need to monitor those. We cannot afford to be reckless with our expenses, because then those are the leakages that we spoke about. Now, the critical things of our lives for now, medium term and long term, will never be fulfilled properly if we are not careful with spending and expenses right now. In that comes the financial plan, financial goals, and the budgeting. All of this sit in this section of cash flow. When you master that, these 3 are easy peas, because they feed from that. They are controlled from this main one, which is your cash flow. So in your cash flow are your financial goals, financial dreams, and goals, and then the budgeting. So once you allocate things properly, the right amount for the right things, then these 3 are serviced properly. So again here, what does Mamiki need? What does Eunice need? What does the viewer at home need? My needs are completely different from yours. I'm much older than you. You are still very young. You have dreams that I had when I was younger, or your dreams are totally different from mine. Therefore, I cannot say, even if we earn the same amount of money, our budgets will be the same, or our goals will be the same. Not at all. So you need to understand who you are, what your needs are, what your financial goals are, and your plans. What is it that you need, and what is it that you aspire to have? All right?
Correct.
Short, medium, and long term. If you split them up like that, also your goals are clearer, because short will be anything between now and 3 years. Right? So what is it that you are able to achieve within this time will sit in that category. Medium is anything between 3 to 6 or so years. What is it that I need to plan for now, but I know that I'm going to achieve in 5 years' time? Long term is 6 and beyond. Let me give you an example. Maybe let me ask you, what do you think? I'm putting you on the spot now. What do you think sits in the category of short term? anything between now and 3 years. If we have a financial goal that sits in the short-term goal, what could that be?
I think, for example, maybe let's say one wants to further their studies. So let's say I'm aiming that by the age of 35, I want to have finished maybe my second BCom or something like that. Then simply means then who's going to pay for your fees? That's the question that we need to answer. So because we know that young people now don't stay with one employer for longer, so you cannot be thinking someone's going to be paying for you. Chances are you're going to have to pay for yourself. So then how are you going to do it? So you said by the age of 35 and today I'm 32. So how are you going to do it? So meaning from now on, I need to start thinking about this, start saving towards it, or alternatively, maybe borrowing from my loan to pay for my studies, because it depends how you want to play around it.
Beautiful. We'll come to that, but you've made a beautiful example. So you had planned to study and get a degree or whatever, and you know it's going to take you 3 years. If your circumstances had allowed you, you should have started saving for it already.
Yes.
However, say maybe you didn't have the opportunity, or you didn't know and you didn't plan wisely, but you can afford to pay on a monthly basis, then you can take out a loan, a study loan, not just a personal loan. There's a difference. A personal loan is very expensive. A study loan is designed with that in mind, that it's now for personal development. Even the terms and conditions around it are very friendly around you developing yourself. So you then approach a financial institution and ask for a study loan, and they will tell you how that works. The interest rate is quite reasonable, and the payment structure is fairly accommodative. Then you do that. So it's something that you can do within 3 years, but that means in your budget there are other elements that you now stop doing. Entertainment will be less because you need time to focus on your studies, but that money for entertainment can go towards your loan for your student loan. So it's those kind of things. Now for a medium term, say for instance somebody wants to buy a car. For somebody, even buying a car could be a short-term goal for them.
True.
If when they do their budget, they do have quite a bit of excess left. So it will take them maybe a year to raise a good deposit for their vehicle installment. But maybe for somebody else, I need to be saving for about 4 years before I could raise a decent deposit. So circumstances differ from person to person. So what is a short-term goal for you could be a medium-term goal for me. So do not compare and want to copy what other people do. Your circumstances are yours and they are unique. So we spoke about now the goals and the planning. And this is all still within this one pillar of cash flow. So if you then, let's talk about a student loan course now you want to study. We said the second segment is, or section is saving and investing. Then this is borrowing or loans, and then this one is insuring. So now this particular item that we're talking about, for study loan sits under
the
loans, right? So you now have to consider that. There's a loan that you're now going to take out. From your budgeting every month, you need to make sure there's enough money that services that loan, if it's a loan that you need to pay every month. So your allocation is now somewhat different, right? You now start transferring money into the loan. But if you had started planning for studying, you would have started 3 years ago, 5 years ago, putting money away. That money would have gone to saving or investing.
True.
Right?
Yes.
You choose a saving account or an investment account suitable for this plan. That is very critical. Most people have excess funds. They just put them all in a saving account. We're killing ourselves. A saving account is a liquid type of account. Liquid means it's money that you can easily access and use. Therefore, the bank cannot take that money and go invest it elsewhere for a longer term on your behalf. So that is why usually saving accounts have very little interest, credit interest, if they have any. Some don't even have, because you can whip it all out in the morning, So the bank struggles with interest on savings accounts. But investment accounts, they differ. They are there for different purposes. They are designed differently. Therefore, they can then provide different types of decent credit interest rate. And I keep saying credit interest rate deliberately, because when we come to loans, it's debit interest rate. When you are charged, it's debit interest rate. But when you are paid interest, it's credit interest.
Interest.
Right. So all of this is happening in the cash flow pillar right? In the cash flow segment. But you are taking care of and channeling monies to the other segments because they are so important. And this is your future that we're talking about. Even just taking out a loan. You must be very careful. What is the loan for? Your friends are going on holiday. They planned for the holiday. You want to run along, but you didn't plan. Now you said, no, okay, I qualify for a personal loan. I'll quickly take out a personal loan. Or no, I'll go take out a credit card. I'll just swipe for holiday. I'll see it when I come back. That could be very detrimental because you didn't plan for this. You did not plan for this. So from your cash flow, where's now, you now need funds sufficient enough to start now servicing this new debt that you've just created, which wasn't planned for.
True.
So we need to be very smart. So we spoke about the cash flow segment or pillar or section that is very, very critical. And this is where the discipline lies, the budgeting lies here. And you changing, even now with lockdown, things have changed. People have lost jobs. There are many illnesses and monies were spent. People have lost their lives. And some households now lost their breadwinners or they've lost a parent. So there are many shifts. Many disciplines have shifted in the household, right? There's no stability. People are feared. They are anxious. So this is the right time, the perfect time for us to actually sit down and take stock of our finances amongst other aspects of our lives. How are we looking now? This working from home business. There are other people that I coach financially who say, well, I run short every month because now being at home with the whole family, big breakfast, big lunch, big supper, big breakfast, we don't know what we're doing. But there is the same pool of money is supposed to service these people. They're no longer traveling from work. There should be change. But because we are all at home and we're buying expensive food without a budget, without direction, they come out short at the end of the month. So we just need to be very vigilant around those things. So let me move over to the other segment or section of finance, which is saving and investing. There's a difference between the two. There could be, the purpose is the same, to put money away. You save, you invest, you're putting money away. But the pattern, the rules, the engagements around the two are slightly different. Saving is for a very short time, a very short period. And it's easily accessible. And it's nice to have a decent amount, and decent is up to you, up to the individual. When the kettle breaks at home, you do not want to go and disrupt your investment account just because you want to buy a new kettle. So you need to have some money in the savings account, but also not too much so that you lose out on an opportunity to earn credit interest if it was invested. Okay? So you need to know your patterns and just have enough as an emergency fund in the savings account. When you need to buy bread and milk and veggies, small things that need cash. But be careful as well. Let's go back to the cash flow pillar and say, the type of account that you have, the type of transactor that you are as an individual is very critical to what's the account that you have. Because if you keep going into a savings account, keep withdrawing cash, you're accumulating bank charges. So you can do one withdrawal for the week and you know that you're good. You more or less know how much cash you need in the week or 2 weeks.
True.
You know what I mean? And you put it away and we service it like that. So we need to be very smart as well in understanding ourselves as individuals and how we manage our funds. How many transactions do I perform every week? Do I have lots of debit orders or do I only have 3, 4, 5? Therefore, the type of account that I'm using should suit my needs. Because if the account has got many benefits that I'm not using, it's like I'm driving a Rolls that I actually don't need. It's got beautiful bells and whistles and stuff that I actually do not need, but I'm paying for them. I'm being charged for them. To me, it's a waste of money. So choose an account that is suitable for your needs and you pay for exactly what you're going to use. Savings and investment vehicles, there's plenty of them. Some dodgy, some with high risk, but some are average. So with investments, you invest according to your goals. Medium-term goals and long-term goals, the money that you keep putting away for those particular goals, you invest. Because it needs to sit away from you, the owner, because you might just tap into it. So we need to put it away from yourself. We invest it. Every month when you do your budget, you know that 100 Rand must go there because my goal is to have X amount by this date for this. So the discipline and the commitment then continues. And if you keep it that way, you are sure that your goals will be fulfilled. But with investments, also understand this thing called a risk appetite. How much risk can you tolerate? As an individual, but also your financial circumstances, how much risk can it take? The higher the profit or the return, the higher the risk. That we must remember. So you must diversify your funds into different types of investments so that the risk is spread out. A financial planner would come in very handy, or an investment specialist will come in very handy here. But even with people that don't have lots of thousands to invest, go to a bank, a consultant can help you. You need to know what your goals are. You need to know how much you're working towards by what date. That helps the consultant to choose or to show you suitable products according to your needs. An example would be, I have 2,000 rand that I want to put away every month. But then there's a type of investment called a, say, 24 months fixed deposit that I choose, because at that point in time, it has quite a decent amount of credit interest. Then I take that. Every month I hoy in, I transfer. Month 6, something happens, I want to withdraw my funds. The bank is going to penalize me. And people don't understand why I get penalized, because it's my money. But the type of account that you've chosen, the bank has gone and committed on your behalf elsewhere so that you earn that interest that they promised you. And those things come with a bit of a penalty. They cannot refuse for you to access your funds. They can pull out the funds at a penalty because now the agreement is broken. Let's move over quickly to loans. Again, from the cash flow, we have loans. Say we've bought a house, right? Or a car, and a car. And I have a credit card. I have an overdraft and stuff like that. Those will sit in the third segment or the third section for loans.
Okay.
How many loans do you have? Why do we have so many loans? Do we even know how much we are charged? Store accounts, clothing accounts. The interest rate that we're charged is very high. We don't even ask such. We don't know. But I've qualified for an account at a clothing store, and every month when I pay, I walk out with another pack. Then I pay next month and I walk out with another pack. Am I ever going to finish that pay off that account? Likely not. Okay. So it's that kind of discipline and being aware of what we are doing, our actions around money, because almost everything that we do has a price in one way or the other. So I pay 500 rand, I walk out with a pack of 1,300 rand. How many steps back have I taken? Lots. On the other hand, we do need clothes. Clothes are a basic need, but we need to strategize when and where we buy our clothes. Sale seasons. Buy, put money away. When it's a massive sale, buy and keep quiet. And wait for another cycle if you need to buy. But what we do every month, I need to buy myself something. I need to reward myself with something. Find other types of rewards, man, not costly types of rewards. But the loan section for me is, it pains me because that's where most of our funds go. And actually, we are being wasteful because there are loans that were taken that were actually unnecessary. But now we need to pay them off. Again, under the section of loans, one discipline and motivation that we need to work towards is to pay off the loans. So find areas in your cash flow where you can cut down on so that you release a little bit of extra cash to pay off these loans. At some point, you'll have less and less and less loans. You will be left with what we call good loans versus bad loans. And at that point, you then channeling your funds more to investments than to loans. All right? So you're paying yourself, you're earning interest, and obviously you can see and fulfill your goals much quicker. So we need to reduce the amount of money that we are spending on these loans, pay them off, and cut down. And with this lockdown and the economy the way it is now, we actually cannot afford to be taking out new loans. There's too much risk out there. And the last section will be insurance. You mentioned something critical earlier, and you said when the chips are down, when finances are tight, most people cancel insurances. We don't even know the proper way of canceling our insurances. We abandon them and just walk away from them. How much money do we lose? Say you had a life cover policy taken out 5 years ago. You've been contributing every single month for this life cover policy. And unfortunately, maybe you lose your job and you can no longer afford the life cover policy. Most people just walk away from it. So what happens to your investments that you've acquired and grown in the 5 years? You just walk away from that? So we need to know the best way, approach the insurer and tell them this is the situation. I no longer am able to continue with the premiums. What can we do? They can freeze it. They can tell you there are many methods that you can, or other agreements that you can enter into. The last one, you cannot just walk away from your money. If you are canceling it, maybe you found a proper, or a different, more suitable and appealing product elsewhere, still call them and cancel officially so that it's canceled. It happened to me many years ago, about 6 or so years ago. I was shopping around for reasonable and more beneficial life cover. And my planner did that for me, my financial planner. And he came back and said, okay, this is what I found. Currently, you're paying X amount for these benefits. I found these two for the same amount. Here you get this, and here you get this. I think this suits you better for where you are right now. And da-da-da-da-da. It's actually 20 Rand, 50 Rand, or however much cheaper. Good, let's go with it. Reputable company, all of those things. He's done all the risk checks and everything. When we went to cancel the one that I had, we're like, guys, thank you very much. You cannot compare. I'm moving and what have you. There was an investment component to the premiums that I was paying. A certain portion of it was going towards some investment side pocket. I got money out.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? So it's those things that we need to be aware of. Insurance, it's that. Also, what pains me a lot is most people are over-insured on items that they actually do not need that much insurance on. One would be funeral covers. We have multiple funeral covers, and I understand why for some people, but there are smarter ways of doing it. Again, life cover insurance. So you'd find that you have a life cover policy for just plain contemporary or generic life cover. Then you have another one for dreaded diseases. Then you have another one for income protection. Then you have another one for this and another one for that. The sum total of these will be much more higher than if you take one policy that is comprehensive, that has all those components included inside, as opposed to paying them for them separately.
Okay.
And that would be very expensive. So those are the things that we need to be awake towards and sit down with those, those brown envelopes that we have, those contracts that we receive and we never read. So look at them or sit with a financial planner and say, this is me. Draw your bank statement. Go through 3 months bank statements. You're going to see things. Please make sure that you are sober when you undertake this exercise. Make sure that you are ready. But it's going to be painful, yet it is imperative that we do it, because that one session where you're sitting with 3 months bank statements, you actually are watching a movie of your own actions around your money. Things that you've done, withdrawals that you cannot account for, you're actually going to feel mugged that no, there's somebody somewhere out there with another card. No, it's been you. And all of it is you and you alone. But we need that because it's going to be, take it as a reality check. That you're actually reviewing what you have done so that you identify areas where there are leakages, areas where we can cut down, maybe entertainment, cigarettes, booze. Many people saved money when booze was banned, and then the banning was taken off, and then we went and spent, and the trolleys were full like that. But it's those things. You look at your debit orders. How many debit orders do you have for what? Do you still know this? You could have taken a life cover policy 5 years ago, 7 years ago, you were still young, beautiful, not married, no children. I'm just making an example. 3, 4, 5 years later, you now are married, you have a child or two, you've moved into your own house. Your life has shifted. Is that life cover policy still applicable? So it's to review such things, to say, actually, what were the benefits on this life cover? Are they still applicable? Do I need to top up? Do I need to take off certain things? What is the situation right now? So we need to be on top of our situation, of our finances, and our needs and circumstances at any given time. Because in that way, you make sure that you are fully aware where your money, your hard-earned money, where it goes to. And you are in control. You are channeling it because you are here. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we don't plan, we don't have goals, we don't budget, it's like rain water, just running down the drain, down the street. You have no control. All you know, at the end of the month, you are short. You need to take out a loan and another loan to service this loan and what have you. So it is that, in a nutshell, that what we talk about when we say personal financial management. But the same principles apply for businesses, applies for entrepreneurs. This discipline that we talk about. You have financial plans for your business. You have financial goals for your business, short, medium, and long term. And you budget for your business. You know your monthly expenses. You know you need to pay salaries, you need to buy stock, you need this and that and the other. So you budget for the business like you budget for the household. One tip, though, on businesses that I find some entrepreneurs misjudge or overlook is, if you're not fully in control of your business finances, they get mixed up with your personal finances. And I know of a few entrepreneurs that operate both personal or household and business needs from one account. So depending on the size of the business and the activities around the business, you find a suitable business account and you have a personal account. Mm-hmm. From the business account, you pay yourself as the owner, and your personal expenses and your household expenses run from your personal account. Then the business matters are taken care of from the business account. And in that way, you'll see, you separate the two, and you can monitor this side and you monitor on the business account as well. And that's one small mistake, but very costly, that most people do. Like, I cannot afford a separate account for business. They're going to charge me and this and that and the other. But then you won't see the growth and the shortfall, if there are any, if all of this is coming from one account. So in a nutshell, financial management is exactly that. Being on top of your finances, but with a strategy, with knowledge, with principles and a discipline. Knowing and understanding the rules of the game. Then you're good to go. So this conversation we could have with young kids, school kids, which we do, but at their language, and we make suitable examples for them to understand how to raise money. The chores they do at home, the 10 rand or 20 rand that mommy gives them, open an account for them. Let them start learning to put money away. And you have conversations when we're going to withdraw for what. All right? So gradually they grow up with that pride. I have a bank card. I have a bank account. Mommy and daddy put money away for me, you know. So that's the discipline. But again, it is understanding that we are the drivers. You are the generator of the money. You are the owner. You are the spender. You are everything. You are the coach. You are the manager. You are everything. So if you yourself are not disciplined, futile exercise. But we cannot afford to be careless. We cannot afford to be reckless. So with the lockdown and the pandemic that has hit us so badly, unexpectedly, there are many losses that were suffered. And most households and individuals are struggling. If there's one lesson, actually, that is very critical, is to make sure that we have enough reserves. Because during this lockdown, most of us had to tap into your reserves. And that's, you actually realized, I didn't have enough. I actually didn't have enough reserves. I didn't know it's going to last this long. So if there's one lesson, or two lessons for me. Three lessons. Be in control of your finances and be smart. Budget, plan, and be focused. 2, work on those reserves. start putting money away if you haven't, or if you have been putting money away, try and put more. Thirdly, pay off debts. And as much as possible, do not start or open up or take out new debts. Not at this time. I'll close off with those three. What was your takeout in a minute?
Okay, so my takeout, I love the analogy around the elephant with the short legs on top, because I never really thought of it that way. I think, like I said, my focus has always been on fixed and variable, but now the way you broke it down, it's actually much more clearer. And I think I'm going to relook at my whole budget again to split it into those four, because I think it just makes much more sense. And then another takeaway will be around the debit credit, the debit
interest,
and the credit interest.
Yeah.
I never really thought of it that way, but putting those labels to it actually makes more sense. And I think going forward, I'll start referring to them as such. So yeah, those are my key takeaways. And again, around the difference between investments and savings, to say, because we tended to just group everything together and just be satisfied with the fact that I'm saving. But you're having 20 grand sitting in a savings account for no apparent reason, where
and you're earning nothing.
Out there and you're earning nothing.
Yes.
So that's one of the things that I think I need to relook. As much as I thought I was clued up with some of the things, but it clearly shows that with campaigns such as this, we get reminded of things and we continue to learn the better way of doing things. So yes, those are my three takeaways.
I really enjoyed this session with you. Thank you so much for being here with me. And the conversation was thoroughly enjoyed. And I'm happy about your takeaway points. Next time we meet, you'll be on the go. Right.
I hope so. I really enjoyed the conversation.
You'll be money smarter than you were today.
Definitely.
Yes. And to the viewers at home, thank you very much for tuning in. I really hope you've enjoyed it. We surely did. Till next time, goodbye.
Goeiedag, my naam is Werner Opperman. Ek hanteer seksie 4 van 5 spesifieke komponente van 'n huislening. Die aanbieding gaan 5 afdelings behels. Die eerste afdeling gaan ons bespreek oor hoe die man op straat se idee van huisfinansiering. Die tweede komponent gaan ons praat oor die managemente wat dit behels. Daarna gaan ons kyk na waar die banke geld kry, hoe banke geld prys, hoe dan die vierde seksie gaan ons kyk hoe banke spesifiek jou rentekoers bepaal wanneer jy lening gee, en dan gaan ons afsluit en kyk wat kan jy doen om jou rentekoers op jou huislening te verlaag. So die gemiddelde man op straat of gewoonlik 'n vrou op straat, wanneer hulle 'n huis koop en dit finansier, dink hulle aan dat die huiskoop behels 'n klein komponente. Stap 1, vind 'n huis, argumenteer oor 'n prys, en dan gaan jy met die prys na 'n bank toe en aansoek vir 'n banklening. Jy kry, as jy in 'n goedgekeur word, gaan die bank vir jou 'n pak papiere gee wat jy moet teken, want die bankier probeer om soveel as moontlik lenings uit te reik, en hy sê vir jou, moenie bekommer oor die detail nie, fokus op die parlemente. En sy aandag, waar jou fokus is gewoonlik die leningsbedrag, die bedrag wat jy leen, die rentekoers word gewoonlik bepaal as prima plus X, dis gewoonlik prima plus 2 na 5% toe, hang af van jou risikoprofiel, wat jy elke maand moet terugbetaal. En deesdae wat hulle volgens wet moet vereis, is om vir jou te verduidelik alle ekstra kos ingesluit word. Spesifiek, banke is lief daarvoor om lewensversekering in te sluit by jou maandelikse paaiement. Met ander woorde, as jy iets sou oorkom, sal die lewensversekering die huislening delg in die naam van die bank, so hulle nie geld verloor as jy iets oorkom nie. En dan finaal die termyn van die lening. Die meeste huislenings is tussen 15-20 jaar, in sekere gevalle kan die leningstermyn langer wees. Jou volgende stap is, jy betaal elke maand jou paaiement, en nou en dan gaan jy per pos inligting kry wat net vir jou sê, jou maandelikse premie is hoër of laer, en dis gewoonlik as die Reservebank aankondiging maak oor die repo-koers wil teen uitleen. So dit is gewoonlik tans om so 4%, en die verlede is 'n bietjie hoër gewees, op die huidige oomblik is die rentekoerse vir huislenings relatief laag. En dan na 20 jaar is jou huis afbetaal as al volgens plan verloop. So as ons nou 'n bietjie meer in detail bespreek van wat behels die paaiement wat jy elke maand betaal, gaan ons gou 'n bietjie na drie voorbeelde. Kom ons, om die som maklik te maak, aanvaar ons, jy leen R1 miljoen, en jou koers wat jy betaal is 10%, jou rente is 10%, jou leningstermyn is 20 jaar. So elke maand betaal jy R9.850.22 elke maand vir die volgende 20 jaar. As ons dit afbreek in die subkomponente, gaan jy kan sien, ons kyk eerstens na maand 1, jou bankkoste is R50, in maand 100 en maand 200, in ander woorde, 200 maande van nou af, is jou bankkoste dieselfde, ons hou dit op R50, vir die voorbeeld ignoreer ons inflasie, net om jy makliker te maak, ignoreer ons inflasie, maar in werklikheid gaan jou bankkostes ook verhoog, want jou koopkrag van die rand verlaag oor tyd die inflasiekoers. Selfs met lewensversekering, vir die voorbeeld, ons dieselfde, dan is 'n fraksie van die algemene paaiement, maar by ongedagte in die werklikheid sal dit verhoog. Dan wat jy gaan belangrik is, jy gaan sien die terugbetalingsbedrag. Die terugbetalingsbedrag is die bedrag wat jy terugbetaal in die kapitaal wat jy geleen het. Alhoewel jy leen 1 miljoen, maar jy gaan meer as 1 miljoen terugbetaal. Jou terugbetaling is die kapitaaldelging. Jy gaan sien in maand 1 is dit R1.327, in maand 20 is dit R6.900. Die verskil is, in maand 1 gaan die meeste van jou paaiement om jou rente te betaal op die uitstaande bedrag. Omdat jy nog baie geld skuld het, min terugbetaal, is jou rentebedrag baie hoër. So jy sien in maand 1 is jou rentebedrag R8.322, wat amper die hele R9.800 van jou premie behels. As jy op die grafiek aan die regterkant kyk, gaan jy kan sien, die boonste swart streep is basies jou lewensversekering en jou bankkostes wat stabiel bly. Jy gaan sien die groen gedeelte, wat klein begin en groter raak oor tyd, is effektief jou bedrag geld van die paaiement wat jou lening minder maak. Aan die woorde, op maand 1 skuld jy R1 miljoen, maar jy betaal R1.327 terug. So effektief skuld jy nog R999.000 aan die bank, en na maand 1. So jy gaan sien dat jou rentekoers is die geel gedeelte, wat die meeste opneem. Oor tyd raak dit minder en minder, en jy gesien later aan is op die hele bedrag van jou premie, gaan om kapitaal terug te betaal, om by die termyn van 230 maande, as jy lening om by afbetaal. As ons nou aanbeweeg, na 'n ander voorbeeld, ons hou al die feite dieselfde, al verskil is, jy betaal net elke maand R500 meer. So jou leningsbedrag is steeds 1 miljoen, jou termyn is 20 jaar, jou rentekoers is steeds 10%, al verskil is, jy betaal nou R500 per maand meer, en effektief is jou, so vir die bankkoste lewensversekering bly dieselfde, jou terugbetalingsbedrag is stabiel, en die algemene bedrag wat hier oorgaan is bietjie groter. Wat ek nou gedoen het, die voorbeeld hier te wys, is, jy gaan sien dat jou totale termyn verlaag, waar van tevore 235 maande was, is in die geval 206 maande. So, jy 'n bietjie meer te betaal, kan jy baie vinnig jou periode van tyd verminder, en die totaalbedrag jy rente betaal baie minder maak. Om dit meer effektief te wys, is hoekom mense tans sê is 'n goeie idee om 'n huis te koop, is omdat rentekoerse baie laag is. So in die geval is die feite dieselfde, al verskil is, is die rentekoers van 10%, is die rentekoers nou 5%. So is amper 'n halfte van die vorige voorbeeld rentekoerse. So wat jy gaan sien, jy kan jou huis afbetaal in 133 maande, wat voor oor die 230 maande was. Om 'n rede dit gebeur is, jou rentebediens is baie minder en jou terugbetalingsbedrag is die meeste. So jy kan sien, as die komponente opgedeel word, is die meeste van jou terugbetaling ons van dag 1 af, om jou kapitaal te verminder. So jy kan jou rente, wel eerstens jou rente minder, want jou rente minder is en jou totaalbetaling is by dieselfde, tel jy kapitaal vinniger. So jy kan jou huis baie vinniger afbetaal. Een van die redes hoekom mense in die huidige omgewing baie huise koop, veral eerste huiskopers, is laaste jaar rekordtalle gewees. Nou, as jy geld wil leen by die bank, moet jy seker wonder waar kry die bank hulle geld. Nou die banke is in die besigheid of in die verkoop en verkoop van geld. As jy sou dink is, die banke betaal 'n aankoopprys op geld. So as jy in die bank toe gaan en jy kies bank A om by hulle geld te gaan belê op 'n spaarrekening of net 'n chequerekening, het jy 'n keuse gemaak, jy iets gekoop by die bank. Hoekom het jy bank A gekies, nie bank B of bank C nie? Want bank A het vir iets geoffer wat jy as meer waardevol as bank B of C geoffer het. Dit kan wees dienste, om baie kere is dit of 'n bietjie beter van rentekoers. So jy kan 'n bietjie meer rente op jou deposito by die bank. Dit is die eerste bron van banke. Dit is ook die goedkoopste bron van geld vir banke. In huidige gevalle is dit 'n fraksie, ons praat om by 0,35% per maand rolweg op 'n vaste belegging vir 'n paar maande. So kos banke baie min. Die tweede bron van banke is banke gaan ook lenings aan. Die banke is die kapitaal en mark nader en gaan geld leen by pensioenfondse, by beleggingsfondse, selfs vir beleggers om geld te gaan leen in 'n lae rentekoers of om by sê maar van soos 5,5% na 8-9% huidige omgewing, hang van die tipe instrument. Daarna kan banke ook gaan, hulle kan by die Reservebank geld leen, wat is gewoonlik 'n Engelse terme last resort. So die banke sal baie selde by die Reservebank gaan geld leen, wat is ook 'n opsie daarvoor. En dan natuurlik aandelekapitaal, so by die beleggers in die bank. Aan die ander woorde, die bank kan aandele uitreik en mense kan aandele die bank koop en dis ook 'n bron van kapitaal. So dis wat hoe banke geld aankoop. Nou gaan banke en gaan verkoop geld. So bepaal die verkoopprys, wat banke moet doen is, hoe bepaal dit? Wel stap 1 is, hulle moet kyk, wat is hulle kostes gewees? So die bank moet kyk die beleggers, aan die ander woorde die blou aan die linkerkant, wat sy opbrengs soek hulle? So dis 'n kombinasie van die goedkoop geld, die geld, aan die ander woorde, as hulle geld in die bank gaan deponeer het, en dan weer saam ook die diergeld, die aandelekapitaal. Hulle werk net as hulle gemiddelde koste van al die kapitaal saam, en dit is die eerste stap vir die beleggers terugsoek, vir die geld te kry. So dit is stap 1, en die argumentstal kom ons sê is gewoon by 5-6%, so dit is die eerste komponent. Die tweede komponent is, banke is 'n besigheid, en hulle moet salarisse betaal, bestuurders hier, hulle moet geld rondskyf tussen ATM's, mense moet geld trek, hulle moet dienste lewer aan die algemene publiek, vir navorsing, alle optree op as 'n markmaker, so die banke verskaf uit 'n groot operasionele koste wat ook gedelg moet word. Dis die volgende komponent. So daarvoor is om by sê maar 2-3% toe, die byvoeg, en dan mee saam dan is die risikopremie. As banke nou gaan geld uitleen of kom ons sê dit verkoop aan 'n ander persoon, moet hulle seker maak dat wanneer hulle persoon kies, die risiko wat hulle neem gedelg word. En mens kan sê algemene reël is dat jy hang op van die bank se risikokapasiteit, is dit tussen 1 en 9 en 21 keer. So aan die ander woorde, as jy geld uitleen, jy seker maak jy sal 1 uit 9 keer, 1 uit 20 keer nie jou geld terugkry nie. Aan die ander woorde, die prysbepaling daarvan moet jy kan delg, as die geval gebeur, jy 21 keer die geld verloor, aan die ander woorde, die lening gaan sleg, so jy geld sal terugkry. So dis hoe banke hulle geld prys. So hoe gaan banke nou te werk gaan om jou koers te bepaal? Wel, stap 1 is, die eerste faktor is die bank se koste kapitaal. Dis die beginpunt, soos pas bespreek het. Dan gaan die bank nou spesifiek kyk na wat is jou persoonlike risikoprofiel. In die geval fokus op 'n huislenings. So die eerste ding wat die bank gaan kyk is die bate. Want die bank sal 'n kontrak aanteken waar jou huis optree as 'n bate, of in Engels terme collateral, om te dien, as jy nie jou lening diens nie, gaan die bank die huis by jou oorneem en om verkoop om hulle geld terug te kry. So stap 1 is die bank kry 'n waarde van die huis. So bepaal, as die huishoudingwaarde 'n miljoen is die kans dat hulle vir jou 'n lening van 2-3 miljoen gee baie klein. Maar as die waarde van die huis 500.000 'n miljoen is, en jy vra vir 'n lening van 500.000, is die kans vir die lening gee baie groter. In dit geval as die waarde 'n miljoen is, jy het 'n deposito van 500.000, is die kans baie goed dat die bank vir jou 'n lening kan gee van R500.000, omrede hulle 'n baat het van 'n waarde van 'n miljoen, maar 'n risiko is slegs 500.000. Die tweede faktor wat baie min met jou op die bate gefokus is die area waar die huis gelê word. Nou al die eerste rede wat baie min mense aan dink, is as 'n bank al jou bure finansier by selfe bank, so die kans dat die bank vir jou 'n lening kan gee baie kleiner. Algemeen niks uit te waai nie, dis net weer 'n risiko bestuur. As daar 'n aardbewing is of iets negatiefs gebeur en die hele woonbuurt word vernietig, en die banke baie groot risiko in daai area. So banke moet hierdie risiko versprei. Daarmee saam kyk hulle na die aanvraag van huise in die area. Dis hoekom gewilde areas die kans dat 'n lening baie groter is, van die banke weet hulle in die huis makliker verkoop. So 'n huis in argumentgeval in Seepunt het 'n groter kans om verkoop te word as 'n huis in 'n klein dorp wat ekonomies besig om af te sterf. So die kans die banke huis gaan verkoop kan kry is baie laag. Soos as risiko van die bate kyk wat absoluut niks met jou uit te waai het nie. So waar jy jou huise koop, kan ook jou rentekoers bepaal. Stap 2 is hulle kyk na jou profiel. En jou profiel het basies 2 komponente. Die eerste is jou karakter. So as jy 'n goeie betroubare karakter het, tel dit jou 'n guns, en ons gaan 'n bietjie meer in karakter praat volgende stap, maar hulle kyk na jou vermoë om die lening te dien. So in ander woorde, het jy genoeg inkomste en inkomste om die lening te dien en jou uitgawes, wat jou uitgawes bepaal wat jy kan betaal in 'n lening. En dit bepaal basies wat die risikopremie by die banke op hulle koste van kapitaal sit om jou rentekoers te bepaal. So wat kan jy doen om 'n beter paaiement te verkry? Wel, daar is 2 komponente. Die eerste komponent is jou krediettelling, of wat julle almal in die media sien jou credit score. So almal ken seker jou ITC's, almal sê as jy geblacklist word, is ITC's 'n skuld. ITC is slegs 'n dink aan 'n biblioteek vir kredietgeskiedenis. So die ons saam met kredietdata in, koppel dit krediettelling en beskaf dit aan banke. So wat die krediettelling kan verbeter, is stap 1 kredietverbruik. So almal sê koop kontant, is 'n goeie idee. Ek stem saam begin met 'n goeie idee, maar is ook 'n goeie idee om krediet te gebruik. So die bank kan sien jy weet hoe om krediet te bestuur, jy weet om skuld te bestuur. So dit help as jy 'n kredietrekord het vir die bank jy kan bestuur, maar jy moet ook nie baie te veel gebruik nie. So weer eens 'n algemene reël is, moenie meer as 50% van jou krediet gebruik nie. In ander woorde, as jy sommer 2 kredietkaarte het, elkeen van R100, moet nooit meer as R50 op 'n kredietkaart gebruik nie. Probeer om elkeen onder R50 te hou, of 50% te hou, effektief. Daarmee saam, as jy aansoek doen vir enige krediet, is dit 'n banklening, verfinansiering, 'n algemene lening, selfs kom ons noem dit jou winkelkrediet, jou krediet, jou apteekrekeninge, enige rekeninge. As jy aansoek doen daarvoor, word dit opgetel deur moderne sisteme. En as jy dit gereeld doen, wys dit vir die bank jy dalk moontlik uit 'n kontantprobleem, waarom jy aansoek vir krediet, so jou risiko verhoog. As jy baie aansoek doen vir krediet, kan dit teen jou tel. Dit gaan weer eens jou karakter of jou situasie. Derdens van die bank kyk is die ouderdom van die rekeninge. Dis algemene rekening. Hoe lank het jy jou spaarrekening oop? Hoe lank het jy 'n rekening by 'n kredietverskaffer oop? Hoe ouer dit is, hoe beter, maar dit gee die banke beter die databron om jou te ontleed. En dan wat eintlik vir almal voor aan liggend moet wees, is wanbetalings. As jy nie huidige krediet betaal nie, is dit 'n tydelike indikasie, eers as jy nie vermoë het om te betaal nie, of dat jou karakter jou nie ideale persoon is om geld te leen nie. En ongelukkig baie mense, omdat hulle nie verstaan hoe kredietvergifnis werk nie, eindig op met hofuitsprake wat teen hulle tel. En dit is ongelooflik moeilik om reg te maak. So moenie, kom ons noem dit, betrou op braaivleis advies nie. As jy enige kredietprobleme het, gaan sien 'n prokureur of jou bankier en sorteer dit uit voor en opeindig. En daarmee saam probeer om nooit enige rekeninge laat te betaal nie. Daar word van rekord gehou en dit is steeds baie maklik en is wat te sien, so betaal altyd enige paaiemente betyds. Dis bepaal jou krediettelling. Nou, dit is die tradisionele doen. Ons lewe in 'n baie moderne omgewing waar daar ongelooflike baie data beskikbaar is. So jou persoonlike situasie is deesdae ook baie sterk bepalende faktor. En ons kan via data mining, Engels term te gebruik, baie inligting bekom op mense. Letterlik, banke kan deesdae akkuraat voorspel wanneer 'n getroude paar gaan skei. Net te kyk hoe hulle spanderingsbehoeftes verander. Jy gaan optel, as 'n man en vrou gewoonlik saam uitgeëet het, jy gaan skielik op, hulle eet minder saam uit, of hulle eet meer, kom ons met enkel maaltye, weg van 'n gewone adres, is 'n indikasie dat huwelik en probleme gaan optel, en dit gaan gewoonlik saam met groot uitgawes. Daarom raak banke baie sienagtig met dit gebeur. Dus klomp sulke klein goedjies wat hulle gaan optel, en modelle kan opbou, deur hoe jy goed aankope verkoop en ander bronne van data, wat hulle fokus is om jou persoonlike profiel te verbeter. So dit is iets wat jy moet kyk hoe jou persoonlike situasie is, om jou toestand te verbeter, en daarmee saam die bank ook nie afhanklik is. As jy 'n klomp afhanklikes het, gaan bank ook versigtig wees vir jou geld te leen, want hulle wil nie 'n moeilike situasie plaas nie. Daarmee volgende stap is, die banke wil sien, kan jy die lening diens? En dit is ongelukkig 2 faktore. Die eerste faktor is baie selde binne jou beheer, en dit is jou beroep. Sekere beroepe het 'n groter kans dat jy jou werk gaan verloor. Dit is seisonale beroepe wat getrokke is in kommuniteite waar daar groot skommeling is, kommoditeitspryse, waar maatskappye genoodsaak word om gereeld mense af te dank. Ons dink aan mynwese as 'n voorbeeld, wat baie gekoppel is aan die prys van jou kommuniteite. Dus iets wat jy buite jou beheer val, maar jou risiko wil verhoog. Inteendeel, as jy byvoorbeeld 'n professor is by 'n universiteit, wat jou tenure het, is die kans jy jou werk gaan verloor amper onmoontlik. Daarom is jy 'n baie goeie belegging vir 'n bank, omdat hulle weet jy het 'n vaste inkomste. So dit is jou tipe beroep, bepaal die mate jou kredietprofiel, en dan ook jou werksgeskiedenis. Sekere mense kan 'n hoë kwalifikasie hê, maar hulle werk altyd lekker saam met ander mense nie. Hulle verloor hulle werk elke paar maande, en hulle het gewoonlike, kom ons met employment gaps. Dit maak banke ook baie senuweeagtig. Soos jy jou rentekoers voorgewys het, as jy bietjie meer terugbetaal, of net jou rentekoers kan verbeter, kan jy letterlik jou huislening baie vinniger afbetaal en minder spandeer. En een van die maksimum maniere om dit reg te kry, is letterlik te fokus op die krediettelling, hierdie 6 punte gewys aan die linkerkant op te fokus, reg te kry, sodra dit jou krediettelling verbeter het, net aan die bank te nader vir 'n nuwe huislening of te herfinansiering. En sodat jy jou huispaemente elke paar jaar verminder. En dis die einde van my aanbieding. Baie dankie.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
Today, after that training, I managed to build my own house. I used to live in a rental house with my husband and my 3 kids. So that training really changed my life. It helped me manage my finances, know how to budget. By that time, I didn't even have a funeral cover. So it made me realize that life is unpredictable and you have to plan for it. Now, it doesn't matter how much we have, but the little that we have, we know how to manage it and make it sustainable for a long term. So I'd really like to thank Liberty. This is my house, though we haven't completed it yet due to work and stuff, as much as we are both unemployed now. But what I like is that even when I get out of the house, nobody can tell that I don't work because of the lifestyle that I have, because I can manage my funds. A little that I get monthly can go a long way.
I have definitely involved my family in drawing up the budget.
Nice.
Ever since that time, I've been looking at my budget on a weekly basis, which I haven't done before. So I am keeping good track now of my budget, and it really makes me have a nicer view, a clear view on how our finances are. I can feel that I'm growing financially. There's a lot to learn from it. So even if they do know a few things, there's always those small little things that you haven't started practicing. So it's definitely a good training to attend.
It was a really invaluable experience for us. As small business owners, since 2012, we'd had a lot of ups and also downs during that time. And naturally, when COVID hit as a food business, we were impacted really badly. During the financial literacy, when we started going through things like, the income statements and balance sheets and those things that we had been very privileged to already learn at business school, but we'd not been sharp and smart about continuing to keep our fingers on those pulses. I have to say that the literacy training really crystallized all of those lessons for us due to the fact that the catering business has become so sporadic because, no one's having parties, very few people are. We've actually gone back to working in desk jobs, and the catering business has become a side hustle again. The financial lessons we've taken from it are lessons that we will carry with us for the rest of our lives. And now we are kind of working our way back to financial security and stability. And I can't emphasize enough how important that is.
I am more aware that the future is there and I need to save. So it makes my teaching or my facilitating to be more learner-centered. So I get to use a life experience, I get to share their own experience, and I use that as a basis for my facilitating. So I think it's more about the learners, it's more about the people, it's more about the women, it's more about those who don't know and they get to know. Because they now know that even as young as they are, they can save. As young as they are, they need to be mindful of the way they differentiate their needs from their wants. So our financial literacy with the women in South Africa, it is very important. When we talk about having confidence in themselves, when we talk about having to save for the future, when we talk about being self-reliant.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
thank you for joining us in the second part of our three-part series where we talk about taxpayer education. And I've got the privilege of sharing this information session with the representatives of the SARS taxpayer education team. I'm Bernadine de Klerk from the Department of Taxation at UNISA, and we were looking at the tax literacy of our students as well as the broader public. And we are very excited with the new avenue that SARS is taking of bringing SARS closer to the people. Joining me today is two colleagues of the SARS team, and I'm going to hand over to Bulelwa Ngubeni, that's going to introduce us to the team and her colleagues. Welcome, Bulelwa.
Thank you, Prof. As said, I'm Bulelwa Ngubeni from SARS Taxpayer and Trader Education. With me here, I've got my colleague Mpho, who's going to take us through who is considered a taxpayer. Over to you, Mpho.
Thank you, Bulelwa. Okay. My name is Mpho Mutseme from the Taxpayer Education. Okay. Our points for discussion will look into the taxpayers categories, individuals, companies and closed corporations, the trusts, turnover tax, the registration process, tax compliance, and what is record keeping. Please note, this presentation is merely to provide information in an easily understandable format and is intended to make the provision of the legislation more accessible. The information, therefore, has no binding legal effect, and the relevant legislation must be consulted in the event of any doubt as to the meaning or application of any provision. The taxpayer categories that we'll look into is the individuals, the companies or closed corporations, and trusts. Under individuals, we have a sole proprietor and we have partnership. What is a sole proprietor? Anyone can become a sole proprietor. I, as Mpho, can be a sole proprietor, meaning if I have additional income, then I am considered a sole proprietor, because when I submit my returns or declare my earnings to SARS, I will need to include the extra income that I am receiving. And that will be structured and an assessment will be done, including the income that I am receiving from my employer. When it comes to partnership, we are saying 2 or more people can form a partnership. SARS does not dictate the terms and conditions of the partnership. You, as the partners, will decide how you form a partnership. One can come into a partnership with the property, one can come with the capital, or one could come with skills, and another one could come with capital. So everything is decided by the partners on what to do. But when it comes to the tax matters, all the partners will then be liable for what happens in the partnership. That is in terms of the tax. When we come to the company, we're saying that a company is a separate legal entity given in its own jurisdiction rights. It exists as a legal entity, and the investors and the contributors towards the company can also contribute to anything that they need to contribute. And when it comes to a company will have its own financial year. Bear in mind that the SARS financial year starts from March and it ends in February the following year. But when it comes to the company, it all depends on when the company was registered. So what needs to happen in a company is that when you're forming a company or you've decided to have a company, first things first, you will need to register your company with the CIPC. You need not to come to SARS and re-register. You will automatically get a tax number as you are registering with the CIPC. Then the responsibility of the company will lie with all the members or the shareholders in the company. And please bear in mind that the members or the shareholders in the company would also need to be registered for personal income tax, meaning that the company also will need to register for pay as you earn. Moving right along, when we get to trusts, we're saying that a trust is a legal entity in its own right and pays tax on profits made and distributed. Trusts are used for estate planning. So in trusts, we can have inter vivos, where they are created during your life. And then we have also testamentary trusts, where are created at death. And when it comes to trust will have its own taxable rate. it will start at 45%. And for the individuals who are beneficiaries in the trusts, it will work according to the tax table that SARS provides. For the tax tables, you can always go to the SARS website where you can decide if you want a monthly one, weekly, or annually. So it will give you a background of all the tax rates that we use. We also have a small business corporation, which is an incentive. What we're saying with the small business corporation is that it is not a different tax, but it is just an incentive that SARS is given. So if you want to form part of the small business corporation, you will just need to indicate when you are submitting your return that you would like to form part of the small business corporation. But please bear in mind, with the small business corporation, you need not to hold more than 20% of investment income, and you cannot be rendering personal services where you have more than 20%. On the personal services that we are referring to is if you are a bookkeeper, if you are a surveyor, if you are on advertising. Those are just a few to mention. You cannot form part of the small business corporation. Then we have turnover tax. What turnover tax is, we're saying it is a single tax system which taxes turnover, not the profit. Remember, with the previous taxes or with the previous products that we mentioned, to say if you are under a company, you are taxed on your profit. But when it comes to the turnover tax, you are taxed on your turnover. It is optional, and the qualifying criteria is that you earn less than 1 million as a micro business. And why turnover? Because with turnover, there's less administrative work, because it replaces the need to account for income tax, capital gain tax, dividends tax, and value-added tax, unless you have elected to be on the VAT system. So who qualifies to register under the turnover tax? We're saying if you are a micro business with a turnover of less than 1 million, then you can register to be on turnover tax. If you are a sole proprietor, if you are in partnership, if you are a company, or if you are on cooperatives, then you can register for turnover tax. But it excludes the following: if you are a public benefit organization or recreational clubs, you cannot register for turnover tax because you are already benefiting from the tax system. If we can make a comparison for the different tax types, we will use a split rate system for taxation. We will look into a sole proprietor, a turnover tax, partnership, company, and a small business corporation. We will have an income that we will use. The first income that we will use, it is 35,000, where we are saying as a sole proprietor, when it comes to your tax matters, it will be zero, meaning there wouldn't be any taxes that will be paid, because under the sole proprietor, the rate or the percentage, it is levied at 18%. And also considering what we have as the threshold, where we're saying that the threshold, the tax threshold, will be 83,100. So if our income, it is at 35,000, meaning as a sole proprietor, you have made less than what the threshold is, so there wouldn't be any taxes that you would be paid. For the turnover tax, the rate will still be at zero, because when it comes to the turnover tax, the rates or the taxable split that we have under turnover is huge. Like we said, if you're earning less than 1 million or your turnover is less than 1 million, then it would be advisable to go under turnover tax if you are still starting with your business. Under partnership, the rate is also at zero, meaning there isn't anything that you'll be paying when it comes to the partnerships. When it comes to companies, okay, if you look into the income of 35,000, the company rate will be 9,800 because of the 28% flat rate that is charged for companies. So that is what the company would pay as their taxes. And for the small business corporation, it will also be still at zero because there isn't anything because of the tax rates that are given under the small business corporation. It will stay at zero. The registration required tax types are as follows. The tax types would include income tax, which is inclusive of the provisional tax. We have pay-as-you-earn, we have VAT, we have customs, and we have turnover tax. Under income tax, one needs to register for income tax, whether they have a taxable income or not. Under provisional tax, as soon as you register for your business, you automatically become a provisional taxpayer. When it comes to pay-as-you-earn, once you have shareholders or members in your business, it is advisable that you register for pay-as-you-earn. When it comes to VAT, we're saying with VAT, we have a threshold of $1 million, where it is compulsory for you to register for VAT once your business or your entity has made a turnover of $1 million. But we also have a voluntary registration when it comes to VAT, where if your turnover is 50,000, you can voluntarily register for VAT. For customs, if you are importing or exporting, you will also need to register for customs. And for turnover tax, like I said, it is optional. If you are making a turnover of less than $1 million and you are a micro business and you feel that all the requirements for keeping documents and all the administration work when it comes to income tax is a lot, then you can opt for turnover tax. But please note, when it comes to turnover tax, you are taxed on your turnover and not the profit. Supporting documents that are required: your ID, certified or uncertified ID document, your valid driver's license, your temporary documents, where if you have lost your ID document or your driver's license, you can use the temporary one. For the asylum seekers, they need to bring their certified asylum seekers and their permanent permit documents with them. For the proof of banking details, which also forms part of the supporting document, it could either be a letter from the bank stating that you have a bank account with the bank, or a bank statement of not more than 3 months. Could be used as your banking details. For the proof of residence, the proof of residence should be in your name. If it is not in your name, you can always download the CRA01 form from the SARS website, where the owner or the person whom the proof of residence is registered under them will need to complete that application form, attach their certified ID documents, and include your ID document. Then you can take that as part of your proof of residence. Alternatively, you can go to the municipality where they can create a proof of residence for you. But please note also, your clothing account, your fine tickets can also be used as a proof of residence. And for those that are registered for VAT, a proof of the turnover will then be required for VAT registered. When we come to the tax compliance status, we're saying what a tax compliance status is to certify that a taxpayer is compliant with SARS and with the different tax types, meaning that all relevant returns have been submitted, all the monies that are owed to SARS have been paid, or there is some form of arrangement with the collections department from SARS. Then it means you are then considered to be tax compliant. Okay? Then when it comes to record keeping, we say that it is advisable to open a separate bank account so that you do not mix your private and your business expenses. You can choose any system of record keeping that is suited to the purpose and the nature of your business, and your records must clearly reflect your income and expenditure. Under record keeping, the records should include your receipts, your slips, income and expenditure, supporting documents, which are vouchers, your bank statement, anything that will be in support of the income and the expenses that you are declaring to SARS should be kept as a record. And please note that all supporting documents should be kept for a minimum of 5 years. I know others would say, but when you get a receipt, it fades. What you can do as soon as you get a receipt, please make a copy of it, because we cannot finalize your assessment if the records are not there. For cross-references, you can consult the following, which they are accessible on our YouTube channel and also via the SARS website, okay, where you can get a tax guide for small businesses. You can get things like on how to submit your return, how to register for turnover tax, how to register for e-filing. So we have quite a number of them. You can just navigate through the system to search what you are in need of. And like we said, your tax matters. And as SARS, we have made things easier for you. So we have gone digital. So what you can do is that you can download the SARS mobile app on your smartphone, where you can get it via the App Store, where you will download and install the SARS mobile app on your phone. You will use your e-filing credentials if you are registered on e-filing. If you're not registered on e-filing, you can still register on the SARS mobile app, where you will be able to put in your personal details and all the relevant information that will be required, and then you can create your own credentials. The same credentials that you created on the SARS mobile app are the same ones that you can use on the SARS e-filing. And with the SARS e-filing or the SARS mobile app, you can communicate with SARS, you can submit your returns, you can make corrections on any returns that you have done. You can also use it to apply for your tax compliance status. It's as easy as it is. And if you are still in need of a tax number, when you are registering on e-filing, you will then be automatically registered for personal income tax, and then you will receive your personal income tax reference number. For more information on the tax relief, you can visit the SARS YouTube channel or also go to the SARS website. Remember, your compliance changes lives. So get your tax matters in order for the pending 2021 filing season.
I would like to thank my SARS colleagues for taking us through this journey of taxpayer categories. I think it's important to note and appreciate the effort that they've taken us to show us the implications of different tax rates. It's imperative that you explore the different tax rates that's applicable to your personal circumstances. Sometimes it might be beneficial to do the turnover tax, and sometimes it might be more beneficial to remain as a small business corporation. But as indicated, there's a host of supporting material available on the SARS website, so consult with them, and what we are trying to achieve today is to show you they do really care. Thank you for joining us in this second session, and we'll look forward to you joining us in the last session, where we'll give you more detail of actually how to submit your tax return. Please join us shortly.
Dear taxpayer, the following video will show you how to get your tax compliance status PIN, what used to be called Tax Clearance Certificate TCC, via SARS e-filing. As a business or individual, you will at some point need to provide, confirm, or share your tax compliance status with another entity. This usually happens when you apply for a tender, a new business contract, foreign investment, or to prove good standing. To log into e-filing, use your existing username and password. Select the tax compliance status icon on the e-filing dashboard landing page. The tax compliance status service activation workpage will be displayed, and the tax reference number will be pre-populated on the screen. Select the tax compliance status checkbox, read and accept the disclaimer checkbox, and click Activate to proceed with the activation. A message will notify you of the successful initial activation of the service. Thereafter, all functionality will be listed under the tax compliance status menu. You will need to first complete the registration verification to finalize the activation process. If you click Continue, this will display the entity reference number confirmation process page. Please note that no changes to details are allowed on this form. Any changes must be made under the SARS Register Details functionality. Carefully read and accept the declaration, and then click on the Submit Form button to submit the form to SARS. Click Continue to proceed, and this will display the My Compliance Profile page. The My Compliance Profile dashboard displays your individual compliance requirements, the status indicator, and the description that reflects the summary status. By selecting the Expand buttons, more information regarding the compliance status will be displayed to guide you on further action should it be necessary. Click Tax Compliance Status Request. On the Type field, a list of TCS request types will be displayed. Select the applicable type. It will be either tender, good standing, foreign investment allowance, or immigration. Then click Request. Complete all mandatory fields on the form and select Submit. Note, if you want to receive an alert when there are changes to your tax compliance status, please make sure you complete your email address on the form. The results will be displayed indicating the request reference number and that your application has been successfully submitted. Click Continue. The tax compliance status page will now display your request. If you expand the option, this will display a summary of the TCS request submitted. Click the Request Reference Number hyperlink and it will display the tax compliance status work page. Here's your tax compliance status PIN. You can share your tax compliance PIN with a third party via SMS, email, or a printed letter. Note, in order for the letter to be generated, you must log out and log in again. Once the letter is generated for the PIN, the TCS work page will be updated and you can click on the View link to open it. Here you can view your PIN and the PIN expiry date. Note, the PIN is valid for 12 months. To check which third party has viewed your PIN, click on Who Viewed My Status tab on the left menu. Complete the search criteria details and click on the Request button. Congratulations, you have successfully applied for a tax compliance status PIN. You can now log out of e-filing or use other e-filing services.
At Hollard, we believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, a want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business, or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to 274 investment managers, Liberty, UNISA and SARS. Kaya, one thing that has stood out for me is definitely the passion and willingness of our partners to share financial literacy information all for free.
Indeed, viewers at home, I hope you're enjoying all the talks on money, especially today because it's payday for most of us. You need to take stock for every rand. But next up is Woman Business Achiever, talking about financial resilience for businesswomen, followed by Enriching Life Financial Services on wealth protection and wealth creation. Sivala nge Momentum Metropolitan Foundation bona bakhuluma nge assess your financial state and track your spending.
It is so important to have more women actively participating in the economy through business. Ladies, this one is for you.
Tatako.
Hello, South Africa. My name is Daphne Mashamaite. I'm so glad to be speaking to you today. And I am the co-founder of Women Business Achievers, which is WBA for short. And I'm so glad to participate with Money Smart Week in South Africa. And I'm looking forward, to having our financial lives changed because of all the inputs of special speakers that we have this week. So I'm not alone, but I'm with my co-founder, Rick Ed. Hello, Rick.
Hello, Daphne, and thank you for introducing me. And like Daphne says, this is a wonderful opportunity for us to assist women in South Africa, women in business, through Money Smart Week. This is a special passion for us, and we're very grateful for this opportunity to be involved with this project.
Absolutely, Rick. And because our vision as WBA really is to move women from being ordinary to be extraordinary by using also the platforms that we have and also creating platforms where we have financial experts, for example, where we have experts in different fields. So today I'm going to introduce to you Caroline Marisa. Caroline is a chartered accountant, and Caroline is a personal finance specialist. She is an author and she is an educator. I mean, Caroline gets interviewed on various platforms because of her years. She spent 16 years, in her field. So you better listen to what she has to say. She will be talking about financial resilience for business women.
So I think to start us off, I just want to define financial resilience. What do we mean when we say financial resilience, right? And for me, it's essentially two things, right? On the one hand, it's about having the ability, the capacity, or the elasticity to be able to bounce back or recover from a financial difficulty. That's what it is. So if you think about it, it's about the capacity, and on the other hand, you've got financial difficulties. So why would we want to have a topic like this and discuss, a topic like this? I think I've structured my talk today in four parts. The first part is we're going to talk about why financial resilience. Why do we need to build financial resilience? The second thing I'm going to be talking about is how do I relate this to where different people find themselves in their finances? Because some people might think, oh no, financial resilience is not for me because I'm doing okay, I'm doing fine. But we're also going to be exploring that. The third thing we're going to be talking about is now going back to the definition of financial resilience to explore what are some of those difficulties, right? And when you start exploring some of the difficulties that might happen, you may as well realize that none of us are immune to these financial difficulties. Whether you're doing well or you're not doing well or you think you're doing well, none of us are actually immune to this. And then I want to end off my talk talking about how do we start building the capacity. How do we start building the ability, the elasticity that will enable us to bounce back? That even if we might accept that these things might happen, but how do I actually prepare myself as an individual so that I'm better placed to be able to bounce back and to recover, right? So to start off, let's just discuss why do you think it's important to build financial resilience? You're welcome to use the chat and also put in your comments. I've come up with 4 reasons why financial resilience. The first one is just that, we are living life, right? And life happens. And, none of us sitting here will know what actually happens tomorrow. Even as we woke up today, we actually don't know what awaits us for the rest of the day. We've got our plans, but, we actually don't know. Yes, we plan for tomorrow, we plan for the future, but we don't know. So life does happen. Right? So essentially what it means is that there are aspects that are outside of our control that we might not have control on. The second thing is life in itself comes with seasons. I always, laugh when I speak to Christians and I hear people talking about the story in the Bible where there was, the king dreamt of the 7 good years and the 7 years of famine. And, people talk about it, but what I actually see, which is actually baffling for me, is that we don't take these lessons and ask ourselves, what do these things mean for us? What do they mean for our lives? And also, the fact that life is made up of seasons, right? That ability to be able to recognize which season you're in is very much important, because you could be in your bumper harvest season and then living like there is no tomorrow. But what you don't know is that after 7 years, the famine is going to start. So I think, that's also part of the reason why. The fact that, life has got seasonality. Go to the stock market. They talk about bull markets and bear markets. It's always about cycles, right? So how do we recognize that now I'm in a good cycle? What do I need to be doing when I'm in a good cycle? So that if the bad cycles do come, I'm actually covered. The third thing is, if we just look at the world and the rate of change in the world, I think the world is just becoming, things are changing at such a fast pace, and our money also needs to catch up with that. And that change also has introduced other uncertainties in terms of the way that we earn money, the way that we use money, how we save money, how we invest money, etc. And so the last reason for me is, why is it important for people to build financial resilience? And it's about adverse events happening, right? Adverse events may happen because of us doing things to ourselves, number one. The second thing is that adverse things may happen because of other people intentionally bringing these things upon us. But also, there are things of nature. There are things of nature, natural disasters, all those things that may actually happen. So I hope I've given you enough reason to want to start building your own financial resilience. Now, the next thing I want us to talk about is to say, okay, I understand why we need to have financial resilience, but do these things apply equally to everyone? And the answer is yes and no. Why? Because I've seen, in working with people with their finances, all people can be categorized into 5 categories in terms of the state they are in their money or with their money, the status of their finances, right? You can almost categorize them into 5. What are the 5? The first one is, you find people that are just in a season of barrenness, financial barrenness. It doesn't matter what they do. You try this, you try that, you try this, you try that, and nothing just seems to be working, right? And that's a financial state that people find themselves in. The other financial state people find themselves in is what I call financial confusion. Financial confusion looks good on the outside, but behind closed doors and on the inside, the person knows themselves that I'm actually battling. Other people might be looking from the outside in, thinking, or it seems like you actually have it together, but there's a lot of confusion. You actually don't know where you are. You don't feel like you're winning. So I call that financial confusion. Then you find people that are in a financial loss situation. That means that your income might be reducing, or it has already reduced, or you've lost it altogether. Your debts might be increasing, or you've got an insurmountable amount of debt. Your assets, you don't even know what's going on with your assets because you don't even, keep track of them. So that I call financial loss. Then you've got people that are in financial stagnation, where you just feel stuck. It's like you're just stuck in one spot. I think for me, the person who's in financial stagnation and is aware that I'm actually stagnant is 10 times better for me than the person who is in financial stagnation, but they have no clue which state they're in. Because at least if you know what's going on, you are able to actually start doing stuff to improve that. And the last state, which is the state that I want all of you beautiful ladies to be in, that is the state of financial thriving. How do you thrive in your finances? Because you can see your income is growing steadily, or it's grown. It's at a level that, enables you to run your life the way that you want to run your life. You have a handle over your debt, or you've actually eradicated all your debt. Your assets are increasing and improving over time. So I call that financially thriving. And that is the state that I would like all of us here to be on the journey of becoming. So I say, regardless of whatever state you find yourself in, right, all of us need to bring in a measure of financial resilience. We need to take steps of financial resilience. I mean, I give you an example of companies. Do you know that companies actually run what they call fire drills? Yeah. In the event that a fire hits this building, what happens? How are we going to evacuate the building? You've seen it even in shopping malls, right? Businesses have mastered this idea of resilience. And so it's also incumbent upon us as individuals to also start mastering this idea of financial resilience. You need to be putting yourself in that situation. If there was a fire in the building, you are trained already to know how to evacuate the building. You are trained to know how to keep all the information, the backups that you need, so that you can quickly as possible come back, bring back the business online, because your customers are waiting. They don't care that your building has burnt down. So that's what we're talking about here today. So remember the two things we spoke about. It's about, firstly, identifying what difficulties might come upon our money, but also on the other hand, it's about identifying how we start building the capability, the capacity, the elasticity that will enable us to bounce back. So now we're going to be talking about difficulties. Can I just see in the chat, ladies, what are some of the difficulties that you think might come upon our finances? I've identified a few myself. So the biggest one that I've seen actually affects a lot of people is when they lose their income. So either your income reduces or you lose it altogether. You were running your business, you lost the big client that you had, and that happened to be 60% of your business. And now you are in a situation where you've actually experienced some difficulty, right? The second thing that can happen is your assets lose value. So maybe you didn't make the right, investment decisions, or you made the right investment decisions, but something else out of the ordinary, like COVID, for example, came, and now you've lost the value of your assets that you had. Now, let's talk about other things. People talk about the Ds, the deadly Ds, right? Things like disease, yeah? You were running your business quite well, but then, you fell ill, disease came on the show. What then, right? Someone can get into an accident or something, becomes disabled. Now you've lost that ability to generate the income that you had. So disability is one of those. Death, right? Death is something that we know is so sure on all of us. At some stage, it might come, right? What then do we do? And then, I spoke about, destruction that might come from natural causes or from other people causing it. Your assets are destroyed. All the things that you've worked for can get destroyed or damaged. The other one, I put it under the umbrella of drugs, right? Not all of us will do drugs, but just for what drugs stand for. It's about the addictions that come from using drugs. What are the addictions that come? Some people are struggling, for example, gambling. For example, some of these lifestyle choices that people make that then introduce an element of risk in your finances. We can name these difficulties, from here to Kimberley, but I think you get the picture of what it is we're talking about. And you can see that regardless of your current financial state, these things can hit on anybody, right? Divorce, that's, it's another difficulty, life difficulty that translates into a financial difficulty. Now let's talk about how do we start building the capacity for flexibility and adaptability, because for you want to have the capacity or capability that you're able to absorb these things when they come. How do you do that? So the first thing, actually, I say to people, when I was talking about these 5 categories, some people might know which category they fall under. But in all honesty, given the people that I coach, I've got a number of clients that I coach who actually don't even know which category they're in. So when you ask people, how do you feel about your money? People are always stressed and they always report negative emotions. Why? Because they don't even know where they are. So it's very difficult for them to know what it is that they need to do as the next step. So now the first thing is you need to take stock. What does taking stock mean? It means that at any given point in time, you need to be able to say, even if you're a business owner, right? You need to be able to say, okay, my business generates this amount of revenue, income every single month. I know this is how much I'm making. I know how much it costs me to run the business. I know how much it costs me to run my life. I know the amount of debt that I owe. I know the assets that I have, and these are the values. Those things, we need to know them, right? And knowing them alone is not enough. You then need to ask yourself, okay, now that I know the numbers, I call it knowing your numbers. Now that I know the numbers, what are the numbers telling me? And I talk about 3 ways that you can use to determine whether you're actually doing well or not. The first one is you could benchmark how well you're doing using your age. And it's simply taking the total assets you have minus anything you're owing, that is called your net worth. So that amount, if you relate it to your age, how do you compare whether you're doing well? It's simply taking the income you would make in a year, multiply that by your age, divided by 10. That is the amount of assets or that you should have accumulated, given your income, given your age. So that's the first benchmark where you're comparing yourself. How am I doing in relation to other people? The second way you can benchmark yourself is what I call the wealth ladder, because finances is very personal. The amount of income you generate is one variable, but also how much of that is consumed in your lifestyle is also then quite important, right? So with your wealth ladder, there are different steps where you start by saying, okay, step number 1, am I now making enough income? Am I generating enough income, regardless of the source of the income, on a consistent basis to cover my lifestyle or my current expenses? That's step 1. Step 2, you start going into saying, okay, have I now eradicated all consumer debt that I have? So I know I'm making enough, income to cover my lifestyle. Have I eradicated or paid off all consumer debt? So that is everything that you're owing outside of your house and your car. That is consumer debt. Step number 3, but essentially that's a wealth ladder where you are looking at what your numbers are telling you in relation to your circumstances. Then the last one is about velocity, and that is the one I want you to remember today. Velocity, remember, we learned in school that it's about speed in a particular direction. So the direction you're taking with your money is more important. So we want to see a velocity that says your income is increasing, your debts are coming down, you've got a handle on your expenses or your consumption. So you know that that number is, stable, but if you can reduce it further, you reduce it further. But it should give a big margin between what you're earning and what you need to consume. And then also your assets need to be growing. So every single month, when you generate income, you need to see that, okay, the total assets I had last month were 100,000. This month, I've added another 2,000 rands. So my assets have grown by up to 102,000 rands. And all those things are discipline and consistency. Okay, so that's the first step. The second step is, let's talk about income. With your income, remember I've already said it needs to be increasing. The other thing is you also need to diversify the sources of your income. So very well, you've got your business. What else are you doing to start diversifying, those sources of income? You had people that had thriving businesses before COVID, and then COVID hit and they lost everything they had. But where people had taken the generous income they're generating from their businesses to create other sources of income, creating multiple streams of income, you find that those people were less, they were less hit. We talk about, business assets. I mean, all of you ladies are business women. So you have that. Investing in income generating assets. That's one thing you want to write down. Let's talk about on the other side. So on the other side, you've got your expenses and your debt, right? So how do you create the capacity and the ability for you to bounce back? The first thing is, and it sounds very cliche, but it's as simple as that. Cut down any unnecessary spending. Create a margin between your income and your consumption, because that margin will actually assist you. So, I mean, we heard in this, during this pandemic, a lot of people lost 10% of their income, 20% of their income, 30% of their income, right? And if you were consistently, if you already had a margin in your income versus your expenses, that salary cut, or sorry, I'm talking about salary with business people, that your reduction in income in your business would not hit you as much if you had that margin. And then I want to also say, when the ship is sinking, what do you do? Because I think some people really, we struggle. We really, really struggle to prioritize and understand what is important. Is this very big house important more than, anything else? If I've got like 2-3 assets, how do I prioritize which one must go, which one must stay? But there's a story in the Bible where the ship was sinking and these people were carrying precious cargo on the ship. And I know all of us ladies, we are also carrying precious cargo in our lives, right? And that precious cargo is worth very much. And, when we start talking about financial resilience, sometimes you've got to let some of that cargo go, as expensive as it might be. Why? Because when it comes to the bottom of it, remember, it's about 4 things. What are those 4 things? Roof over your head, food in your stomach, your ability to work or go to work or generate your income, and the ability to educate your children. So when you're struggling to say, okay, what do I prioritize? Do I let this thing go? Or what do I do if you find yourself particularly in that financial loss, situation we spoke about? Remember, it's about the 4 things. So when the ship is sinking, offload the cargo. No matter how emotionally connected you might be to it, you need to offload. Now, in closing, I just want to say, remember, money is a lot more than the rands and cents that we talk about. Every single choice you are making, every single decision you are making, particularly your habits that you practice on an ongoing basis, those will either help you to progress or regress when it comes to your money. And there is no middle ground. So think carefully about the choices, the decisions you're making, and make sure that these are decisions and choices that are moving you forward. And in closing, ladies, I just want to say that, remember, it's okay to actually, don't be afraid of making small progress. Be afraid of stagnation itself. And as you build your financial resilience, remember these few ideas that we've shared here today. Thank you so much.
Wow, Caroline, that is fascinating. It never occurred to me that resilience in life could be linked to managing your budget, both your personal and your business budget. I think we learned some very useful lessons from your personal experience as a coach and a financial advisor of the last 16 years. The information that you shared with us was truly valuable. Thank you very much, Caroline.
So women, you've had just a little bit, but for you to learn more, you need to contact us. Not only contact us, but you need to join a community of women in business. And you can find more information on our website, which is on the screen right now, is womenbusinessachievers.com. womenbusinessachievers.com. And our email address is info@womenbusinessachievers.com. info@womenbusinessachievers.com. You'll find all the information, and you'll see also upcoming webinars. Our webinars are fully sponsored, and if you want further information, you can register there on the website. We are looking forward to hosting you, and we are looking forward to see your businesses grow throughout the nation. Thank you so much.
It's Karen O'Brien. I'm a certified financial planner at Enriching Life Financial Services. We're situated out in Kenilworth in Cape Town, and it's my pleasure to be doing this presentation today, with yesterday, or the 8th of March, being International Women's Day, and that's what the presentation is going to be about today. We're going to talk about wealth protection and wealth creation and ensuring your greatest asset. And not that we don't care about men, because we do very much, but my focus today on the presentation is womenomics, so planning for women and what women need to know. And I have a wonderful guest speaker who's going to tell you her true story, her own story, at the end of my bit of the presentation. Her name is Tanya da Silva Ferreira, and she's a cancer survivor. I'm not going to tell you too much about her. I don't want to steal her thunder. But she has a really impactful story to tell. And Tanya, if you don't mind me saying, it's a matter of life and death for Tanya. So if you listen to nothing else in my presentation and you don't find value there, please at least skip to the part where Tanya is speaking, because every woman and everybody needs to listen to Tanya's story. So I'm going to start off with talking about a modern fairy tale. So there's my modern fairy tale. There's my knight in shining armor. I was married to my high school sweetheart, was with him for the 2 years he was in the army. He never ever got a Dear John letter from me. I just couldn't wait for him to come back home again. He came out of the army a couple of years later. We got engaged and we got married when I was 24. We then separated when I was 30, and we got divorced 3 years later. So the story I like to tell my friends, and it's become an urban legend amongst friends of mine, is that the one night he went out to get us takeaways, I had a particular longing for a KFC Zinger burger. They had just come out at the time. So he had said to me, okay, babes, I'm off to get us some takeaway. I'm going to get us some videos when they were still on VHS, on tape, and I'm going to go get us some KFC and I'll bring you back your favorite singer. And he didn't come back for 3 days. Apparently he had met some very nice friends at the KFC, and off he went to Cape Town in my car with my money. So that's why we ended up getting divorced. That was one of many instances that he had done that. So at 30, I found myself single, a little bit by choice, more by circumstance, and had to sort of realize that the retirement fairy tale that I had in my mind, or the whole fairy tale that I had in my mind about having kids and living with this person, till death do us part, for better or for worse. And I suddenly found out that at 30, I had to start planning for myself. And that included financial planning. I had to make, and I still do, have to make every financial decision myself, whether it's a minor financial decision, a major financial decision like buying a house or a car. And sometimes, even though I'm very independent now, sometimes I still wish that somebody could make that decision for me. Just go and do it. Just go get whatever car's got 4 wheels. So my modern fairy tale ended in me not getting a Zinger burger. And when I think of the trauma that came out of that relationship, I miss the Zinger burger more than I miss the ex-husband a lot of the time. So I have caught up on Zinger burgers since then. Okay, so my passion other than Zinger burgers happens to be financial planning education, awareness, financial planning awareness, and also financial planning empowerment, which are 3 very different things, because we can do education, but the main part is to raise awareness, and that's why I was really so happy to meet Tanya and hear about her story, because that's what we need to hear to raise awareness. around especially issues that affect women, and then empowerment, because Tanya's story is also all about empowerment. So how those three things all merge together. So like I said, we are worried about all South Africans. We want to reach all South Africans, but I have a specific focus and a passion for making sure that women in South Africa understand their financial situation. It's very important. I have very good friends, and this may surprise a few people to hear, but they don't even know what their husbands earn. They don't know what cover their husbands have got. Some of their husbands own their own companies. They have no idea what will happen to the businesses if their partners pass away. So I've had the discussion with my friends to say, you need to have the tough discussions. You need to ask what happens to the business. Is there life cover in place? Is everything taken care of? Where are all the important documents? That type of thing. And they, some of them have, 2 of them didn't, and asked me if I can ask their husbands for that information. To which I said, no, they'll have to become clients of mine before they do that. But it's really, really important. And if the message that Tanya and I can get across today for men and women listening to this session is to make sure that it doesn't matter if you're in a partnership, if you're married, in a relationship, it's so important that you make sure that you have the right cover in place for yourself, and that everybody knows where the important documents are as well. Right, so I'm going to talk a lot around womenomics because that is not a buzzword. Everyone thinks it's a buzzword that's sort of come out maybe out of the 90s or the 2000s, but it's actually not. There's an actual really interesting case study around womenomics, which I'm going to go through as well. Okay, so there we go. So why womenomics? And everyone by now in South Africa or globally should know these 2 little pictures that I've put up here. One is the book Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. And the other one is Defending the Caveman, which I think is a wholly South African production. You know, so Tim Plewman was the first, as far as I know, the first actor who did Defending the Caveman. And if you've ever been to one of the shows, you'll see the husbands and the men in the audience laughing when he talks about how men communicate when they go fishing, and there's just a few grunts and, you know, can I have another beer? Whereas what women do when they get together and the amount of sharing that goes on. Then we have Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus by John Gray. Also very interesting. The book is a couple of years old, but still very, very insightful, I think, in terms of the differences between men and women and how we communicate and what our different needs are, and how whoever we're with may or may not need them, and whether our whole financial, emotional, mental, physical well-being is being taken care of. Men and women do that in very different ways. They take care of themselves in very different ways. Okay, so this little picture I've brought up here is just to highlight the issues in the area I believe, with my 30 years of experience in the insurance industry, the long-term insurance industry, that we are disadvantaged in a number of ways and for a number of reasons compared to our male counterparts. And I'll just go through these very quickly. I'm going to speak about longevity first, and that is because women live longer than men do. And when I normally do this presentation to an audience of men, I'll hear in the audience someone will say, yes, because they nag us to death and we just can't stand it anymore. That's why we die earlier. Okay. But we follow quite closely actuarial models based on UK experience. And those actuarial studies show that men will generally live until about 82. Women generally live until about 97. It is skewed a little bit in South Africa because we are a first world / third world emerging economy. But generally, it's a well-known fact that women do live longer than men. We also find in that people overall are living longer. And there is a study that was done that stated that the first child to live, who will live to 200 has been born already, with the advancements in medical technology and medicine, and also robotics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, all those kinds of things. So longevity is a problem because we can outlive our money and our retirement. We call it the retirement poverty trap that a lot of people fall into, and specifically here in South Africa, between 4 and 6% of South Africans retire well. So there really is a problem around retirement, and I'll explain in my later slides how that affects women in particular. Then we talk about loss of earning potential, and this one gets me every single time. It's not in all industries, but overall, and this is also globally, it's a global issue, that men will earn more than women do for the same job that they do. So in South Africa, we can say that for every rand a man earns, a woman with the same qualifications, the same education as him, doing the same job, generally tends to earn about 80% or 80 cents out of that rand. So if you can imagine taking a chair and putting a price on the chair that changes when a different person sits in it, and that kind of gives you the tragedy, or, you know, I want to say the hilarity, but it's not really. It is an issue, and that affects longevity because women are earning less, and they've got to do in their retirement, they've got to make do with less for longer. It also affects their retirement planning because if you have corporate benefits, your retirement contribution is based on your salary. So if a man is, out of every rand that he's earning, 20% of that is going to his retirement planning. For women, they're getting 20% of their 80 cents is going towards their retirement planning. Then I'll talk about divorce next. We don't like to talk about divorce or separation. I should have put separation, splitting up there as well. But there's numerous studies that show that women are generally worse off in a divorce than men are. And that's quite worrying. There's a study that was done in the 1990s by some American sociologists, and they had said certain things that affect women more than men. And when I read those list of items or issues that affect women, and simple things like cutting down on food so that you can pay for something that the kids need because your ex-husband, ex-partner might not be paying maintenance, it still holds true today. And that's quite worrying that we haven't come that far since 1999. And then I'm going to talk about individual long-term risk cover, not products at all or anything like that, just the effect that it has on your finances and your life if you haven't given any thought to it. And that's where Tanya will tell you her story as well, and you will be able to hear the real impact of that. Okay, so here's my little joke that I cry over every single day, with the man walking along and saying another day, another dollar, and a woman right behind him saying another day, another 77 cents. So that speaks to the gender page inequality, wage inequality. So where does womenomics kind of originate from? And for that, we'll have to look to the land of the cherry blossom, which is Japan. And a very interesting study that was done in Japan and sort of reverberated through the decades since then. So this Japanese portfolio team published their study called Womenomics and By the Female Economy, which also came to be known as the power of the purse. And we don't think now, even now, with Japan or of Japan as one of the leading countries in terms of female empowerment, but they really have done a lot to have a look at what affects the economy and how women can contribute to the economy. And that is now reverberated around the world. It's not only a concept that has stayed with Japan, it's global. And we also do a lot of it in South Africa. We talk about it a lot. So just to show you where we are now, since the first study that was done around with womenomics in 1990. They did an update in 2005 called Japan's Hidden Asset. And then in 2010, they published Womenomics 3.0, which is called The Time Is Now. Then Womenomics 4.0, The Time to Walk the Talk in 2014. And then the most latest study was published in 2019, that's version 5.0. And all of these have been adopted as a key pillar of reforms, which were meant to revitalize the economy, specifically under Prime Minister Abe in 2012. So this latest study published in 2019 estimated that closing Japan's gender employment and by association the pay gap could further boost the country's GDP by 10%. But the story around this, if I can just go to the previous slide, is a team of economists and some industrialists, they were involved in the study. And what they were looking at is that in the 1990s, the whole decade for Japan of the 1990s was known as the lost decade. The economy had slumped massively. They were trying to do various things to uplift the economy. And this study was done and which showed that there were some basic steps that could be taken to improve the economy if only people bought into what they were talking about. So this team went and had a look at 16 companies that they thought were doing two things properly, that they were marketing their products in such a way that women were buying them more than men. So something in their marketing, in the core ethics, the values of that company resonated with women more than they did with men. And the second thing is that these companies were doing is they were really advocating and fostering equality in the workplace. So employment equality, gender equality, wage equality, and they found that these 16 companies, if they continued to do what they were doing, and if other companies bought into it, and the whole economy of Japan bought into this study, that they would raise their GDP from 2.2% to 2.5% in a single year, which I'm not an economist, but that's a fairly substantial figure for it to increase by that much. So this study was adopted, as you can see from all the different iterations of it. And the latest one, as we see now, the estimates is to boost Japan's GDP by 10%. And we're talking 21 years later. I think that's amazing. All right, so we know that Japanese women might be happier or happy with the way things have evolved in their country, but what do South African women say? So this is taken from a survey that one of our well-known recruitment companies did in 2019, and they asked the same kind of questions that those Japanese group would have asked the companies that they had put into the study, those 16 companies that they identified. And this is what South African women had to say. Opportunities of advancement at your current organisation, did they think they were, that there were opportunities? And this is what women had to say. 58% said no, 22% said yes, and 20% were unsure. So I'm not too sure if I'm more worried about the 58% that say no and the 20% that said they were unsure of any advancement opportunities. But 58% of women, so we have to remember now, if we're looking, say in South Africa, women tend to be underrepresented in terms of the workforce. It does differ according to industry, but overwhelmingly, we are starting to see more women coming through. But this is a recent study, as I said, in 2019, which is quite shocking. One of the next questions that these women were asked is, are promotions at work solely based on work performance? And this was their answer. 63% of them said no, and 37% of them said yes. So nobody was unsure here. Overwhelmingly, they found that based on, and they didn't bring gender into it a lot, so these women didn't specifically come out and say it's because of our gender that we are not being, sort of looked at for promotions based on our work performance. For them, it was just a reality. So that was a very, very interesting outcome there. And then one of the last questions they asked is this one: have you been overlooked for projects or salary increases or promotions? And this was a very definite 44% said yes, 27% said no. And again, those not sure are the ones in the middle that we would worry about. So just looking at working women with children, it's estimated that if you have 2 children over your career as a working woman, you will lose 6 years of work, 6 lost years of work for different reasons. But you can imagine then how that relates into or folds back into not being able to be up for a promotion at work or salary increases. You know, the story out of sight, out of mind holds true. I'm off for 4 months maternity leave. Maybe I've been off during the pregnancy with some issues. There's a promotion up at work and an increase coming up. And unfortunately, women are on the downside of that effect when that happens. So that's my point where I say that all rolls into your retirement planning. Your whole salary, your retirement planning is based on your salary. And if you're not getting the salary increase that you deserved, because you've only been off 4 months of a whole 12 months out of the year, or 10 months, the working year, that's quite substantial. It already puts you on such a back foot that it's very hard to catch up with your male counterparts then. And this is the retirement reality. And this is a report that's also done every second year in terms of female retirement fund members. So these are women who, through their companies, through their jobs, have fund benefits, group benefits. So only 34% of them take into account that they need to save more than men because they live longer than men. And that's always it's not always displayed on a corporate fund statement. That kind of wording isn't there, and I truly believe it should be there. Some corporate benefit statements are really explanatory, and they will say to people, you're not where you need to be, you need to speak to an accredited financial advisor in your individual capacity to make sure you cover any gaps. But nowhere on those corporate benefit statements does it say that if you're one of their women employees that you need to take a little bit of extra care according to what your retirement fund is at that point in time. Then only 11% of those women take into account that they are likely to save less because of those maternity breaks, those last 6 years that I've spoken about. Only 15% of them take account of the employment gender gap, that 80 cents that we earn, and the fact that men on average earn more than they do. Only 10% of them take into account the effects of divorce or a spouse dying on them. So when a couple gets divorced, there's something known as a non-member spouse's pension interest. It's a mouthful, but that means that each spouse has a claim on the other spouse's retirement fund and retirement planning, which includes retirement annuities as well. Not many women are aware of that either. So this is the retirement reality, and this is where we also call this the retirement poverty trap, where only those 46% of South Africans are able to retire, and we're not saying retire well, they're just able to retire at their same standard of living or slightly lower. Okay, so in the industry, in the long-term insurance industry, we speak about the 5 problems in life. And when I look at this, I just think, geez, on some of our days, there's more than 5 problems in life. But this is generally how we summarize it in the industry. So we have dying too soon. We have medical expenses. So if you're not on a medical aid, what impact that can have, and Tanya can attest to that as well. Then we also talk about disability impairment. So living with a disability and an impairment. So if you're in a bad car accident that doesn't kill you, but you're disabled from it, and what an impact that has on your lifestyle and your finances. Then living too long, this is retirement. This is outstripping your money that you've put away for retirement. And then inflation and tax, which we know we can't get away from. And as we know, SARS is a very well-equipped, well-functioning state-owned entity, so they've got all their ducks in a row. But I want to talk a little bit about womenomics and the 5 problems in life. So we have the same ones that I brought up, but we also have here divorce and splitting up, and as I've explained, how the financial impact of divorce can also put women into the poverty trap. Then there's dread disease and critical illness, which I will leave to Tanya to take you through. And then losing our greatest asset. And I'm going to show some fairly graphic images in the next slide or 2, and I will warn you that I'm going to show a graphic image. But when we, as financial advisors, sit with our clients and we say to them, what is your greatest asset? We get answers like my car, my house, my wife, my husband, my girlfriend, my partner, my children. So we get those kinds of answers. And yes, those are all true. But our greatest asset are ourselves. From the minute we're born, we have this infinite capacity for imagination, for creativity, for being the best possible versions of ourselves. And sometimes that gets stripped out of us by school. We lose our imagination, we lose our creativity. But our greatest assets are ourselves and our ability to earn an income. And if we lose that ability to earn an income in any one of these little circles or spheres that I've put up here, that becomes a problem. And if you disabled before your retirement, it could mean that your whole retirement fund value becomes accelerated. So you would have got it in 10 or 15 years, but now you have to draw it now to take care of you while you're disabled because you don't have the necessary financial support to survive without it. So that becomes a huge, big issue. And here we go, what is your greatest asset? And this is a picture of a geyser, a very detailed description or picture of a geyser. And the reason I've put it up there is because, as I've said, when we ask our clients, what is your greatest asset? And they'll say my car or my house. I could have put a car's engine up here, but we also tend to find that people spend more on their short-term insurance than they do on insuring themselves. So a lot of times I'll speak to clients, and when I ask them how much their short-term insurance cover is a month, generally around about 1,000 to 1,200 a month. And when I ask them, but do you have any risk cover in place, any life cover, any disability cover to take care of yourself, they either don't have anything or they don't have anywhere near 1,200 rands worth of cover for themselves. So your geyser bursts and that is covered and that's okay. But if your heart bursts, should you have a heart attack, then you're not covered. And that's an interesting conversation to have with some clients. So here is the graphic image. And I do apologize for it up front, but it's very important to show this. This is a BMW that you can see has been totaled, and this is a story of a family traveling down to Kalini over one of the April long weekends, the Easter holidays, and it's very tragic, and I'm very sad to say that nobody made it out of that crash alive, as you can see from the car. So the important thing around that is obviously what if somebody had survived from that car crash, but they were completely disabled or paralyzed, were paraplegic, so they actually, this accident was very, very bad, a terrible accident. But what if it had been something that didn't kill people, but left them with a severe life-changing disability without the financial support that they need? So if you don't die, what we need to think of, and every single South African needs to think of this, whether you've got corporate benefits or not, that living with a disability means that you're always going to have a gap in your income earning potential. If you're lucky enough to have corporate benefits, then you are covered, but Tanya will tell you that as well. But every client that I speak to, they have a gap where this is concerned. They haven't taken into account that if they do have cover, it'll be 60% of what their pensionable salary is or their cash salary is, and not even their total cost to company. So this is an exercise that everybody needs to do in South Africa to work out what that gap would be. Then just very quickly, I think we're nearing 15 minutes for Tanya to tell you her story. But every 3 years or so, an actuarial study is done on the South African insurance gap. And it was initially done, I think, in 2010 and every 3 years after that. And the aim of the study is to quantify the gap and the financial impact in South Africa, so not overseas stats or UK stats or anybody else's stats, of the death or disability of an earner in the household. So the actuaries calculate that the insurance gap at the end of 2008 was calculated to be 34.7 trillion. So I had to use a conversion little calculator app to get the number of zeros, but that's 12 zeros. So 3.4 trillion. So that means when a breadwinner in a household dies or is disabled, that is the insurance gap that we have in South Africa. That's huge. The studies particularly looked at 5.6 million earners in South Africa. Those were people between 18 and 65 earning a steady income. And there were some really, really interesting findings from that. The assumptions that these actuaries made for 2019, after they had done the 2018 study, is that there would be, and again, this is an assumption, 51,642 cases of permanent disability in this group, the 15.6 million earners, or 141 incidents per day. So that is the size of the problem that we're looking at, that we're having 141 incidents a day that could either kill someone or make them permanently disabled, and the gap for those people as a group sits at 34.7 trillion. And what I call the 20 percenters, and this goes that the 20 percenters, the 20% of this group were people who earned a net income of around 18,000 Rand a month. They are the 20th richest group or form part of the 20% richest people in South Africa, which is quite eye-opening. But the study showed that if you are in that group, the 20% richest, and we're not talking high net worth earners, we're talking people who take home 17,000 to 18,000 Rand a month, they have to cut their household expenses by between 25 and 32%. In addition to the income that has been lost by that person dying or being disabled, they would need between an extra 12,502 Rand to 17,000 Rand a month. So it wasn't just replacing your income like for like, it was saying you need, in addition to that, between 12 and 17,000 Rand extra a month. for taking care of children, for home improvements, renovations, and that kind of thing. So I'm going to hand over to Tanya now. Tanya is going to talk to you about that very important part, those more than 5 problems in life, which is the dread disease and income protection part of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Can I do something quickly? I have your bursary application letter, and I just want to read some of it to you.
That's fine.
Okay. I've never been this hungry for education and knowledge for its power, and the only thing that will change my life, not because I sprang from a different planet, it's because I'm from a world of people who are trying to survive, taking each day as it comes. I come from a doomed background. I grew up to be part of the race to survive and nothing more. The environment around me conditioned me to believing that all my hopes were unrealistic and would never come true. But now I'm ready to knock everything down like a bull just to get educated.
I'm studying information systems and specializing in network engineering. My name is Julia Zwani and I was a Riza Babile student.
So Riza Babile is, I think, the lifeblood of where we are now in Orange Farm, and they become that in every community.
The purpose of it is to try and develop people and try and create 100,000 job opportunities.
I'm Bafana Vilagazi. I'm from Orange Farm and I'm a fashion designer. After my matric, I used to sit on the streets, we used to play dice, but at the end of the day, when you go to home, maybe there's no food, you didn't achieve anything, I came from the family of 5 siblings and 1 parent, and only 1 person was working. And then I started welding, making gates to accumulate funds. Before Riza, I was just a boy with the dreams. There are people now who are employed because of Riza. There are people now who have their own businesses because of Riza.
Momentum Metropolitan's intention is to make it better for every student that walks through that gate.
They gave me this opportunity and look where I am now. It doesn't matter where you come from, you can still make it.
Hello and welcome to the Momentum Metropolitan Foundation's panel discussion on financial education as a basic human right. My name is Dan Moyane. With us, joining us virtually, is Begitemba Mafulela. He's, of course, the head of retailization and strategic markets at Momentum Metropolitan Holdings. He'll be discussing how financial advice plays a role in the improvement of financial education. Welcome, Beggy. And with me in the studio, sitting next to me, we have Professor Bernardine de Klerk from the Department of Taxation at UNISA. She's also a director of the Momentum Metropolitan Foundation. Professor de Klerk will be discussing the findings and sharing with us some insights of the Momentum and UNISA Household Financial Wellness Index. Now, that report, very important. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much.
But first up, Beggy, let me start with you in our discussion now. How, in your view, how important is it to improve financial education in vulnerable communities? I mean, you work with financial planners and advisors.
It's absolutely critical then, because at the end of the day, it's an ecosystem that starts with financial literacy and education. So awareness is very, very important because that's where everything begins. So being aware of your personal finances, being aware of what you need to make sure that you secure the future, your own future and the future of your family. So that's absolutely critical. So I think everything absolutely starts with, that financial literacy, financial education piece, and then we build on everything from there.
So that awareness is very much important. In your experience, does it exist? Do we have such awareness among the planners and advisors?
I think with the financial advisors, it's definitely there. That's the role they play. But I think more importantly, with the end consumer, I think that's where there's still some work to be done to make sure that awareness is there, that that financial education and literacy is at the levels that financial advisors can start off and support the clients. So I think with the financial advisors, absolutely. But I think it's an ecosystem, like I said, between the consumer and the financial advisor.
Now, financial advice space is important in terms of analyzing the needs of the various clients, in terms of their future, in terms of retirement. How important is it to understand and advise them properly so that they get the financial wellness message that should be intrinsic in financial literacy?
So it's essential, Dan, because I think one of the things that's quite prominent in our industry at the moment is the buy-in of the consumer themselves. Because whilst financial advice is very important, it's actually equally important that the client themselves buys into the strategy and the financial plan that the advisor is advising them. So, for instance, coaching is becoming quite important because it's a new way of advising clients where you coach them to understand the need and to be able to buy in and commit to that plan. So I think it's a partnership between the consumer and the financial advisor. So the financial advisor is there to give the information, the know-how, to be able to point clients to where the gaps are. But ultimately, it's really about the client being able to buy into the strategy and staying committed to it for them to get the result that they're looking for.
Yeah, and as we know, financial wellness is a journey. Prof, you part of the Momentum UNISA's Household Wellness Insights, Financial Wellness Insights report, and every year you've been doing this for a number of years now. And I'm just wondering, how does human and social capital intersect with financial education and financial vulnerability? Because, Peggy, they talk about gaps that exist.
Yes. Thank you, Dan. Very good question. Before I go to the relationship, I think let's just unpack what the capitals, or you mentioned social capital, human capital, refer to. Our wellness index got 5 capitals, or it's the 5 resources that households have. So it's their income, what we call physical capital. So it's their income statement, expenditure and income. We've got their balance sheet, what we call asset capital. Social capital is their level of personal empowerment. So do you think you can handle your own finances, or are we always waiting for somebody else to take ownership of that? We've got human capital, that's your level of education, and then lastly your environmental capital. So what we looked at this year is look at that relationship to understand that regarding financial literacy. So the more empowered people felt, it resonated to their level with financial literacy. So they took ownership of that journey, they invested in their own financial education, and therefore they felt more in control of their finances. But I agree with what Becky also mentioned, it's her ecosystem. So it's very important that the household understand, should they get advice, what does it mean? Is it the right advice? Is it the right product for them? So that accountability goes both ways. So you have to be an active member in this financial education journey.
So real life experience is important. And I'm just thinking, Prof, that we live in the world of the coronavirus pandemic now. Many people have lost maybe 1 or 2 of those capitals you've just mentioned.
Yes. Yes, we saw that, and that also resonates with our other research, the consumer financial vulnerability. And there again, we look at the softer issues of what makes people feel vulnerable. It was quite interesting, pre-COVID, they felt they can still manage their expenditure, although they were less or feeling a little bit more vulnerable about income. But obviously, I think COVID was a good reality check for all of us to say a secure income stream doesn't exist. A lot of people didn't lose their jobs, but they had to take a reduction in income. So again, we saw that relationship with empowerment of what people prepared themselves for. So it's very important when you look at what is in your control, plan accordingly, and then stick to that plan, but really do the effort and invest the time.
Plan accordingly and stick to the plan. Begi, from a financial advice, financial planning perspective, I mean, how important would that be? And I mean, how can you plan nowadays when there's so much uncertainty?
So ultimately, everybody has to start where they are as opposed to where they need to be or where they're going. So it's very important to have a plan and to get the basics in place, because that's how you build, from that perspective. So a plan is absolutely essential, because, without planning, you plan to fail. So it's very important for an individual to have a financial plan, to have a financial advisor who's, knowledgeable and competent to assist you with that financial plan where you need help, to understand what to put in that financial plan. What does it mean for your own personal goals and your own personal circumstances? And to look at, a journey, as the prof would say, to say, how do you go on that journey, with the financial advisor helping you on that journey. So it's absolutely essential to have a financial plan and even an implementation plan to make sure that, there's a strategy and an execution plan to actually get to where you're going.
As everybody says, plan is one thing, but implementing the plan is very important. Prof, what does then financial success look like? You've planned, and what are the practical tips that you think people can follow to achieve their own financial success?
First of all, again, I think it's important to understand financial success means something different for all of us. What financial success means for me is not necessarily the same for you. But what's important, there's a short-term and a long-term financial success. So you've got this journey to the ultimate goal, like Becky also said. So there are small victories or small successes. So, for example, you've got a home loan. So if you pay your monthly installments, that's financial success as is, that you were capable and your financial position allowed you to do the monthly installments. The ultimate goal is having the bond repaid, so that's another long-term financial success. But it's this mix between, don't think you haven't achieved success if you miss the small victories that you achieve on a monthly or even on a daily basis. But it's almost always important to remember it's your financial success and not the Joneses or the guy next door.
Yeah, because we fall into the trap sometimes of comparing. So practically try to stick to the plan as much as possible. It's those small victories that will help you to build up to whatever goal you've set for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And another key important thing that we have to remember is the benefit of financial education, but you can't teach what you don't know. So if you have a situation, and we have got a lot of children that are prone in very difficult financial situations, lack of money in the household, but parents can also be guilty of lack of bad financial behavior. So the role models that we have to follow have to step up to that conversation. So invest in your children by showing them a good example of what is sticking to the plan, but also be able to adapt if something happens, readjust, realign, but still remember the ultimate goal.
Bergie, listening to the prof there talking about the importance of everybody stepping up with the right messages, I'm just wondering, from a financial planning side, as advisors, what is the message you would give to somebody who's just about to earn their first income in terms of being able to behave in the right way in terms of financial education? What message would you want them to have?
So that's a very good question, Dan. And the industry is evolving. And one thing that we're realizing that is that a financial plan is personal. So you cannot have a one-size-fits-all. And what is important for one client might not be important for the next client. So it's very important to actually personalize that conversation, personalize that financial plan, and actually start off with a good conversation of understanding of what is important for the client, where they are, what is their experiences, what aspirations do they have, not just in terms of financial, but also at a very, personal life perspective as well. Because one thing that we're realizing is that you cannot separate life with someone's money. It's one and the same thing. So that plan is very, very personal. And the financial advisor actually would have to take a very, personalized approach or bespoke approach with that particular member to be able to understand what is important to them and then help that client to expand, those possibilities or those goals, or to actually have a plan to reach those goals that they have.
So financial education, Prof, is an important empowering tool.
Yes.
And it's individual. Everybody's journey, from what you've said and what Becky is saying, it's really individual. You can't generalize about it, even if we're in the same environment.
Yes, obviously there are certain core principles we should all know, how to manage debt, how to look at your income streams, etc. But it's like you rightly said, my income stream, my debt levels are not the same as yours. So I need to engage, we need to look at it holistically, look at your financial position, look at the goals and how do you achieve them bit by bit, but understand the consequences of your decisions. And again, like Becky said, it's an ecosystem, but you can't expect the financial advisor to do all the hard labor for you. You need to be actively understanding what he's saying and double check, even if need be, get a second opinion. So take responsibility of that advice.
I was about to say, it's really up to you to say, I need to walk this, I need to do this for myself because I know my situation, rather than depending on an advisor only.
Yes. I think it goes to accountability. So the advisor is there, but I also want to let people understand you don't need to have an advisor. It all talks about affordability. So there's this myth that financial advisor is, if you can't afford a financial advisor, you can't do financial planning. Financial education and financial planning starts from when you earn 1 cent or when you hope to earn 1 cent. It might become more complicated if you have a more comprehensive portfolio. But financial planning means watching your money, tracking it, where it goes. And we all seen that from financial literacy side, your lower income is sometimes much more financial literate than your higher income side because they have to be. They know exactly how much money they've got. They know exactly where the money is going. They know a good deal when they see them. So it is a myth to think money brings financial literacy. The higher income guys are almost guilty of almost being blasé. I've got so much money, I don't need to care about it. But COVID brought a big reality for a lot of people that says, I wish I did this. I knew I had to do it, but I wish I did. So it's a good learning curve for all of us.
Indeed, a good learning curve. From a financial planner's perspective, Peggy, financial education, you said it's important to improve it. It comes down to, as well, awareness. And we all live in the same environment, whether you're a financial advisor or you're a client. How important is it for the financial advisors, the planners, when they deal with the clients, to really understand the environment their client lives in?
I think it's absolutely essential, Dan, because the circumstances of the client are very important. So you've got to meet people where they are as opposed to where you think they should be. So financial advisors are increasingly taking that personalized approach where they really understand the client's circumstances, the client's education levels, even the client's relationship with money. Like the professor said, often you could have someone who earns a lot of money, but actually doesn't budget at all, right? Or spends money, in ways that are not necessarily helpful for their financial plan. So to the earlier point, you cannot divorce a financial plan to the person's life, because those two things are intertwined. You need to be able to have an integrated approach, to financial planning. And that's why now, financial coaching is actually becoming very important in the industry. So it's not just about talking about the money and educating clients about, portfolios and all of these things, that we talk about, but it's actually about going to the client's level, engaging with the client as a human being, and then moving, to financial literacy, education, being able to influence them from that perspective. So the environment that the person is in is absolutely key.
So, in your view, as we're about to conclude our discussion in this segment of this very important financial education as a human right panel discussion, financial advice does play then an important role, in your view, Peggy, in improving financial education of clients?
It's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of education, financial literacy, awareness, and then also on top of that, financial advice as well. And obviously, like what the professor said, there are clients that need to start with the basics, right? As the financial plan gets more complicated and there's need for advice, then that's also important as well. So it's not an either or, it's an end that starts with financial education and literacy and grows into complicated financial plans depending on the client.
Thank you very much, Peggy. Prof, of course, besides the wellness, financial wellness insights report, you're also busy between UNISA and the Momentum Metropolitan Foundation at the moment, developing a new platform or a new course, let me call it that, a massive open online course on financial literacy. That's MOOC, M-O-O-C.
That's right.
Yeah, why is it important and what's happening there and how can people participate?
I think the one message that we want to get there is the access to financial education. So the MOOC, as it says, it's open access, so it will be a free course that people can enroll for to get financial education. It's the first step in preparing the youth for job readiness, and there's a lot of financial decisions that needs to be made. You finished your qualifications or you finished school, and suddenly you're starting to work. And we do believe that these youth are unprepared for these discussions. So what we will be doing is having this MOOC, but what we would like to do with it is co-create with this target audience that we have in mind. So therefore, we would like to invite potential participants to take this journey with us. We need to get to know them, they need to get to know us, and then when we develop something, it talks to their needs, their platforms, their requirements.
So it's currently in development, yes. And by the way, the link to that site, if you're interested to participate, as the professor is saying, is at the bottom of your screen right now. The details are there for the link, so anybody can participate.
Anybody. So although it's targeted at the youth, I've just went through a process with my own son starting this career path. So parents involved, grandparents involved, anyone that can contribute to the content development as well as the knowledge. Do we target the right audience? Do we give them the right information? They're more than welcome to take this journey. As you're saying, it's development phase, so it's not that it's alive and ready to run, but we're going to develop it, pilot it, test it, and then hopefully it will be active.
Yeah, but what's exciting is it's a co-creation process.
Absolutely.
So you'll be taking part in co-creating it. The link is at the bottom of your screen currently. As I've said already, you click on it and then you'll be able to access it. Maybe use that to participate, to create something together with UNISA and the Momentum Metropolitan Foundation that will assist you in financial literacy. Thank you very much, Prof, for your time, and Begi as well. Thank you very much. And as we conclude this segment of our panel discussion, I just want to draw your attention to a shortened video we're going to play now of one of Momentum Metropolitan Foundation's entrepreneurial financial education program. It's simply called Metropolitan Kickstars. It's currently being rolled out on WhatsApp or via WhatsApp, in fact, since November 2019, and we hope through it to reach young people across the nation. So watch this.
My name is Claire Claassen from Momentum Metropolitan. I'm the Consumer Financial Education Specialist. The Metro Kickstars training program enhances entrepreneurial skills as well as financial literacy skills with participants. And by doing so, we hope that these youngsters in their communities can go back into their community with the skills that they have learned and earn an income.
I learn a lot of things, and I learn about I must open my own shop and things like that. I did enjoy it. I was very happy. Everyone was happy. I'm very excited to come back again.
Momentum Metropolitan Foundation believes in the empowerment of youth. So what we hope to achieve with this program is to identify a specific segment within communities of need, within the LSM 1 to 8, households that earn less than 250,000 Rand, in vulnerable communities. We focus on the youth specifically because we believe that with the unemployment rate being what it is right now, this will give them a step towards earning an income in their community.
Janet was the head of marketing. Now, hierdie persoon is die creatiewe persoon in ons groep, né? Want die persoon gaan dink aan advertising. Hoe gaan ons die posters maak? Al daai tipe goed. Okay?
About 3.5 million of the 10.3 million young people aged 15 to 24 are classified as those who are not in employment, education or training. In other words, NEET. So Momentum Metropolitan wants to make the youth aware of the informal economy that exists in South Africa. Opportunities exist with micro enterprises that contribute to the economy. And it is with this in mind that our focus is on the youth. If we succeed in igniting small businesses in communities, the knock-on effect can be quite positive.
We learned a lot of stuff. We talked about how to manage your own business. Yes, I really enjoyed today's lesson. And we talked about financial stuff in the business. Yes, I'm going to start my own business.
Kickstars has been going on for a number of years in under the Metropolitan brand, and we've decided to revamp it, make it a bit more creative, focus more on entrepreneurial skills, which is a need in our country. So we've revamped the entire program to make it a bit more appealing, creative, interactive. We've got speakers like Tsepo, the jeans maker, which I'm really excited about, him being involved, and Dr. Puleng, these are extremely focused minds in their disciplines, right? So bringing that across to youngsters excites me. 15 to 24-year-old, I wish I was in the room, quite frankly. We've developed the program to be aligned to the Economic Management Sciences curriculum. So with COVID-19 coming, we had the time to focus on improving and enhancing the program. So that is what I'm most looking forward to seeing it all play out eventually.
Welcome back. Now we have an idea what Metropolitan Kickstars is all about. That's the video we've just shared with you here. This is the Momentum Metropolitan Foundation's panel discussion on the importance of financial education as a basic human right. We are now continuing into the second part of our panel discussion. And for this segment of our panel discussion, I'm going to be joined by, virtually from London, in the UK, of course, is Isabel Taylor Munoz, who is one of the digital financial literacy partners in financial education, working with the Momentum Metropolitan Foundation. Among many things, Isabel is going to be talking to us about ways in which people are being financially excluded and how fintech can help address this. Welcome, Isabel.
Thank you, Dan. It's great to be here.
Now, in the studio with me for this part of the discussion is also Raylene Govender. She's joining us from another one of Momentum Metropolitan Foundation's partners in financial literacy, that's FUNZA. Raylene is a board trustee and will be discussing how financial education can become part of people's lives. Welcome, Raylene.
Thank you, Dan. Lovely to be here.
Now, like you saw the Metropolitan Kickstars video, before we get going in our discussion, we thought let's share with you a video of what FinEasy is about, just to give you a glimpse and overview of their programs. Take a look at the FinEasy video.
At FinEasy, we use stories to make financial concepts real, relatable, and fun, so that everybody can truly understand finance. We create these stories based on real lives. Here is one of our inspirations.
Hello. My name is Zandile Tlapi, founder of a beautiful baby shop based in one of the biggest townships called Ikayelicha. Baby Friendly is a home-based baby shop. It never occurred to me that I could even try be close to doing anything that has to do with business. But when the idea hit me that You know, for the longest time, people in townships go outside of townships to get baby clothes. I have 3 boys myself. And so I wanted to do something, different, something feminine, and something that will actually help the community, and something that will actually be a legacy to my family. Yeah, every day is a money decision, because if there's any stock, or if there's new things that I need to buy paper, I need to buy this and that. Everything is a money decision. It's crazy. So cash flow is definitely the number one challenge that I've had as a business owner, and having to hire someone and hoping that they'll help you make more sales, make more beautiful product. So cash flow. Long-term goal is to operate in more townships within Cape Town, outside of Cape Town, and have our own store that will be big, locally and eventually international. So there's definitely big long-term goals that we have, and I'm very excited that I'm learning these humble beginnings will definitely pay off in the long run.
For more inspiring stories, find us on Facebook and follow our page.
Okay, that's what FinEasy is about. You've had a bit of a look. Isabel, let's start with you in terms of financial inclusion or exclusion. Firstly, in what way are people being excluded?
Yes, that's a very good question, and quite a complex one actually to answer when you think about a person's journey through life and then their journey through making decisions to do with finance. So I think it's helpful to understand, first of all, that inclusion is really underpinned by access. And this word can be also broken down into different things. So if I wanted to maybe categorize the reasons why people struggle to access available to them, it's probably down to 2 things. It's the circumstances in which people find themselves, the circumstances in which also those products find themselves marketed to or made accessible to the people who can use them, make use of them. And then there's this other element of trust as well, and understanding that there's a big trust element around accessing financial services, especially given historical events that have had a big impact on that trust aspect. In terms of the circumstances that define someone's journey and their ability to access finance, it is really, first of all, about awareness, understanding of what's out there, understanding why it's important to access these products, how they can be beneficial to a person. And then also it's about, are those products actually relevant to these people? Are they built for those people's needs, and so on? And then actually when it comes to it, how do those people access those products? Do they need to go into a branch? Do they need to speak to a human being? Can they just do this online? Are they able to access online products? Are these products in the right language? So I think there's a whole array of reasons that really impact that access barrier.
Now, it's a big barrier from what you're saying, and it's a bit complex. I mean, the problems you're identifying, like lack of trust, can be addressed. I mean, they can be resolved, and one would guess that fintech can be used to address access.
I absolutely think so. I think fintech has a real opportunity now, especially given what we call the fourth industrial revolution, and the way that products are now being driven towards digital, which is really what fintech is all about. It should be about opening doors to people and really understanding how they need to access these products, how they can be made available to them in a way that really keeps that end user in mind, that's very user focused. So I think fintech has a fantastic opportunity to do this. The majority of us have mobile phones, whether it's they're powered by data, internet, or simply SMS. There are many ways to actually provide access to end consumers, and fintech is really at the forefront of that.
Yeah, now technology for you, Raylene, as Funza, also plays a part. I mean, Funza's informing or changing or shaping the narrative around financial literacy as well.
That's right, Dan. And I think to Isabel's point, if I look at the South African context, we are a book-poor nation. However, we are a cell phone-rich nation. So the majority of people and youth in our country do have access to cell phones, mobile devices. So this is what Funza has identified as a medium to reach youth and use this medium to empower with financial literacy.
Now, data is not cheap. I hear people say in South Africa, young people, there was just a few years ago a campaign, hashtag data must fall kind of prices. Young people don't work, they need money. Isn't that a kind of a barrier in terms of creating that access that Isabel is talking about and that you as Funds are trying to make sure that young people have in terms of financial education?
Absolutely right. That's absolutely right. But I think Funza, together with its strong management and its influence, have now a zero-rated platform. So you are accessing our stories and our information on a zero-rated platform, which is data-free. So we are removing those barriers.
Yeah, and that should help, Isabel. I mean, in a country like South Africa, where it can be a barrier, those zero-rated type of program like Funza has are very much helpful.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I think it's very helpful, really, to democratize, the understanding of finance. So talking, speaking in the right language, making sure the terminology is clear, making sure people have the right device, making sure it's not too data heavy, all of these things that really help that. And similarly to FinEasy, where we've also really made a product that can, similarly to Funza, create that access to that education piece.
Yeah, really, who should be responsible, or who is responsible in ensuring that financial education should become a more integral part of people's lives?
It's a brilliant question, again, and I have to say I'm going to now refer to the previous panelist, Becky, who made the point about it being an ecosystem. So in an ecosystem, you have multiple stakeholders, and this could be people who are charged, with educating us. This could be people who are charged with parenting us. This could be people who have leadership roles in our communities, like religious organizations, etc. So it's diverse. However, one should not abdicate this responsibility to others. And I think what Funza is trying to do by addressing the question amongst youth is empowering them to make sound financial decisions and choices going forward.
Mm-hmm. There's a very big question that is informing our panel discussion here today. It's around human rights, is to look at financial education as a basic human right. I will be asking Isabel and Raylene for their views about that shortly as we continue our discussion. But I just wanted to take a pause now. Like we saw the FinEasy video, like we saw the Metropolitan Kickstars video earlier, let's just pause for a moment and just take a look at a video from Funza so we get a sense of what Funza is all about.
Every single word I read adds to my education. I don't want to waste time. I want to read quality, but I also want to have fun. I go to funza.mobi on my phone. Switch your mobile data on. You just go to search and then go to tags. Wow, look at all these topics. Even better, Funza's not just in English. There is content to enjoy in every local language. You'll find so much. All these cool local stories and articles by great writers like you and me. Funza has new things to read all the time. A new Funza Friday story every week. And fans writing by people like me who also love to tell stories. On Funza, I can read about topics that I'm interested in by young people who get where I'm coming from. This is my generation. I'm preparing for my future. I need information I can trust, and I'm using Funza's free courses to get skills I need, like preparing for the job market. I'm upskilling while I'm reading great stories, and I get a certificate for each course I finish. I love the stories about ordinary South Africans doing extraordinary things. I'm going to send them a story I wrote. Who knows? Maybe I'll get published on Funza. Who's an author now? But right now, I'm going to read a story to my friend. because she's also a Funza fan. Log on to funza.mobi today and get reading.
Welcome back. We've had a look at what Funza is all about. Let's continue our panel discussion now with Isabel and Raylene. Isabel, let me start with you here. Financial literacy should be a basic human right. How do you respond to that?
I think the only way I can respond is that I totally agree. I think it should be a human right. And the reason is that in order to participate in today's society, it's really almost unavoidable that you have to deal with finance at one point in one's life. So I think it's absolutely a necessity to have an understanding of what you're working with in that ecosystem that we've referred to a couple of times now in this panel, and truly drive that understanding and that empowerment. Otherwise, it's really not possible to really thrive in this world. It is truly a survival skill.
Now, Raylene, what would be the top? What should the top human rights focus be for the financial sector or in the financial sector if financial education is a basic human right, if it's a survival skill, as Isabel says? What's your view on that?
I think definitely the top focus is education. And I think they really need to lobby or be involved in terms of curriculum development to ensure that our youth do receive the knowledge that they need to make their decisions. I mean, we see financial literacy in two parts, as management and knowledge. So knowledge is something you need to have access to. And this is where financial institutions can come in and lobby our governments and those who have this responsibility to ensure that it is made widely available.
Now, our constitution in South Africa, Section 29 of the Constitution, talks about the right to education. So you would see financial literacy and financial education forming part of our basic education system?
Absolutely, without a doubt, I would.
So from your grade R, maybe it's too early, I don't know, but from your grade 1 onwards, we should be including it, not just come across it later on. Yes, that might be too late.
Precisely. And I think what the Majolas, the story moving up with the Majolas, and now that Majola Magic, the sequel that will be aired as a part of this awareness campaign, is that let's not wait until it's too late. You know, let's not put our future in the responsibility of others. And let's ensure that as adults and role models in the society, we have equipped the younger ones to make better informed financial decisions.
You've mentioned that Majola Magic. Let me just inform you, our viewers, that you can visit funza.mobi to register for that Majola Magic today. As Raylene is referring to there, you can click on the link in the description that's now currently at the bottom of your screens as you're watching us to enter the competition and stand a chance to win a cash prize. The much anticipated second edition of Moving Up with the Majolas will be made available today. Simply cannot wait, I'm told. It's fantastic. So there you go. Just visit funza.mobi. That's our call to action in the register for that Majola Magic. The details are there at the bottom of your screen. Now, if financial education, financial literacy, you're arguing here, is a basic human right, it should also be handled in a way that addresses gender inequality. We know worldwide how women are disempowered in the space of finances. So gender equality will be an important focus as well, Isabel, in terms of access to financial education and literacy, so that we ensure that girls in school and young women do get empowered appropriately.
Yes, absolutely agree. I think it's really important to make sure this education is universal, but that we also balance out those existing inequalities. So we really drive for that specific user group, which in this case, is women. And I think, the way that Finisi, for example, does that is by using, again, contextualizing stories, allowing us to have inspirational characters that really make sure that people can visualize that empowerment. So for a woman, it's really important to have a an example of how this journey could go in a positive way, and make it really possible. So it's really in the realms of possibility. This is not a man's world. This is not inaccessible. There is no stigma or shame to not knowing anything about finance. It's actually all at your fingertips, especially through these particular programs.
Your views, Raylene?
Thank you, Isabel. I think that was, very leading on to what I was about to say. I think in South Africa, we need to look at it from two perspectives. Yes, from the perspective of an equality, between male and female, and also from what we in South Africa suffer from, which is gender-based violence. And our president has recognized this as a scourge, as the next pandemic. And if we look at the root cause analysis of why this persists, it's because women are not empowered. And if we address this problem of empowering women from a financial perspective, I suspect that we'll also be addressing the gender-based violence issue in the country.
Yeah, because it will lead, hopefully, to financial independence over time, because from what we hear, and research tells us in South Africa, for example, the incidence of GBV tend to be higher, and women feel trapped because they don't have the financial independence. They are dependent on the men.
100%.
Yeah. So the role of our leaders or of leaders to ensure inclusivity and equality, what could that look like in your view, Raylene?
I think our leaders, certainly on a government level, are responsible for policy making. So they have got to get into our parliaments and make policies that enable people to succeed financially and in many other ways. Becky earlier spoke about a personal life plan. So one cannot separate your personal life from your financial life. And I think this is where our governments have a responsibility to create an enabling policy environment. The second thing is, I think the responsibility does shift with our communities and leaders. If you're out there, you have a responsibility. If you are someone who is visible to youth, whether it is in a religious organization, in a school, or in a non-governmental organization like FUNZA, you have a responsibility. Otherwise, don't be out there. That's my view.
Yeah, and to achieve that gender equality or inclusion, Isabel, I think it goes back as well to what you said, Ella, about access. And if you look across our continent, Africa, you find that financial inclusion remains a core obstacle due to lack of access. And it's going to be important, I guess, for leaders to make sure there is access to products, and then language, the right language is used.
Absolutely. I think leaders must lead the way and really lead by example as well. And ultimately, the leaders also of the industry must lead the way. So really creating products that match the needs of people, really listen to that use case that each individual has, because we each have our own journey, and life is not easy, in the best of times. So it's up to the leaders, both of the industry and of countries and worldwide, to drive that inclusion and really focus on that access and those barriers to access. And we definitely think education is a basis of that. And making that education accessible is really, really key.
Yeah, and then let's just tell our viewers now about another call to action that we think we want to draw your attention to. It's the Momentum Money Shift program, which is powered by FinEasy on WhatsApp, and you can follow the link that's currently showing at the bottom of your screens to open WhatsApp. Just say hi, literally hi, to start the course, and then use the code MSW21. MS for sugar, W21. And once you've completed the course, you'll receive 500 megabytes of data, okay, to use as you wish. So check the details at the bottom of your screen and take part in that MSW21 coded call to action there from FinEasy on WhatsApp. Now, Raylene, access, leadership, education, there are various stakeholders. How important is forming the right partnerships the stakeholder partnerships in terms of this process, in terms of public and private sector, to make sure that financial education can really progress and reach the places it needs to reach, especially the young people?
Really critical, very critical, absolutely paramount. No man is an island, no institution is an island. So in order for us to improve and to address this, we do need collaboration between the various stakeholders. So it's critical. As in the case of Funza with the example, I mean, they have partnered with private sector companies like the likes of your mobile networks to have this arrangement of being zero rated. And then also collaborating with Momentum Metropolitan on this particular project. So were it not for the various partners and stakeholders, this would not be possible, and I wouldn't be sitting here with you.
Yeah, partnerships in the digital world, I mean, they can be facilitated. I mean, fintech, for example, you've mentioned, Isabel, earlier, the fourth industrial revolution. It should be easier. I mean, I'm using those words advisedly in terms of using digital platforms to foster more sustainable partnerships.
Yes, I completely agree. I think especially in technology, there's a real opportunity here to be able to work together, leverage everything that, all the power that technology brings to, first of all, create and fortify those partnerships, just to make sure that you can actually provide what's really needed in the market. So really get the job done, so to speak, so that people can really and truly access the products that they need to access, and that those products really respond to a need. Yeah. So I think technology certainly allows for partnerships to be created, but also to be strengthened and work on a sustainable basis.
Yeah. Now, to conclude, I just want to touch back again on the issue of financial literacy, financial education as a basic human right, and of course that can promote access to the world of finance, and that's financial inclusion. I just want to get your views finally to say, if there was one thing, and you're thinking back now, the discussion we've had, that people must focus on, that young people must focus on to grasp, to grapple with this world of financial education. Isabel, in your mind, what would that be?
So I think for me, the first thing I would really stress is that finance is everybody's business. It's not a world that's separate, that belongs to a certain group of people. It's actually part of our day-to-day life. And so it's really important that we realize that it's never been more crucial to have that understanding of finance. And therefore, seeking out products that can actually bring that financial education to your doorstep and really provide from that understanding is going to be key. So remove the shame, remove the idea that it's nothing to do with you. It's everything to do with you. And not only that, but it's also possible. Everything is accessible if you find the right product and the right people to learn from.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Your parting thoughts, Raylene?
Yes, I think I'm just going to piggyback of what Isabel has said and say that sometimes we find role models in the strangest of places. I know we spoke a lot about government and leadership and educators and community people around us. But like in the story of the Majolas, we had Ma Ruby, who was phenomenal. And she, in the story, was able to guide the characters and give them sound financial advice. So remove the perspective of always thinking it has to be someone that works for a certain institution to give you that advice. And the second thing, leading on from what Prof and Becky said, was owning your journey. You and I are different. We have different goals. So understand your personal journey, your financial journey, and own that journey. That would be my parting words.
Thank you very much, Raylene, and thank you very much, Isabel, for the insights and for sharing with us some of your views in this financial education panel discussion from Momentum Metropolitan Foundation. And this is all we have time for today. I do hope, though, that you have enjoyed your time with us and that from this conversation today, from this discussion, you can start the conversation in your homes and your communities about how financial education can play a part in everyone's lives, and certainly how it is your basic human right. Thank you.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you're applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
So Kaya, you mentioned that today is payday.
Yeah.
After watching these segments on Money Smart Week, how do you plan to do things differently from this month onwards?
Alicia, you know, I never used to drop any budget to track my income versus my expenses. And that was resulting in me spending more than what I earn. But you know, with these conversations, they are very fruitful. And ever since my son was born, now I've started to know the value of every rand. And Alicia, tell me, how are you planning to do things differently?
Kaya, I was thinking about trying to delay my spending by a day. This will give me more time to think about what I want to buy is a need or a want. I'm also going to try and keep my clothing and store cards at home to avoid overspending.
Yeah.
But enough of that for now. Next up, we have African Bank, who will tell us about the importance of your credit report, and followed by that is Batseta on the payment of retirement fund and death benefits.
Good day, everyone. My name is Eloise Bussack, and I have the privilege of heading up customer experience at African Bank. As part of Money Smart Week today, we are joined by two experts to discuss the importance of credit reports. My first guest this morning is Kribben Reddy. He's the Vice President of Consumer at TransUnion Africa. He joins us today with a wealth of knowledge about credit reports and how you as the customer and consumer can access it and actually improve it. Our second panelist is Rian Deploy. He is my fellow colleague at African Bank, having been there for over 12 years. And in his role as Head of Credit Strategy, he's going to tell us how to improve your credit score and certain tricks of the trade to understand how to access credit using your report in an effective way. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome.
Morning, Eloise.
Hi. It's so amazing with technology. They're all sitting in different parts of the world today, and we can be here together. And I promise you, we didn't coordinate the blues, but it looks good. Hi, Ria. Let's start off with a very basic question, and I'm going to address it to you, Kribben. What exactly is a credit report? There's lots of conversation about it, why it's important, but could we start off by talking about what is a credit report?
So I think, in its most basic and simplest form, a credit report is actually a summary of a consumer or an individual's creditworthiness that's based on their own history. So the number of accounts that you actually have, your own personal details, how you performed on those accounts, so your own payments against accounts, etc. The reality is, and we'd like to position it as a credit report and credit score to a consumer in South Africa actually should be an enabler to opportunity, because we can take on, as much as we can take on bad credit, equally we can take on good credit. And when I talk about it being an enabler, it's an enabler that opens you up to financial inclusion in the country and allows you to take on good credit. So in essence, a credit report, I like to think of it almost also as your financial CV or financial resume. In the same way that you protect your CV, and if you want to apply for a new job or employment, you have all of these references, you have almost your history of employment on your CV. Your credit report is almost the same thing, and it's how you present yourself to a lender that shows you have good credit standing, that they can then, offer you or extend you a certain loan or terms on a loan or an agreement, etc.
From a lender's perspective, Rian, what do you look at and what do you believe is a good credit score to be able to access different types of credit? Do you look at different levels of scores for approval of credit, of different types of credit? How does it work when you are a lender of money to consumers?
Thanks, Eloise. So let me start out by saying that different providers of credit scores will have different ranges of what a good credit score is and a bad credit score is. Typically, a higher score means that you are lower risk. Typically, a score above 600 means that you are deemed towards the lower risk end of the scale. That credit score then, in turn, will affect the type of credit that you would qualify for. Home loans, for instance, would have stricter criteria than, say, vehicle finance, and this vehicle finance in turn would have stricter criteria than, say, unsecured credit, such as your credit cards, personal loans, overdrafts, and the like. Suffice to say that the lower credit scores would typically afford the consumer more beneficial terms, such as the interest rates and the term of the loan and the loans and the like.
So, for an ordinary consumer starting out and working as a young person, perhaps starting out, could we explain, Kribben, what a credit report comprises of? Because for a lot of people, we think it's just about our credit, but it's also a reflection of our paying, of varying things such as our insurance, etc. So it would be a great opportunity to tell particularly young people how you start developing a great credit record and a good credit score.
Yeah, thanks for that, Elisa. I'll make the comment first that this is such an important point, that you made around young people and when you start off. The point of having access to good credit and it being an enabler of opening up opportunities for you is that you might not need credit all the time. But the point is that when you do need it, you want to be in the best possible standing, that you're given the best rates, your applications are approved, and you're not seen in a bad light by credit providers. So the aspect of credit education and awareness has to start even at a younger age, even at the point when you actually don't need to take on credit. So I just wanted to make the point about it. I think that's a really critical thing, especially in the context of South Africa. The second thing then, in terms of what's on your report itself, I think the first, if you had to break up the full comprehensive report into different segments or components, the first would be information about yourself. So it's your own personal information. So it's your contact details, your identification information, etc. And you want to almost protect that as well and make sure that there's a level of accuracy within it. So credit bureaus, as an example, would get information from a number of different sources. It's in the best interest of a consumer to make sure that that report is always kept up to date, even at that level, just your own personal information, because that also proves a level of integrity about the individual and the level of data that's in the report. That's the first component, I would say. The second is then the actual accounts that the individual will take on. So, as Rian pointed out, there's a number of different credit products that you can take on, from home loans to personal loans to secured and unsecured lending to vehicle asset finance. The report will then have a detail of every account that you have an agreement with each lender on, and how you've been paying against those accounts. It keeps a 24-month rolling history of your payment behavior. And I think, this comes back to also an important point that generally people, I think the sort of thing that we need to, the myth that needs to be busted within the industry and consumers is that generally your credit report and your credit information held at, let's say, a credit bureau is mostly negative information. And that's actually not true. It's actually a full 360 view of you as a consumer and all your activity, whether it's negative or positive, and equally everything is looked at. Nothing, no part in isolation is looked at, right? So when you talk about your account history, as much as you have the detail of which accounts through which lenders, etc., you also have the detail of your payment history, good or bad. So if you are a consistent payer, you don't pay late, you don't let your accounts fall into arrears, all of those keeps you in good standing. Equally, if you miss payments or short pay or let your accounts go into arrears, that will have a negative effect. So I think consumers have to see both sides of the coin on that. So the next component I would say then is the account history. The next is inquiries. So then there's a level of information that's in the report that tells you exactly who inquired on your profile. And there's two reasons for me why that's important. One, inquiries generally, a high volume of inquiries, as an example, on a specific type of credit line might raise red flags. It shows that, a consumer shopping around, they might not be in the best standing. There might be a reason why they're getting declined, etc. But to a consumer, that level of inquiry detail also tells you who's accessing your report and for what reason. And, if you are an individual that's just applied for something and you see that inquiry in your report, there's probably no cause for concern. However, if you see an inquiry on your report that was not done by you, that should be cause for concern, because it could be an instance of identity theft or someone is trying to use your data to take on credit. So the next component in the report, I would say, is the inquiry data, and it's equally as important as all the other stuff that I've mentioned. The last component, which again can affect consumers in two ways, but it's the negative information, right? So this is a section in the report that will tell you, do you have any default? So has a credit lender listed a default against you because of non-payments, accounts gone into arrears, whatever the situation is. The other could be more serious adverse information or negative information, like a judgment, as an example. And that would be, the severity of the instance would be that the lender has gone to a court and issued a court judgment against you for non-payment on a specific account, etc. Now, as much as, and let me put it into this context. In South Africa, we've probably got about 23 million credit active consumers. Of the 23 million, probably about 50%, so around 11 million consumers in South Africa have some form of adverse information on their credit reports, right? So there's a lot of work I think we need to do as an economy and just consumers in general to make sure we're always doing the right things to maintain our credit health. But largely 50% of consumers have some negative listing. Now, we all probably go through life and you get into circumstances where some of these things might be, unavoidable and would be listed. I think the important thing for me is, one, to get this information. So get the report to actually understand what negative information is listed about you on the report, and then you can actually do something about it. So as much as the report reflects negative information, you also would be empowered that once you pull the report, you have that view, and you also have the view as to what lenders are seeing about you in terms of the negative information, but then you can also do something about it. So if I break it up into, those 4 components, that's the main components that make up the report. And then what, is also put out is almost, if you think of it as a summary of that report. So it's a single score. In the TransUnion world, it's a 3-digit score that would then almost attempt to summarize all the information about you. And it's almost a single thing that you can view initially to get an understanding of where the report is, and then you can get into the detail of the report. So that's probably the 5 total components, I would say, that makes up someone's credit report or full credit profile.
Thank you, Kribben. That gives us a view that there's no one size fits all, and that it's really important to be aware of your credit score and how you are managing your credit. But I think one of the key components is, how do you access this credit score? Because for a lot of people, they don't necessarily think about it or understand how they could have access to it. And potentially people who have internet access could access it more easily. So Kribben, could you give us an understanding of how people can access it, and if there are various ways to do so?
Yeah, sure, Elise. I'd speak obviously from a general perspective and then a TransUnion specific perspective, right? So I think the first thing is for everyone or all consumers to understand that by law, you're entitled to get one free credit report. And in many instances, the score is part and parcel of the report. So once you pull the report, you're getting everything all at once. But you're entitled by law to get this once a year. So it's almost like a birthday present, right? Once a year, or a Christmas present, or whatever you want to think of it like. Once a year, I get something that's actually really valuable to me. I don't have to pay for it. I get it for free. I get all the detail about me, and then I can actually action something and do something about it, right? Whether it's in a positive or negative state. I think that's the first point, because let me give you another context of why I started with that. If you go back to my earlier comment around 23 million credit active consumers, around 11 million of them have adverse information. Now, in a country like South Africa, you would think that where we have almost 50% of the credit active population that do have negative and adverse information, so generally I would say we're a bit naughty around credit health, right, as consumers. That's why the 50% is the way it is. But what you would expect then, when we have something that's actually mandated by law that all consumers can get access to this report free of charge, you would expect that the volume of consumers that come through and take on that opportunity to get that report for free would actually be quite high. The reality is that that's not the case. You probably find that on average, less than 2 million people a year, and this is across all bureaus, so not just TransUnion, but less than 2 million people per year actually go in and take up this right of theirs, which actually that's what it is, right? You're entitled to it. It's your right to get this report, but less than 2 million people per year get it. So I think that's the first, the point I'd like to start with. This is a free report. You're entitled to get it. As a consumer, you should be taking that offer and that opportunity and actually pulling that report. The second then is, to your point just around, so now I know it's free, how do I get this thing, right? And from a TransUnion perspective, there's a number of different ways. So one, if you do have access to internet connectivity, the right type of device, laptop, PC, mobile phone, etc., you can get it through our website directly. So, that's almost, if you want to think of it as a self-service option, consumers can register themselves, pull their report, and then we provide, the added benefit to that is if you come through a facility like our web channel, we also put together a whole host of educational content that helps consumers. So on the website, you would find content around what is a credit score, what is a judgment, how do I dispute something that's inaccurate on my report, etc. So all of that is packaged as well. So that would be the first channel, and obviously that would be available through www.transunion.co.za. Then we have, a whole host of consumers that actually want to speak to someone. So in those instances, they pick up the phone, they phone through to our contact center, and that's, easily accessible. It's open to all consumers. And you can actually go through the same process, but actually we're dealing with a physical individual and also get access to the report. The report would then be emailed to the individual, whatever the case is, but you don't have to go through the physical process yourself. You can just speak to an individual on the other side, and they will get the report produced for you and delivered to you. And the number for our contact center is 0861 482 482. So that's the second option. We then, it's an interesting fact though, that TransUnion is actually the first credit bureau in the country to be able to offer a WhatsApp service. So if you use the same number as our contact center, added it onto your WhatsApp, you can access a consultant on the other side, ask as many questions as you want around your credit score, credit report, etc., and then choose whichever channel you want to obviously pull the report. We've also then, went a step further and built a mechanism through USSD. So as an example, you put in a number in the same way that you'd send an SMS, as an example, to an individual. We then prompt you through certain steps, and then the person can actually get their credit score and a summary of their credit report actually through a mobile device, whether it's a feature phone or even a more basic device, but as long as you can SMS and access a USSD feature, you can also get that information. So there's a number of different ways. The USSD number, I'll just share it with everyone as well, is *120 *8801 hash. So those are all the different channels. Obviously, the last point would have been, and we did get at the time, a number of consumers coming through, but consumers could also come through to our physical offices as a point of channel where they could also get access to the report, query something on their report, etc. Those are the main channels, I would say, if you came to TransUnion directly. What we've done over the years also is that, from a TransUnion perspective, we've built up really strong relationships. So we also work with partners in the credit economy, in the lending space, with fintechs as an example, to make sure that we expose this information to as many points as possible. So consumers have as much option as they want, not only if they just want to come to us directly as a bureau. And one of the options, I'll just make mention of one now, because I think it's actually quite an interesting one, is where we work with a specific strategic partner that actually allows consumers to get their credit report through a Checkers store. So a ShopRite Checkers, if you walk into I think it's the money market counter, is actually a mechanism for you to pay and get your report through that channel as well. So we've tried to make it as easy as possible and as simple as possible for consumers to access this information through as many ways as possible.
I think it's really important, once you have really understood the credit report, to access it. But Ria, now I have a score and I think it's a really good score, and I come to a lender. Is it possible that you can have a good score, or what you would perceive as a good score, and still be declined credit? And if that's the case, is that the end of the road for you with a lender? Is there any way to go back and change that outcome to be able to access credit from a lender?
Sure, Louise. So, okay, let's just first start with the first question. Will you get the loan if you've got a good score? So let me say that the chances are better if you have a good score, but there are other factors that also need to be taken into account, one of which would be affordability. So obviously the lender needs to take steps, as the client also needs to do, is to make sure that they can afford the loan. So it would be deemed reckless lending, and just plain reckless in my mind if a credit provider actually extends credit where the client cannot afford to repay the debt. So that's going to probably be the most important factor other than your credit score. In terms of other types of lending, some types of lending might require you to provide collateral, failing which if the client does not possess the collateral to fulfill the deal, that loan might still be declined. Does that mean the end of the road? No, not necessarily. It depends on what the client is looking for. So, for instance, if I can make use of an example like vehicle finance, if I applied for a 3 million rand Ferrari, I might not be able to get it, but I might be able to get a Polo. So some credit provider might be more than willing to give me the finance for a cheaper vehicle, but not something that I would not be able to afford.
Right, so affordability plays an important role, but if I have pulled my credit score, come to you or came to you before I pulled my credit score, then realized there was some adverse ruling on my score, went and actually fixed that, had that repaired, would you reconsider that customer at a later point? Do I have to wait a certain length of time, etc., before I can come back to you as a provider?
That's a very good question. So I think it's important to note that the credit score is dynamic, meaning that it changes over time. So Kevin touched on this earlier, where he said that the last 24 months of information payment behavior is taken into account when calculating the credit score. Now, that's obviously very, very important to take into account. And then as and when you start changing your behavior, assuming that it was the client's behavior that actually drove the score down. As that behavior improves over time, your credit score will reflect that as better performance replaces worse performance that happened in the past. I think just on another topic on that, you do get instances where there's records on the bureau that aren't as a result of the client's behavior. So in the event of fraud or other types of negative information that wasn't driven by the client. If and when this is cleared up, the credit score will also reflect that over time, and subsequently the client can benefit from improved loan terms and actually having a relationship with the credit provider should they wish to continue.
Okay, so thank you, gentlemen. I think that has touched on all the big pieces around credit score, how to access it, what you need to understand about influencing it, and most importantly, how vital it is to understand your score and be able to know that you can always influence it. From the point of being economically active all the way through the span of your credit life, interactions you need to engage with the score, get access to it, and be aware of what is going on, even if at that moment you do not need credit. It's so important as South Africans to become credit savvy. It is a way of advancing your life, specifically utilizing good credit to be able to purchase a home or vehicle that can help you get to your job and do it easier and with greater comfort, having access to credit to assist in education, etc. And as a country, we are really on a mission to ensure that every single South African advances their lives. So please, by all means, go and access your credit report. Kribben from TransUnion. Rian, thank you very much for joining us today. I appreciate that you are all on the mission with us on making sure our customers and consumers in South Africa become more credit active in the best possible way in order to advance their lives. Thanks, everybody, and have a great day further.
had a look at banking. Then we talked about lending. Now it's time to put a spotlight on savings and why this is so important for financial stability. To kick off, let's understand what savings are. In a nutshell, it's the money you don't spend every month to rather keep it safe. This can be done in a bank account, pension plan, or investment. Usually, this money will earn interest, helping your money grow with inflation. There are also other informal ways to save. So what exactly is interest? Well, it's the money you earn when your savings are invested or kept in a bank account. The interest rate refers to the percentage that your saved money or investment earns in a year. There are also other important terms to understand, such as inflation, which is the extra money that you need each year in order to buy the same things as the year before. This is because the cost of living is always increasing. Another term is compound interest. This is when the interest you earn is reinvested. Now you will continue to earn interest on the original amount plus the interest previously earned. Have a look at our handy table to see how this works. Lastly, the term return on investment. This is the amount of income that an investment provides in a year over the investment period. So what exactly are the different ways to save? The most common way is a savings account with your bank, which is an easy way to earn interest and access your money. There's also a retail savings bond, an investment that allows you to earn interest over a set time period. Other ways include a money box, where money is kept at home and doesn't earn interest, or money stamps, which can be collected and used to buy groceries. The Stokvel, a proudly South African way to save, allows members of the Stokvel or savings group to pay a set amount every month. Some Stokvels have one member of the group receiving the total amount contributed by the group, while others distribute the money after a long period or use the money saved to buy items that the members need. There's also an option of lay-by. Here you purchase something on credit without interest, but can only take the item home once you've paid for it in full. It's important to make saving an important part of your life. Without extra money, this feels like an impossible task. But if you examine your spending habits, you can identify areas to cut down every month. You will need to change these spending habits, like bringing your own lunch to work, for example, in order to free up money for saving. Paying off debts also makes more money available. Next, add your potential savings together like this. This will give you a goal to work towards. Now you can look at different accounts or investments that will help your savings grow over time. Finally, create a personal savings goal by asking yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? Use this to keep you focused. That's it for our spotlight on savings. Financial literacy is power. The power to secure the future that you deserve with Streetwise Finance by Hollard.
I am Anna-Marita Alton. I am the CEO of BATSETA, Council of Retirement Funds, and we look after the interest of retirement fund trustees, as well as the principal officers, the managers of the funds that will look after the benefits and savings of the members of a retirement fund. I have Tony Rimas here today, and we are going to talk about retirement fund benefits and specifically death benefits. Tony is an industry expert. Tony, thank you very much for making time for us. And the reason why we want to talk about death benefits today is my sister passed away 2 years ago, which was quite a traumatic experience for the family. And then we had to claim the benefits from her retirement fund. And that wasn't a pleasant experience. So today we just want to take you through the process, try to share information about what it entails, how to prepare for a claim, What are the pros and cons and processes that you need to be on the lookout for? What documentation should be available? And then at the end, you know, how will the monies be distributed? And hopefully at the end of this presentation, you will have a much better experience than I had during this process. So Tony, let's just start with the first question. What is retirement fund benefits all about, and specifically the death benefit? What does it entail?
Retirement funds in general are designed as a savings vehicle where a member and an employer would be contributing on an agreed percentage on a monthly basis. That money is sort of a savings account for that member within his retirement fund. And the whole aim and object is to provide him to replace the salary that he would not be getting after retiring. The money saved in the retirement fund is intended to provide in his life needs after retirement. Salary stops, but the members' needs, they don't stop. There's still a continued need to pay the rent, to pay for food, to pay for schools, etc. And that's the aim and object, is the replacement of that salary when the member is no longer working, no longer getting that salary because he's reached normal retirement age. And the employer says at 65, you need to be out of here. We need to get in other people to come in, so you go. But you still need to live. So that's the intention. And the design of a retirement fund is to replace that salary income. But in addition to the retirement portion that is going to provide income, there are additional benefits that are catered for within the rules of the fund. And these are the death benefits. Should a member die in service before age 65, there is a death benefit that becomes payable in terms of the rules. Other benefits include disability income benefits, a lump sum disability, should a member become disabled before he reaches age 65. But the emphasis of our talk and the focus will be on how does one deal with the death benefit? What is the death benefit as such? And then after the death of a member, how is that death benefit paid over to dependents, the wives, the children, the girlfriend, etc.? That's the focus of our talk then today.
A person passed away. What is the first step? Where do a person go in that event? Do you first go to your HR department? Do you come to the fund? What is that very first step?
The family members, they know that their father, their brother, their mother, that she was employed by the company. They know the people in HR. So the first port of call for a family is invariably to take that death certificate to HR. Now, what we also need to get quite clear right up front, there's a big distinction between the pension fund, the provident fund, as a legal entity, and then between that legal entity and the employer. The fund, the pension fund, of which the father became a member by virtue of his employment with that employer, that is a separate legal entity managed by a board of trustees. And as we go through our discussion here, we will focus on the role of that board of trustees, the role that they play in the payment, the distribution of the benefit, because it's a critical role in the distribution of the death benefit, and it doesn't become an issue for the employer because it's totally taken out of the hands of the employer, and it is the responsibility is put in the hands of a board of trustees elected by members of the fund, and they manage the business of the fund.
Tony, so who is eligible for this benefit? Is it the spouse? Is it the children? Is it, you know, the gogo, the grandmother? Who is eligible? I think if you look at the legislation, that, you know, there are very technical terms. It's legal dependence, and you have factual dependence, and you have future dependence. Can you please explain to us, you know, how this works?
This particular part of the pension fund, it is the payment of death benefits, that is regulated by a section within the Act that was introduced into the Act in 1976, and it had a social objective. The social objective of this particular technical piece of legislation, the aim and object was to ensure that if a fund member left behind any dependents, that the retirement fund itself, not the state, not the government, not the employer, but that the retirement fund should be looking after the dependents of a deceased member. Hence, provision is made in Section 37C for the payment of benefits on death of a member to all his dependents. And that is where we start looking at the different categories of dependents. There are 3 categories that are specified in the definition dependent in the Act, and these are what we sort of commonly refer to as legal dependents. Then we have non-legal dependents or factual dependents. And the 3rd category would be future dependents. If we park our discussion at legal dependence, because there's a lot of technical stuff that we need to understand, and that our members and that the family, the spouses, the children, they need to understand what are these things all about. And basically, when we're talking about the first category, these are legal dependents. With legal dependents, we are looking at a person that can enforce a right to maintenance in a court of law. So if the father doesn't maintain the child, that child can go to court to say, that is my father, and the court will say, pay 500 rand for that child. And that is what our maintenance orders are all about. It is a child enforcing a right to maintenance. A spouse with a marriage certificate. I'll come back to the different kinds of marriage certificates and the recognition given to different types of marriages. But a spouse in a civil marriage, let's just for our discussion refer to it as a civil marriage, and then I will explain, give you the detail a little bit later. But that is a spouse with your ordinary marriage certificate that was issued by Home Affairs. If her husband, the member of the fund, doesn't support her, she can turn to court and she can go and ask the court, force him to maintain me. And the court will say, where's your marriage certificate? She puts it on the table. The court will say, I can listen to you. Yeah. Contrast that situation with the life partner. And this is the wife. They live together as husband and wife, but she doesn't have a marriage certificate. They never gone through the process of having a marriage registered in terms of the Marriage Act. Therefore, if she comes to court and says, I want to claim maintenance from that one, the court will say, where's your marriage certificate? And she says, but we were not married. Then the court says, go away. We can't look at you. Yeah. Okay. Now she falls in terms of our definition. Our definitions are wide enough to take care of a life partner. The definitions are wide enough to take care of somebody that was factually, financially supported by the deceased member. He had no legal obligation in terms of law or in terms of common law, but factually, he made a regular contribution towards a particular household, and as a result of the member's death, there's hardship in that household. They may be sharing this common household, they may be making a contribution to the common household, and what happens now is that share that came in, the money that he paid for the bond, the money that he paid for the rent, that's no longer going to come in. So what it means for our surviving partner, surviving life partner, is she's got to go out and work. She's got to get she's got to change the lifestyle, which means there is an element of hardship. Now, she doesn't fall within the category A, where she cannot enforce a legal right to maintenance, but factually, she was supported by the deceased member, and as a result of that, she qualifies to be considered by the Board of Trustees as a person that was factually, financially dependent on the deceased. So she would come to the Board of Trustees, she would come to HR, and she would explain her story. What was happening in their household in terms of finances? How did they support each other? How did they pay for the school fees, etc.? And what is then required to be considered by the Board of Trustees is, if you come forward and you tell us that you were dependent on our member, prove to us the extent of the financial dependency. And this is where you are saying in your intro, what documents are required? When you come to HR, there's certain things that you need to prove. And that is basically our starting point, is somebody is claiming, somebody becomes entitled to a benefit. What the trustees of the fund in allocating that benefit is looking at is proof the extent of your dependency on our deceased member.
So Tony, when a board now sits with this claim, what kind of factors will they take into consideration? You know, say for instance, there are small children, maybe children with a disability, or children that's already no longer minor, they're already adults. You know, what are those factors that the board will take into consideration to determine whether there is indeed this dependency?
All of those factors are taken into account. You must remember that the Board of Trustees, they are not the employer, they are employees, they are colleagues of the deceased member, but they don't have access to that kind of information. HR keeps records of salaries, of dependents, of children, marriage certificates, divorce certificates in the member's file in HR. All that information is there for the purposes of the employer's work. It's not for the Board of Trustees. And we must also remember, having said that, the implications of the Protection of Personal Information Act as to who can provide information. The employer's got information, but he's got it for a particular purpose. We must start a search for the members' dependents. We must pay, when we find them, the girlfriend, the mother with a marriage certificate, the grandmother that was supported by the deceased member, we must find the information. So as soon as we get the death certificate, the death certificate is invariably brought by a family member to HR. From there, it goes into the member's file. HR will now make a notification that one of our employees is deceased. They will then go through the normal HR issues. But our lady in HR knows that this was a member of the fund and there are now benefits payable in terms of the rules of the fund on the death of the member. So our lady in HR will then send that information. The member has died. She will send that to the fund. The fund being the principal officer, the chairman of the Board of Trustees, or to the person appointed by the board to administer the fund. So the fund gets knowledge that one of our members died.
Yeah.
That is now the process from there onwards. The process kicks in. And what the fund would be looking for is, what you're going to come to, is the importance of a beneficiary nomination form. Okay, right. Okay. Shall I answer that?
I would like to ask about the nomination form, because it is my understanding that although there might be names in that on the beneficiary form, the Board of Trustees might say, well, they're not necessarily a dependent in terms of what we've just discussed, factual, legal, or future dependent, and they might say, no, we overrule this nomination.
Yeah.
So why do we still need to fill in that form? And then I have a second question. What is the purpose of a will then? You know, where does a will then fit into this process?
Nowhere does the will fit in. Okay, but I will explain what I'm saying there. The reason that the will doesn't feature in the starting process that we're talking about. Section 37C makes specific provision that a benefit coming out of a retirement fund on death does not fall in the estate of a deceased member. So estate, we're looking at a will. Now the reason for the framing of the legislation is that if the member get a death benefit of 3 million rand and he's got debt of, say, 2.5 million rand. He owes money to the bank, housing loan, car loans, debt with whatever institution. If the 5 million rand coming out of the retirement fund had to go into his estate, the bank will come and say, oh, there's 5 million rand. Can I get my cut? The motor finance company will say, can I get my cut? What is left? There may be nothing left.
Yeah.
That will go to the dependents. Hence, the Act specifically says that this benefit coming out of the retirement fund, you don't look at the estate, you don't look at the will of the member unless certain other circumstances are prevailing. So the whole aim and object, the design of Section 37C is, you Board of Trustees, go and feed and clothe the various dependents of a deceased. Don't worry about the debt. The money that is owed to the hospital, that is owed to that's something else, that is for his estate. Your job as trustees is go and feed and clothe any dependence of a deceased member that you can get. So that's the will dealt with for now.
Yes, okay. Yes. So Tony, I just want to come back, just a final word on the nomination form and the fact that, you know, the Board of Trustees can overrule the decision of the deceased, that this money must actually go to this person or that person.
That is a very contentious issue for members.
Yeah.
You would very often find they complain, they go to court and they say, here is my father's nomination. I'm a major child, I look after myself. My name is on that form, therefore you trustees, you must pay me as instructed by the member. The Act was designed to say that the trustees must use their discretion to make a fair and equitable distribution to the dependents that they can find. Now, let's say the trustees receive a nomination form coming from HR, kept on the member's file, come with a death certificate to the Board of Trustees. There's a nomination form. The nomination form says, pay to my wife and 4 children. Trustees get 12 months to do an investigation, search. Their findings are, there are a wife and 4 children. They don't need to overrule, because when they look at the wife and 4 children, they can make a fair and equitable distribution to the wife and 4 children, no questions asked. However, life is not that easy. The member says on his nomination form, pay to my wife and 4 children. He's got a fight with his wife and 4 children. He goes to HR, completes a new nomination form and says, give the money, 100%, to my girlfriend of 2 nights. Now, when that happens, if the trustees were bound by a nomination form, they would have made a payment to a girlfriend which was unfair, because there are other dependents that are going to be left high and dry. So, in circumstances where the nomination form would result in a fair and equitable distribution, the trustees don't need to overrule. They take guidance, they will follow it. However, in the case where there's a girlfriend that gets 100% to the exclusion of all the other dependents, that is a case where they will overrule the nomination. But their instruction is make a fair and equitable distribution. So as soon as your nomination form would result in an unfair distribution, the trustees would overrule.
Right. Tony, you know, this is a time of distress. There's maybe not a lot of cash available during this period, and there's funerals to be paid. Can a member then request the board to make money available for such a funeral?
No. Unfortunately, most employers have got arrangements where members are also belonging to a funeral benefit scheme, but they will then, on death, when HR gets a death certificate, they sort that part out. But there are other employers where funerals become, and the expense associated with a funeral is a disaster for the remaining members and for the family. And very often they would come to ask, can out of that death benefit, can we not pay the funeral out of that death benefit? Can we not make a loan so that we can just get the funeral done? Okay. The adjudicator has pointed out quite clearly, as humane as the practice may seem, the structure of the legislation doesn't allow for it. Okay, so what will happen is that the fund will make an advance to the mother or the surviving spouse, but that will form part of her allocation. So it is an advance payment.
So it will be deducted from the credits that will be available.
When the fund eventually pays out her share, that portion, if they do so, that will be taken into account.
Tony, now we're getting to the distribution of the money. So the Board of Trustees took a decision. This is how they're going to allocate. These are the dependents. We're happy to pay out. So what are the options around paying out that money? You know, is it usually in cash to the family member? You know, are there other ways, especially, you know, in some instances, maybe it's not a good thing to make that kind of money available. There might be small children. People are not always as responsible as they're supposed to be. So what are the options around that?
There are quite a few options, and a board is given a wide discretion to determine how. One of the requirements of the board is determine an appropriate method of payment. First, you've got to go out and search for your various categories of dependents. The second step in the process is you must now find out what is the extent of the dependency on the deceased. Once you found out that, and you now got an idea of who was supported by our deceased member, the children at university, the children at school, the minor child that is not even at school as yet. So once the trustees have done an investigation, and they're given 12 months to conduct that investigation. Now, once they've completed and they've decided on information, on interviews, on people that gave them information, people that gave them affidavits, that put proof in affidavits that was the extent, this is my university cost, the university fees, the invoice from the university, the invoice from the school. The trustees get all that information because they must make an informed decision. Now, let's say that goes through smoothly. The trustees are now ready to make an allocation which is fair and equitable, and a nil allocation is allowed in terms of the legislation as long as it is fair. But to answer the question is the trustees, when they decide, factors that you already mentioned, they take into account is how big is the benefit that is payable, the ages to whom you are going to, of the persons, dependents, that you're going to pay the money. That's actually quite a critical factor, it's the age. The minor child, 2 months old, looked after by the mother, who may be a girlfriend, maybe a life partner, not necessarily the wife of the deceased. Those are factors that they take into account. And based on those factors, they must choose an appropriate method of payment. What the Act sanctions, it's a number of methods of payment. Obviously, foremost, most convenient would be a payment to a major beneficiary into the bank account. Now, the trustees may say that that major beneficiary, that wife with the marriage certificate, she's a spendthrift. She cannot handle money. I hear she's the trustee. Somebody in their interviews, somebody says that she's got a drinking problem. Watch. There are no facts before the Board of Trustees. There's no certificate from a hospital or from a doctor to say that this one is actually an addict. Okay. But now somebody says, I think you must be careful how you allocate this money to her because she got a drinking problem. Now the trustees must go and investigate one. But let's say, for instance, yes, she does have a drinking problem. She does have a spending problem. She's a drug addict. Okay. The trustees investigate and they say, no, there are real facts here. It's of concern to us that if we pay 2 million rand to her, how far is that money got to go? The trustees are given a discretion to determine a method of payment. The discretion in those circumstances would be they can pay, instead of paying a lump sum, they can pay in installments. Yeah. Installments that they can say, we're going to give you 20,000 rand every month. When they do that, there's got an agreement between the fund, the board of trustees and that person. There's got a provision for interest, and one of the requirements is that any party can terminate that installment payment agreement at any time. So our major can come back after receiving 4 installments. She can come back and say, no, I want to take my cash. The trustees' hands are tied. Because she's a major, they've got to pay over in cash to her. The other method would be a payment into a trust, family trust, provided the member nominated the trust before he died. Then the trustees can choose a trust payment where they've got a family trust. The trustees can also pay out to a beneficiary fund. Beneficiary fund is the same as a trust, except that it is supervised and regulated by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, whereas all trusts are regulated and supervised by the Master of the High Court. So there are these various options that are available to a Board of Trustees, and obviously when there are minor beneficiaries. When we've got minor beneficiaries, the default payment is always to the guardian. The guardian could be the biological parent, surviving parent, or somebody appointed by a court, or somebody appointed by the will as the guardian. And then having said that, we must just take note that the Act was amended in 2007 to allow for payments to a caregiver. And this is the gogo. This is the grandmother that walks in on the death of a member. She takes care of those children and she brings them up on a pension. She's their daily caregiver, looking after their daily care needs. Now, until 2007, a board of trustees couldn't make payment to her because she was not a guardian, she was not appointed by a state agency through a court process. So she was excluded, she couldn't receive the money. Now, what is provided for is that we can even make a payment to the gogo. We would still have to make an inquiry. Factors are taken into account, can she look? But she is looking after them, so we can make payment to a caregiver.
So Tony, obviously we can prevent a lot of hardship if there's proper planning. So in the planning processes, what is it that a member can do today, whether it's the member or a spouse or, persons who will be most probably future dependents? How can they prepare? What kind of documents should they actually just maybe have somewhere available in a file? What kind of information should they make sure they have readily available?
The member's benefit statement. Every fund, every board of trustees gives each member a member statement every year. On the member statement, that benefit statement, there is information about where can I contact the fund. If I want to make contact with a fund, who do I speak to? There's information about phone HR, phone the principal officer, phone the chair. That is all on the benefit statement. But in addition to that, the benefit statement would indicate what type of fund this person is a member of. It will specify what is your salary that benefit statement is based upon, because based on your salary, you will be making a monthly contribution to the fund. Based on your salary, the employer will likewise make a contribution. So all the relevant information is on the benefit statement. My advice would be that the member must sit down with his spouse, with his life partner, and in a file keep all the benefit statements, because every year he's going to receive a benefit statement.
Yeah.
It works the other way. So if you're a female member, the same applies to her husband. Okay, I'm using the example of a male member because I think that is quite common. But it works obviously the other way. And the member must sit down with a family when they're doing financial planning, when they're doing budgets, etc., and to say, or they're doing their will. They can take the benefit statement and says, in terms of the benefit statement, should I become disabled, there is this benefit of X that is going to come to the wife and children. If I should die in service, there is the benefit. It's all indicated on the benefit. So the benefit statement for the family, when they want to claim, when they come to, and when you talk about umbrella funds, then in an occupational fund, it's easy because HR knows the member. When you talk about an umbrella type fund where nobody knows the member, you got to go through so many hoops in order to get the information. That kind of planning becomes quite critical so that everybody knows, he's a member of that bargaining council, the electrical council, bargaining council. They must go there in order to go and put in a claim.
Right. Now, thank you very much, Tony. I don't know whether you have anything else that you just want to raise. We have maybe just a minute for a few closing remarks. Anything else that you think is important for our audience to know?
Yeah. Very often we may find that our dependents, people that were nominated, they are unhappy about the outcome of a decision that was made by a board of trustees. And as I said at the beginning, the right of the member to decide over his benefits, it's taken away and it is given to this board of trustees. Now, obviously, the board of trustees, they're going to upset major children. They're going to upset the girlfriend. They're going to upset the ex-spouse, because there are factors that they take into account in terms of the statutory prescribed scheme of distribution. And in order to fulfill their duty in terms of the distribution, they've got to make nil allocation sometimes. So very often trustees must balance the needs of the various dependents. And you mentioned that special needs child, okay? They would know that that child has got a mental or physical disability that would not enable him ever to take up a job, to be self-supporting. Then you've got 25-year-old major children. Now, automatically, from a fairness and equity perspective, their bias is going to be towards that minor child, the child that is in a home, the child that is in a wheelchair. Likewise, you've got age plays a very important role in the distribution. So if you've got an 80-year-old sickly parent that was living with a member in the house, the trustees would take into account what is the income, does the person qualify for a state old age pension? So those are factors that the trustees would take into account in getting to that fair and equitable distribution in the end.
So, and if they're unhappy, they can then obviously go to the office of the adjudicator, but only after they have followed a process.
Yeah.
So they have to prove to the adjudicator that, yes, indeed, I have raised this with my fund. I'm not happy with the decision. This is the remedial action that I want. This is what I want you to look at.
Yeah.
And hopefully this is the kind of outcome that I expect from this whole process.
Yeah.
And once that is in place, the adjudicator, retirement fund adjudicator, or the pension fund's adjudicator will then look at the complaint, assess that, and make a decision.
Yeah.
And that decision, Tony, I assume is final?
No,
what
it's
is
not.
the process after that?
No, the adjudicator doesn't make a decision.
Yeah.
What happens if I am this unhappy nominee?
Yeah.
I'm a major child, I'm on that nomination form, and the trustees taking those factors into account, the age, the amount, the needs, they exclude me as a major child. I can now go to the pension funds adjudicator and I can say, I'm unhappy with the outcome of this decision of the board for X, Y, and Z reason. What the adjudicator does is the adjudicator applies the Pension Funds Act, Section 37C, checks what the trustees have done. Have they exceeded the powers?
Okay.
Have they failed in the powers given to them? Now, in a case where the trustees say, excluded this nominee, because this nominee is self-supporting. This nominee has got his own household. This nominee has got his own income. No need. He wasn't receiving financial support from the deceased. That doesn't necessarily exclude him. But what the trustees are doing is they must find a balance. And they're looking at the needs of all the other dependents that are taken into account. And then they find this 30-year-old accountant that has got a future prospects are bright. He can step out of one job into the next. He's not needy. Then we talk about the 80-year-old grandmother, the child in a wheelchair. Those are the balancing factors that the trustees take into account. And then, now, if my major child is unhappy, first port of call is to go to the Board of Trustees, chair, principal officer, to say, I am unhappy. Why? In terms of practice, in terms of rules, invariably, the board must respond within 30 days. Now they say, we've excluded you because we think you are self-supporting. He's still unhappy. His next port of call is then to go to the pension funds adjudicator. Now, what the adjudicator does is say, I've now received this complaint. You trustees tell me what you've done. They say, in accordance with the minute book, in accordance with the resolution, we've done this, we've taken X, Y, and Z. That was our decision. We feel that we've done our job in accordance with the Act. They sent that to the adjudicator. The adjudicator looks at that and she sees the trustees applied their minds properly to this distribution. She won't upset that. She will dismiss the complaint. Same example, but instead of a major child, we've got a girlfriend that was excluded. The wife said, you must give all the money to me. Why are you taking into account this girlfriend? Okay. Now, they allocate money to the wife and the 4 children. And they say, no, she doesn't have a marriage certificate. Let's exclude her. Okay. She, the excluded spouse, this excluded life partner, can now go to the pension funds adjudicator. What the adjudicator then does is looking at what they took into account. Yes, they've excluded her, but on her submissions, this life partner, he paid for the rent. He paid for the flat. He paid for the school fees. He paid for everything. She was actually sitting at home because she couldn't work. She's got a 6-month-old baby, right? And they excluded it and gave all the money to the one household. Instead of saying to the Board of Trustees, no, you were wrong, what the adjudicator does is says, go and re-exercise, take this into account. You excluded her, but you excluded her. You've not sound enough reasons for excluding her. So now take this back and reconsider her. And within 6 months, you must come and tell me, the adjudicator, what you've done. Okay. So, but if somebody is not happy with the outcome of the adjudicator, either the fund or a complainant, they can go higher up, and this is all free of charge. They can go to the Financial Services Tribunal. It is above the pension funds adjudicator, and it's basically like an appeal to a higher body to say, the adjudicator made this ruling. I am very unhappy with this ruling. Can you reconsider what she's done? And many of the decisions of the adjudicator have been referred back by the Financial Sector Tribunal on various grounds to say, now you, adjudicator, go and look at this case again and take into account the following legal aspects or something relating to the case.
So thank you very much, Tony. I think that is a good place to stop. Thank you very much for your insights. And I hope that this will be something that our audience will be able to really work with. And I hope that the understanding now is there, how to go about to claim for your death benefit. And I hope that this process will be a little bit easier during very, very difficult times. Thank you very much, Tony. And
thanks for inviting me on.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon for those who have just joined us. Welcome to Money Smart Week, where you can receive free financial literacy information in order to live a better life. In studio today, we welcome Ms. Anna-Marie Dalton and Mr. Tony Remus from BSWSA. Welcome, Anna-Marie and Tony. Your feature covered the payment of retirement funds and death benefits. I'm just going to pick up a few questions from the chat function and allow you to answer it for us. Let's get straight into us. Let's see. Anna-Marie, the first question is directed at you. Why does it take so long to pay out death benefits to beneficiaries?
The role of the Retirement Fund Board of Trustees is to make an equitable and fair distribution. And they usually have 12 months to make that decision. And you can imagine, you know, in a complicated case. It's not easy to make that decision, and there are three things that they need to take into consideration. First, they have to identify the beneficiaries and the dependents. Now, if it's just one or two persons, it's an easy answer. If it's more, it will take longer. Secondly, they have to now take a decision around the distribution of that particular benefit. And they have to take into all the information, the research, the investigation that the principal officer and the fund did on the dependents and beneficiaries. And that might also take time. And then thirdly, they have to now decide on what is the best method to distribute the benefit. So hopefully, if it's not complicated, less than 12 months, but otherwise that is the cutoff date.
Okay, so viewers, you can expect, if you were wondering what the answer to the question is, give them some time to do their investigations and the work, and check in every now and then. It could be 12 months, less than 12 months, more than 12 months, but that depends on various factors, of course. Tony, the question to you I have is, I used to be a financial advisor and I got fired over 10 years ago. I recently got a call that I have benefits due to me, but I'm afraid to get the money. What if I end up owing them?
Your money in a retirement fund is protected in terms of the legislation, so nobody else can get their hands on your money unless certain requirements in terms of the Act have been met. But any members, normally speaking, any member's benefit is protected within the fund. In terms of not completing the forms, in terms of a fear, the regulator, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, has got an unclaimed benefits helpline where the particular financial advisor, the person who's got an unclaimed benefit, could phone up, and they will guide him through the process of completing the form. And they will confirm to him that you are actually entitled to an unclaimed benefit. The regulator has got a national unclaimed benefits database where all funds that have got unclaimed benefits, they report to the regulator on those. So if somebody like the questioner is asking about what can I do, he can phone up the helpline and they will guide him and actually confirm that in fact that money is sitting there for you, and then there's a process that needs to be followed where he will get his hands on his money without that money going to anybody else.
Good to know, very good to know. Anna-Marie, I belong to a work pension and I don't understand my benefit statement. What should I be looking at?
So there are a number of things. First you have to verify your contact details and all your personal details that is still correct. Secondly, you have to look at your salary and the calculation, the deduction, the calculation against that salary. Because it's quite possible that, you've got an increase during the year, or that your salary has changed and the employer have not updated that. Thirdly, you have to also look at, where can you complain if there is a problem? And that will also be in the beneficiary statement, so that you have, at least if there's recourse, that you know where the recourse lie. And then what kind of benefits are available to you? And that is also correctly cited in the statement. For instance, obviously this is your contribution, the payout to your pension, that amount. Then whether there's a risk benefit, a funeral benefit or a group benefit, and whether that's out in-house or it's out of fund. Which means that if there's a funeral benefit that the employer offers, then the fund won't deal with any problems or complaints that you might have. I think those are the key things that you should keep in mind.
I think that's very valuable and important to know that. I mean, because a lot of us don't understand actually we see the numbers, we think it's growing, the money's growing, and it's fine, and that's where we leave it. But there's actually so much more to consider.
I also want to say that, this is a statement that you need to actually share with the people that need to know. Because in case, if you die, this is the statement that will help them to submit a claim and to know where to go. You know, sometimes our spouses and our partners don't tell us about our retirement fund benefits or anything. So if they know about this statement, know where to find it, it will be so much easier.
Thank you so much
for the beneficiaries.
We have time for one last question. And the question is, what is the appropriate methods of payment in respect of minor children? Tony.
The Act provides for a number of ways of paying a benefit. But in respect of minor benefits, the default payment is always to the guardian. Now, this is where the trustees need to investigate in that 12-month period that Anna-Marie referred to as who is actually the guardian, legal guardian, who is a caregiver, the person looking after the daily care needs of a child under the age of 18. That is what the trustees need to consider. And based on the facts that they are getting in that investigation, they must then decide what is in the best interest of this minor child. Age obviously plays a very important role. A child at the age of 6, a child at the age of 18, they've got different needs. So the trustees will make a determination with reference to age, with reference to needs, as to where should we pay. But the default payment is always to the guardian, the person that is, and the guardian would be the surviving parent or a person that is appointed in a will or is appointed by a court to be the legal guardian. Then the Act further gives discretion to the Board of Trustees to decide whether to pay in cash or whether to pay into a trust or whether to pay into a beneficiary fund. So there are these various options that are available to a Board of Trustees, but it's within the discretion of the Board of Trustees based on their findings in that 12-month investigation, what is going to be in the best interest of this minor child.
Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you so much, Anna-Marie. There's a lot of responsibility that lies with the Board of Trustees, and they have to definitely use their discretion and their knowledge and to find beneficiaries and to distribute the monies equally and fairly to who it belongs to. Stay tuned as we join the Financial Intermediaries Association speaking about financial planning, followed by Satrix on how to start investing.
Good day, everyone. My name is Solani Baloi of the Financial Intermediaries Association, FIA. So the FIA is a trade association for intermediaries. We strive to protect and develop the professional service of our members and their employees so that consumers can benefit from the value of advice, risk management, and product fulfillment in today's DIY world. Today I'm joined by Anton Swanepoel. So Anton, welcome. And I will just introduce you quickly.
Thank you.
Anton is a certified financial planner, a former FPI Financial Planner of the Year finalist. He has more than 30 years of experience in the financial services industry and has served on numerous industry committees during his time. He is currently the chairperson of the Financial Planning Executive Committee of the FIA, and he also serves in the board. He holds a master's degree in mercantile law from the University of the Free State, which included a study of the legal relationship between financial advisors and their clients. Anton, thank you so much. We are in the presence of a giant.
Well, thank you very much, Sulani, for that kind introduction. It's an absolute privilege and pleasure to be here.
So, Anton, what does it mean to be a financial planner? So I see here it says that you're a certified financial planner. What is it?
Sulani, you get product salespeople, and then you get individuals who specialize in helping clients to achieve their financial goals. And the product that is ultimately presented to the client is presented as a result of a thorough study to determine where the client is currently, what the client's goals and objectives are, helping to define those goals and set it with the client, designing strategies to actually achieve those goals, and then, of course, helping the client to implement them. So the difference between selling a product and being a financial planner is really helping the client to understand his or her current financial position, where they want to go, and we help them to get there. That's the difference.
Okay. So I think this answers my question about why you are part of the FIA, that value of advice. So you've unpacked it nicely in terms of what a financial planner does. So where do you get your customers?
Well, that could come from a broad range of sources. The first, when you start out, is family and friends. The second is your business associates. You may be a member of a sports club. You may be part of the school board or the parent board at the school. I've made a lot of friends around the sports fields when my children played. And it's in the normal course of business, you know, it's building your networks, and you find every now and then that there's a common interest, and that is how the relationships develop. That's how you get your clients.
Okay, and is there a general demand for financial advice, do you find? Is there demand out there in the market? Are consumers or customers actively looking for financial advice?
Solani, I have no doubt that there's a huge demand. Sometimes we as individuals, we underestimate the value of soundboarding our own opinions against that of someone who specializes in that field. I'm going to use a personal example.
Okay.
You know, in the COVID time, I realized after attending 3 funerals in 2 months that maybe it is time for me to review my own circumstances and will, etc., because I had to assist families with the passing of the breadwinner, 3 breadwinners passing, and that highlights during these events, you become so aware of the need of financial advice. Because in some of those cases, the wills were not up to date. And that inspired me to seek the services of an independent financial advisor, in my case. It's a friend of mine, but more importantly, we had to review the will because 10 years ago, I'm ashamed to admit it, my will was 10 years old. And then just these events that inspire us to review our financial position. And although I'm a qualified financial advisor, what I realized, if I had to pass away, my wife didn't have me to guide her with my knowledge and experience. I actually needed to appoint somebody else to take care of them. So, you know, I think we underestimate the value. And more importantly, is to have a professional soundboard, because we can very easily become a legend in our own mind, thinking that our decisions are the best. But just seeking wise counsel from time to time adds an enormous amount of value.
Okay. And how often should one update their will?
Sulani, in my view, one should review your will once every 2 years. Maybe once a year is an overkill, but once every 2 years, I think, is a prudent timeline to review the will. You know, my will, which was 10 years old, still had my mom as a beneficiary and my aunt as a beneficiary who was an adult dependent. And they subsequently passed away. So, you know, I was inspired by COVID to review it. But coming back to your question, I think once every 2 years.
Okay. or if there is a trigger event.
Exactly. That's a good point. You know, there may be a significant event like the passing of a beneficiary, etc.
Okay. So during your career, what are some of the mistakes that you've observed customers make, specifically because they did not approach a financial advisor for advice?
That's a great question, Sulani. I've witnessed many mistakes. Some of those mistakes I even made myself. And the first mistake that clients make, consumers make, is not planning early enough.
Okay.
You know, we somehow get sucked into the pressures of the world, getting a job, just earning an income, buying the car that we believe we can afford at that stage, but more looking at the top end and not prudently planning. Therefore, I would say the single biggest mistakes people make is just to live day by day and not doing proper planning.
Okay.
Secondly, is not to employ the services of a financial advisor to help them to articulate their goals and to collectively design a strategy. Put strategies in place, because you will know without goal setting, you will not know whether you're financially successful or not. So therefore, a big mistake, not planning. Secondly, not having somebody to soundboard. You know, it's like a professional sports person. At Tiger Woods, for example, we had a coach. So helping you to structure and to create a foundation for sound, prudent financial decisions. I think one of the biggest mistakes I've made is to make decisions just because of my own insights. And not, first of all, checking it with my wife, because that is a recipe for disaster. When breadwinners make those decisions alone. If you've got a life partner, in my case, it's a marriage for close to 30 years. If I look back, the biggest mistakes financially I have made is not checking those decisions, because we're in this together. And therefore, making those financial decisions together, if they are bad decisions, at least you know that the people that are journeying with you are taking the pain, and they are not taking the pain for your own decisions. And that's why I think a financial advisor is someone with experience, someone with insight as to in respect of financial planning, as well as recommending products that are up to date, the product features, the terms and conditions, etc. Those are the things you can't do by yourself. As a layperson, you need those insights. And then, of course, prudent, suitable advice. I mean, there are so many products out there. There are so many ways to kill a cat. There are so many ways where you think that your plan is the best. But having that soundboard, stress testing your own opinion, that is actually most valuable. And people fail to do that in many cases.
Yeah. I think it's also a trap out there in the market. I think as young people, information is readily available everywhere, and we are in a DIY world, do it yourself. And we think that we can just go to product suppliers directly. But from the answer that you just gave us now, it does sound like you need an intermediary, someone in the middle that is going to critique or your intended decisions, basically.
Yes. Sulani, I can compare it to financial wellness to healthcare. We know that there are people who self-medicate. But I must be honest, I think there are certain risks that we need to be aware of if you self-medicate. There are gaps in your own analysis. The internet is wonderful, but in some cases, self-medicating is a huge risk from a healthcare perspective. And in the same vein, if we compare that to financial wellness, there are certain risks when you go to the internet, you go to a robo-advisor, and you don't have the personal and individual insights of stress testing your own views. And in some cases, there may be one or two areas that a robo-advisor will overlook because of the limitations of questionnaires, etc. And this is where I draw the analogy between financial wellness and healthcare itself.
Okay. So we have heard the advantages of seeking financial advice, but I'm sure there are some disadvantages equally. What are some of the things to look out for when deciding to deal with a financial advisor and seeking advice?
So, Lani, like in any profession, you get good advisors and not so good. And you even get, if we look at history, unscrupulous advisors.
Okay.
Fortunately, the legislation has really forced advisors to up their game. Legislation has played a huge role, a significant role in giving the financial planning profession a higher standard to meet. So I, for one, am in full support of legislation forcing financial advisors to go through a rigorous education process. This process has been in place from an educational point of view since 2010 with the new fit and proper requirements. It was always, since the legislation was introduced in 2004, it was always the idea to make sure that we don't only deal with product salesmen. We actually deal with people who are well educated and they are qualified to give financial advice.
Yeah, come to think of it, when I think of financial advisors as a young girl, I would often hear my aunts and my granny saying that these guys are, should you die? Should you die, then they sell you a life policy. They knock on your door and say, should you die? So there was like a bad reputation sort of around financial advisors. And it was as if it's these guys just looking for your money, writing policies, whether you need them or not. But from what you're saying, it sounds like this is really, really a profession. So how do you become a financial advisor? How did you become a financial advisor? How did you choose to become a financial advisor? And what do you enjoy about your work?
So, Lani, you've said a lot now. I just want to backtrack, take one step back quickly. And I want to tell the public that in 30 years being part of this industry, there are some financial advisors that have left a bad taste. But I have met some of the finest professionals even before the legislation was implemented in 2004. So you do get your bad apples, but unfortunately, those bad experiences are the ones that are amplified. There are hundreds of thousands of clients who are very grateful to their financial advisors. Those advisors who have helped them secure a life insurance policy. The true value of that only became known after the breadwinner has passed away. So we must acknowledge the fact that not all financial advisors are responsible for a bad reputation. It's the minority who's actually caused that reputation to stand, even till today. So that's just a point that I would like to clarify. How do you become a financial advisor? I must say most companies have implemented a very rigorous training program. As you join, the legislation is now forcing us to make sure that financial planners within a certain period achieve certain qualifications. There's a regulatory examination that you are well aware of that they need to pass. In other words, the regulatory exam is a compulsory exam for any financial advisor, which must be completed within a 2-year period after starting their career. So in other words, How do you become a financial advisor? The first is you need to register with a financial services provider who's also licensed with the regulator. And that FSP, as we call that, financial services provider, whether it's a brokerage, whether it's an agency force with an insurance company, they take you through a rigorous training program. So in other words, before becoming a financial advisor, you need to realize that we are becoming a profession. And you cannot call yourself a professional without the qualifications. A doctor studies medicine. An attorney studies law.
Yes.
An auditor studies finance or BCom, and they become a chartered accountant. So there's a lot of studying involved. And this is what the regulator has implemented for the financial planning profession. So first of all, you need to be sure that you are in the study game. You never stop learning. You will always forever be busy with continuous professional development, etc. I would say that before you become a financial advisor, we must understand and appreciate we are working with people. We're not working with their money. We ultimately get to deal with their money, but we are working with people. And if financial planners put the client at the center of everything they do, they're going to be hugely successful, and they will be part of the planners where clients will look back and consumers will say, thank heavens I appointed a financial advisor.
Okay. Now that sounds very exciting. It sounds like there is a lot of changes within the industry, and all these changes will improve the lives of consumers and your customers ultimately. So what does the future hold for financial advice in South Africa and for the financial planning profession at large?
Sulani, over the years, even since, I would say since 2010, there's been a major focus on a central theme that is being echoed through the financial services industry, and that is a term called treating customers fairly. The legislation, the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services Act, since its introduction in 2004, has had this theme of treating customers fairly. There's a specific section in the legislation that demands of a financial advisor to treat customers fairly. Now that theme has now been incorporated in a new piece of legislation that will be the overarching legislation, and that is called the Conduct of Financial Institutions Bill. That will become an act in the near future where all the treating customers fairly principles have been incorporated in that bill. So in other words, the major demand that the regulator is placing on every financial services institution is treating customers fairly. So whatever the outcomes are, that is going to be the benchmark where conduct of financial advisors will be evaluated. Conduct of insurance companies, conduct of investment companies. That is the center of all the attention going forward. So there's been a gradual shift in moving from product to looking at the value chain when advisors are engaging with customers. So from the first meeting to analyzing their needs, to making recommendations, to implementing those and monitoring it on an ongoing basis, the central theme that legislation will look at is whether the customer was treated fairly. So I think there is a bright future for the consumer lying ahead, and we have seen a gradual improvement in the conduct of financial advisors over the last few years. And
I'm sure that consumers will be encouraged and motivated to go and speak to experts before making costly mistakes. And aspiring financial planners will also be motivated to join the industry so that we can make the lives of our customers much better. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining us for this edition.
Thank you, Solani. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
Molweni, igama lam nguDuma Mxenge, ndiyi-Business Development Manager eCetrix, uCetrix lishishini enqinqeza phambili kwi-index tracking kwaye siyaziqhenya ngokubambisana no-Smart Money Week 2021 sikhe sifumane ithuba lokucacisa ukuba yintoni i-Exchange Traded Funds, ngamanye amazwi ETF. Uzikhetha njani, uzidibanisa njani kwiportfolio yakho njengomntu onenjongo zokukhulisa ingxowa yakho ekuhambeni kwexesha. I-Smart Money Week lixesha elifanelekileyo lokuqala uhambo lwakho lwe-investment. Sondela khe ndikuphe intluva ezisixhenxe endithemba ukuba ziza kunceda ukwazi ukuqala uhambo lwakho lwe-investment ngendlela elungileyo. Qala ngemali onayo, i-R10 ngenyanga ilungile ukuba imeko yakho iyavuma. Khumbula, investment kufuneke ihambisane nepokotho yakho. Imali yokufaka kwi-investment ixhomeke kwimeko yakho. Into engamandla iba discipline, ube necebo yokuba ii-goals zakho uzakwazi na uzifumana ngendlela efanelekileyo. Ixesha libalulekile kakhulu ukuba uzixelele le mali uza kuyi-investa ngexesha elinga, iba nediscipline ungatshintshi. Thina bantu kule field sithi funeka udlule noko iminyaka ezi5 kuzo uzobona umahluko. Ndithetha ngokuba i-share price xa uyijonga imihla ngemihla iyanyuka ihle. Isizathu saloo nto ungafumaniseka zindaba ezikweli company okanye imeko zomnotho eMzantsi Afrika. Kodwa xa umntu enediscipline angaphaphazeli agcine imali yakhe investiwe, uzobona umahluko ekuhambeni kwexesha. Ii-fees zizinto ezibalulekileyo kwi-investment. Ii-fees ozibhatalayo kwi-investment yakho zitya phaa kwi-returns zeportfolio yakho. Lilonke qiniseka ukuba ii-fees zakho uzigcina ziphantsi kuzo uzokwazi ukunyusa i-returns zeportfolio yakho. Ukuba le video ikulahlile ungakhathazeki, awukho wedwa. Sikhona i-financial advisors, abantu abafundisiweyo ukunceda abantu abafana nawe kulo mba wezimali kunye ne-investment. Ubomi bunzima, zenzele lula ufumane i-financial advisor elungileyo ezakwazi ukuncedisa kolu hambo lwakho le-investments. I-retirement annuity kunye ne-tax-free savings account zindlela ezilungileyo zokuhlisa imali oyibhatalayo for i-tax. Ndiyacela uthethe ne-financial advisor izokwazi ukubonisana nawe. Xa unezinto ozifunayo, umthetho wakho ndiyathemba ukuba ungumntu oza necebo kuze uzokwazi ukufumana izinto ozifunayo. Sithi thina nakwlicala lemali makube njalo. Iingcingo zakho mazidlule ngaphaya kwizinto ezifana nebudget. We encourage umntu abe neenjongo zalo nyaka, kulo nyaka zayo kunye neminyaka elandelayo. Thatha ithuba khe uqonde ukuba i-retirement yakho ime njani. Njengomntu ocontributayo kwi-pension, kufuneke uyazi ukuba nje le mali ikhula ime njani ngomhla ube na-65 iminyaka. Ingxolo ebantwini iqhelekile kweli lizwe le-investment. Ungakhathazeki, hlala wena kwiqhinga lakho. Lumkela kuhamba nabahambayo. Ukuba unawo umbuzo ofuna umqonda, tsalela umnxeba kwisihlobo sakho i-financial advisor ikucebise. Enye indlela yokucacisela into ye-investment, ukuba ubuqale kule veki phelileyo, namhlanje iveki uyigqibile usemxolweni, kwaye uphambili kunabantu bengakaqali. Ekuhambeni kwexesha uzawuzithemba nge-investment kwaye nengxowa yakho izokhula. Kwabantu bangaqali sithi suba nexhala, namhlanje yimini efanelekileyo yokuqala iinjongo zakho ze-investments. Ndiyabulela.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, Foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
It may be day 4 of our Money Smart Week, but our engines are still full steam ahead. Do you have a question that you would like answered on money matters? Why not ask it on our chat function or find us on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Join the conversation using the hashtag MSWSA2021. We'll be here till Sunday, 28 March.
Well, Inline PH is still hot and you do not want to miss it. Next is the University of Johannesburg on limiting beliefs to financial wellness, fought with financial literacy for kids, and Isas Yalandela on creating a budget to meet your goals and tracking expenses.
Thanks, Kaya. This will be followed by Nedbank on financial health, enriching live financial services, and a CISA Foundation on the importance of saving.
Limiting beliefs to financial wellness. What are the odds? A girl from the southwestern township of Johannesburg, born of a teenage mother in the late 70s, getting through primary school and high school without the same fate befalling her. The same girl obtaining a degree in commerce at one of the prestigious universities in Johannesburg. She goes on and qualifies as a chartered accountant in 2007, when black African female CAs in the country were less than 300. It may appear that the odds were stacked up against her. Her life should have followed her mother's path, like so many others in her community. There are so many mothers, fathers, or both who sacrifice daily so that their children could have a fighting chance in life. A chance to be a university graduate. A chance to learn things that she or he could never teach her. And most importantly, a chance to be financially successful. Because as a parent, you couldn't. This child is the family's hope out of poverty. She is the financial plan and the retirement plan. Many of us struggle with money matters. Our expenses exceed our income. What air is to the lungs, debt is to our survival. There is just not enough money to live on. For most, the relationship with money may have been influenced by early childhood experiences. Childhood, a time when the blueprint to a sense of safety and security is formed. A time when the solid foundation you are going to live with for a long time is formed. For me, the observations of how my mother and my grandmother provided for our basic needs, as well as the poverty I interacted with each time I stepped out of our home and walked the dusty streets to school or the cafe, contributed to this blueprint. I would like to believe that everyone at a point in their life has had an unfavorable experience with money, through personal experience or being affected by a loved one's experience. These experiences have led to us having a perception, a view about money. For example, I grew up believing that without money, I am nothing. Without money, I have no power. And without money, I am not that member of society that can make things happen. These thoughts would then inform how I would act, how I showed up in the world, in order to feel that I am somebody. It was only up until I listened to a podcast by a lady named Julie Ann Kearns in 2016. Her podcast was on subconscious beliefs around money. From that, I recognized that I grew up with a scarcity mentality. I showed up as tight-fisted around money matters. So much so that from a very young age, I became obsessed with the management of money. From saving every single cent to knowing in detail how much and for what reason each cent is spent on. It's so funny that I even budgeted for amakip, which cost 40 cents at that time. A financial practice that my mom frowned upon and thought was an indication that her daughter is stingy, a miser, a Scrooge. Oh, done. There goes the financial plan. Her retirement plan. All in the name of making and having money. I thought studying to be an accountant would release me. To my surprise, the outcome was that I understood the concepts of finances. That is, spending and debt, saving and investments, income and money management. However, applying these concepts to my personal life, that was the challenge. If I, as an accountant, struggled to apply these concepts in my personal life, how many more people feel like I do? How many people go out there get their qualifications, work hard, and do lots of tangible actions to get what they want, and still find themselves trapped by these concepts. I have decided to go out and make a noise for financial literacy, to be viewed as a critical life skill for individuals, a skill that is necessary to empower individuals into taking action in improving their financial well-being. Walk with me as we reimagine and redefine the relationships that we have with money. There are various tools and methods on budgeting, saving, investing, etc. But we do not stick to the behaviors that are meant to better our lives. I am convinced that even in the fourth industrial revolution era, more sophisticated technologies will be developed, but chances are high that we will not stick to them. We will still default back to our limiting ways we view money as. Julie Ann Kearns identified that there are 7 subconscious beliefs about money that hold people back from attracting money into their lives. Generally, an individual during childhood would adopt one or more of these as a belief system. Understand that a belief system is actually your blueprint. This belief system then shows up consistently in one's life, influencing one's experiences and outcomes. The 7 subconscious beliefs identified by Julie Ann are the following. 1. Scarcity. This is the belief that there isn't enough money to go around. 2. Time is money. This is the belief that to make money is to exchange your time. 3. Work equates to worth. The belief that you have to work hard for your money to feel worthy. 4. It takes money to make money. This is the belief that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. 5. Easy come, easy go. This is the belief that money in, money out. 6. Money won't make you happy. This is the belief that there's more to life than money. 7. Money corrupts you. This is the belief that money is the root of all evil. Earlier, I mentioned that I discovered that I grew up with a scarcity mentality. It turns out that the core subconscious belief that I held was belief number 1. There isn't enough money to go around. This belief showed up as me being tight-fisted, strict when it comes to budgets, and very penny-wise. The beliefs that I have just mentioned can be split up into categories. Category number 1, relationship to money. Category number 2, how money works. And category number 3, how money changes us. At the base of these 3 categories is the number 1 belief of scarcity. So let's talk more. What is scarcity? Scarcity, this is the belief that money is hard to make. Money doesn't grow on trees. And under scarcity, you are trapped in hand-me-down beliefs, or what I would like to call generational programming. Let me explain further. Basically, all of us grew up in a household. What your grandparents were told by their grandparents is handed down to your mother, and your mother hands that down to you, and you hand that down to your kids. And then the cycle continues. So you would find that your parents have particular sayings around money, which you have heard over and over and over. These sayings are not bad or ill-intentioned. However, they are no longer relevant. Those sayings may have been said during times of hardship and scarcity. But when you fast forward to where you are now, you might find that it is time for a new program to be uploaded. a new belief that supports your goals to financial wellness. My relationship to money. Under this category, the beliefs around money that are relevant are number 2 and number 3. That is, time is money and work equates to worth. Ladies and gentlemen, in this category, a person holds the belief that to make money is to exchange my time. The person believes that there are only 24 hours in a day, so I am limited to the amount of money I can make. Exchanging time for money is the only way to make money. Further, in this category, a person sees work as a measure of their worth and therefore holds the belief that I have to work so hard for my money to feel worthy or to even be praised. The self-esteem is overly tied to the work they do. You need to free yourself up to receive income that is not necessarily tied to your work. Knowing your worth with certainty eventually results in settling for something that is not worthy of you. My thoughts on how money works. Belief number 4 and number 5 reside here. That is, it takes money to make money, and easy come, easy go. In this category, a person would generally hold the premise that only people with money make money. Also, when money has flowed into my life, it will easily flow out. If you are here, you need to replace your belief with a better belief, like easy come, easy grow. That does sound more positive, doesn't it? The last category, how I believe money changes us. Belief number 6 and number 7 reside here. That is, money won't make you happy and money will corrupt you. In this final category, ladies and gentlemen, one would ordinarily believe that money can't buy happiness, love, joy. And the more money I make, the more problems I'm going to have. Also, it is believed that money will make you greedy, turn you into a miser or an evil person, since money is the root to all evil. But is this necessarily true? This is a very dangerous belief around money to have, because it can cause you to experience feelings of doubt, feelings of unworthiness, and believing that people love you only for your money. But in all honesty, money is neutral. It can do a lot of good in the world, like reducing unhappiness and relieving some of the financial stresses. It is so important that you correct what you hold inside first. Know what you value, know what you want, know who you are, and then the money will just amplify you and help increase the positive impact you can make. C.G. Jung says, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's try to not call everything in our lives fate, and let's be involved in turning things around. So, to have financial success without struggle, change needs to happen. What are the steps to breaking the limiting beliefs about money? Step 1, you need to identify the belief system that you hold. Step 2, you need to weaken the belief. And step 3, you need to replace the belief. You may ask how. So let's do an example. How would you go about identifying the belief system? So using my belief system, we would say there isn't enough money to go around. Step 2, we need to weaken the belief. That means we need to put holes to prove that the belief is not true. And you would do that by asking a set of questions. If there isn't enough money, then why do I have a roof over my head? If there isn't enough money to go around, then why have I not slept without a meal? If there isn't enough money, then why do I have clothes to keep me covered? And if there isn't enough money to go around, then why do I have options to choose differently? By having put holes into that belief to not to be true, then you are in a better position to actually replace the belief. And replacing the belief could sound something like this. There is more than enough money to go around, and around, and around, and I can prove it. This is what you would play in your mind over and over until you no longer remember the limiting belief, or until you do not identify with it anymore. Practical Money Smart to-dos to support the breaking of the limiting beliefs. Ladies and gentlemen, these are active habits you can do on a daily basis to assist you in supporting the new belief that you have now put in place. Firstly, identify, weaken, and replace your subconscious belief about money. This will give you context to why and how you do money. 2, track what you spend your money on a daily basis. And then at the end of the week, notice the categories or themes that show up and add them up. Do this for at least 40 uninterrupted days. If you have an interruption, you need to reset and start at day 1 again. 3, rank the themes into needs or wants. It is quite important that you must be honest with yourself when you're doing this. 4, all that has been ranked as a need together with a spend, I mean the amount you spent on it, consider as your weekly budget. All that has been ranked as a want, deposit the value in a savings account that you cannot access instantly. After the initial 40 days, see how much money you have saved and consider reinvesting for another 40 days, and another, and another. After 120 days, consider rewarding yourself for the commitment. The reward can be a maximum of 10% of what you have saved from the list of your wants. Ladies and gentlemen, this practice should assist you in shifting your mindset around spending, budgeting, and saving, and thereby impacting behavior towards better decision making. Our stories are not the same. It is important to focus on your process and the vision you have set for yourself. Soon, in this way, you would have put into practice good habits to financial wellness. Be gentle to yourself and trust the process. Thank you.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
Hello, how are you today? I'm sitting here under the big, beautiful trees outside Ford Asset Management. I've been watching the bees, the butterflies, the birds, and even a few squirrels go about their morning. I've been thinking about how important it is to plant the seeds of financial knowledge early on, so they have enough time to grow big and strong. It just so happens I have a book right here that will help us do just that. It's called More Than Enough. It's been translated into a few different languages, but today I'll read it to you from the isiXhosa translation. If you look closely, you'll see a few squirrels right here on the cover, just like the ones I've been keeping an eye on in the garden. That's Anele and her mother. I wonder what they get up to inside. U-Anele kunye nonina baphuma ngoqhiza lentseni ethile yonkwiza ukuyoqokelela imbewu yom'oki. Bengalungiseleli iinyanga zobusika obuzayo ezibandayo nje kuphela. Njengoko u-Anele efumanisa, babelungiselela neminyaka emininzi kakhulu ezayo. Let's read it together. Okungaphezu kokwaneleyo. Ibhalwe nguChristina Castle, imizobo nguKarla Cross. Le incwadi ika-Awethu. Jonga yonke le ndlebo entle kangaka yasehlathini. Zingaphi izinto ozaziyo kuyo? Ndibona imbewu yom'oki, amakhowa, kunye nalamagqabi abhabha njengenqwelomoya encinci xa isiwa emthini. Unjani ukulithanda ihlathi enkulu? At Ford Asset Management, sikholelwa ekuhlwayeleni kwikamva eliqaqambileyo, eliphangeleleyo, ngumbono olula osoloko ukhona amaxesha amaninzi. Mbono lowo esithanda ukwabelana nawo nabatyali-zimali abatsha nabadala kwiminyaka ngeminyaka ezayo. Ubusazi ukuba okungaphezu okwaneleyo iseyincwadi yokuqala kuchungechunge lweencwadi zabantwana olucwangciswe yi-Ford Asset Management lokufundisa abantwana ngokubaluleka kokonga nokukhulisa imali. Nkosi yami, jonga ukuba ingakanani imbewu yom'oki ephethwe ngu-Anele. Nto entle kakhulu ke leyo. Ungayibala? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yayilusuku lokuqala enkundla. Iikhabhathi zingenanto kwikhaya loonomatsi. Kwakusele ukutya okwakulingene isidlo sakusasa kuphela. Yitya Anele, kutsho umama. Namhlanje lusuku oluxakekileyo. Siza kuyoqokelela imbewu yom'oki. Waqubula iminyazi emakalisa ukutshintsha kwexesha lonyaka. Kubonakala ngathi wonke umntu unambonomnye njengathi mama, watsho u-Anele, ejonga isiphithiphithi esasisenzeka ezantsi. Kwakusele kukho ukuphithizela okuthile ehlathini. Umama watsiba ukwehla emthini elandelwa yiminyazi kunye no-Anele. Ingakanani imbewu yom'oki esiza kuyidinga? Wabuza u-Anele, ekhangela ukutya phantsi ehlathini. Wancuma umama, eyaneleyo ukuba sitye, eyaneleyo ukuba siyonwabele. eyaneleyo ukuba sabelane, eyaneleyo ukuba sonde, eyaneleyo ukuba ikhule kwiminyaka ngeminyaka ezayo. Ukuze sihlale sinako okwaneleyo, wabuza uAnele. Okungaphezu kokwaneleyo, Anele. Okungaphezu kokwaneleyo. Ingaba ukonwabele oko? Ucinga ukuba uAnele uqokelele imbewu yombotyi eyaneleyo? Sakhumbula ukuba umama wakhe utheni? Udinga imbewu yombotyi eyanele ukuba sitye, ukuze naye akhule abe mkhulu kwaye omelele njengomama. Ufuna ukufana nabani xa umdala? Eyaneleyo ukuba siyonwabele, senze izinto ezisonwabisayo. Yintoni ekonwabisayo wena? Xa mna ndisebenze nzima, ndithanda ukuzivisa kamnandi ngokuya elwandle ndiyoqubha. Eyaneleyo ukuba sabelane nabahlobo, nosapho, okanye nomntu ongamaziyo ongenayo imbewu yombotyi eyeyakhe. Ungacinga ngomntu onokwabelana naye? Eyaneleyo ukuba sonke silungiselele imini kaxakeka njengoko sisitsho. Sonke siyayidinga imbewu yombotyi ethe chatha ngezinye iilwimi. Kwaye eyaneleyo ukuba ikhule, ize ikhule, ize ikhule. Ubusazi ukuba awuzikholelwa ke le into, okanye mhlawumbi sele uyazi kuba kaloku ukrelekrele. Kodwa mna ndandingayazi ngokuya ndandingangawe ukuba umthi ngamnye waqalwa yimbewu encinci njengembewu yombotyi. Kuqala kufuneke kubekho umntu oyityalayo. Emva koko iyakhula ibe ngumthi omncinci odinga uhoyo, ize ibe ngumthi omkhudlwana. Nomthi omkhudlwana, nomthi omkhudlwana, de ekugqibeleni ibe ngumthi omkhulu wombotyi onamakhulukhulu embewu yombotyi entsha, ukuze oonomatse abaxakekileyo njengoAnele nomama bayiqokelele, baze bayitye, baze bayonwabele, baze babelane ngayo, baze bayonge, baze bayikhulise ukuze yeminye imithi emitsha. Ayimangalisi kodwa loo nto? Ngoko ke nawe ndicinga ukuba uAnele nomama baqokelele imbewu yombotyi engaphezu kokwaneleyo. Awucingi njalo wena? Ndiyathemba ulonwabele eli bali, kwaye ndiyathemba uza kuqokelela imali etyiwayo ngohlobo oonomatse abaqokelela ngayo imbewu yombotyi, ukuze usoloko unokungaphezu kokwaneleyo nakwiminyaka ezayo. Uyazi, uAnele unethamsanqa ukuba afunde ngokonga nokukhulisa esemncinci kangaka. Akwaba nam ndandifunde eso sifundo sibaluleke kangaka ngoku ndandimncinci. Kodwa iselithuba lokwenza koko nangoku. Ndicinga uba uAnele uza kukhula engunomatse onobulumko nonwabileyo njengomama, nawe ngokunjalo. I'd like you to meet someone special, my friend Brendan. He works at Ford Asset Management, the company that published this book. Brendan, why did Ford decide to make a book about squirrels and acorns and growing trees?
Thank you, Awitu. This book is very special to us here at Ford, and I'd love to tell you all about it. Do you know that at Ford we live and breathe acorns? You see that even our logo has an acorn in it. We laugh and say that the acorn is silent. Picture books bring much joy and happiness to children and adults alike, but they actually do more than that. They present the opportunity to plant the seeds of knowledge. They are an investment in the future, not just in terms of literacy, but also in terms of the messages they carry. At Ford, we are passionate about teaching the importance of investing for the long term. And what better way to do it than with a book that can be read repeatedly? It is the perfect platform for parents and teachers to start the conversation about investing and, more importantly, to keep having that conversation. More Than Enough is the first in a planned series of beautiful picture books to teach children the basic concepts of investing. It forms part of Ford's financial literacy initiative called Teach Your Child to Invest, and it's an innovative first for the financial services industry too. The series will reach out to future generations of South Africans with clear yet creative messaging about investing. It explores concepts such as time, saving, income generation, compounding, diversification, risk, patience, and investing for the long term. These are life skills. Those are big words and even bigger concepts for little people, but they are the basic and important investment principles that we drive at Ford. If you understand and embrace these principles from an early age, you can only be set on the path to successful investing. Ford's picture books will explain these concepts in a clear, simple, and entertaining way, accompanied by beautiful illustrations to ensure children engage and learn. More Than Enough is a story about a young squirrel who sets out with her mother one autumn morning to collect acorns. There is no jargon, no reference to money, and not a hint of greed. This simple story is about acorns and why our squirrel family collects them. To eat, to enjoy, to share, to save, and grow for the years to come. Sharing these important messages about investing with all South African children is our priority. Since publication, More Than Enough has been translated from English into isiXhosa, isiZulu, and Afrikaans. Children need to be able to read in their own language, and it makes the messages that much more accessible. The book is free to all, and Ford has been distributing it to libraries and schools throughout South Africa, and to individuals who are keen to create a culture of investing. We have also partnered with WordWorks, a local non-profit organization, to distribute More Than Enough to their extensive network. To date, they have distributed nearly 40,000 copies in 3 languages via their network of schools and NGOs across all 8 Western Cape education districts, as well as a few in the Eastern and Northern Cape. This year, with their help, we are looking to expand our footprint to Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. At Ford, we love receiving news as to how far and wide our book and our message about investing is traveling across our country. We love it when schools, communities, and families share their stories and photos, showing the love and joy these books bring. For many children who receive this book, it is often the first book they actually own. The impact is bigger than we ever imagined. Ford's Teach Your Child to Invest financial literacy initiative is just in its infancy. We will be rolling this out to children every year around South Africa, and I look forward to introducing you to new books in the series in the very near future. Thank you for joining us today. Back to you, Awetu.
Thanks, Brendan. And thank you for reading and learning with me today. But before we go, I have a surprise for you. If you liked today's story, you'd be happy to know that Amela and her mum will be returning very soon in a new book called Little by Little. They need to hear new forest friends and learn another very important lesson, that saving and investing takes time and lots of patience. I can't wait to share it with you. Until then, visit the Ford website to download your own free copy of More Than Enough. It's available in English, isiXhosa, isiZulu, and Afrikaans. I've had such a fun time with you today. I look forward to seeing you next time. Bye-bye.
this next segment, we're going to look at how to create a budget to meet your set goals. With your financial goals now in mind, it's time to move on to the next step, and that's creating a budget to meet the goals that you have set. Now, you might ask, what is a budget? Well, a budget is an estimate of income and expenses for a set period. And budgeting is the process of creating a plan to spend your money. This spending plan is called a budget. Creating the spending plan allows you to decide in advance whether you will have enough money to do the things you need to do or would like to do. Budgeting is simply balancing your expenses with your income. Budgeting encourages cautious spending and disciplined saving. Now, there are tips that we're going to share with you. And the first one is, when you are budgeting, print out the last 2 or 3 month statements from your credit and debit cards and categorize every expense. By discovering patterns in your spending habits, you will most often be able to save. Secondly, every month is different. Some months you'll have to budget for things like back-to-school supplies or routine car maintenance. Other months, you'll be saving for things like vacations, birthdays, and holidays. Regardless of the occasion, make sure you prepare for those expenses in the budget. Don't let these special occasions sneak up on you. Hint, hint, Christmas is still in December again this year. Be sure to adjust your budget each month as things change. Number 3, start with the most important categories first. Giving and saving are at the top of the list, and then comes the 4 walls: food, shelter and utilities, basic clothing, and transportation. Once your true necessities are taken care of, you can fill in the rest of the categories in your budget. Tip number 4, always pay off your debt. If you have debt, paying it off needs to be top of your priority. Tip number 5, don't be afraid to trim the budget. It might be time for some budget cuts in your life. If things are tight right now, you can save money quickly by cutting out Netflix and DSTV and dining out less. Remember, your budget cuts are only temporary. You can always make adjustments later down the road when things improve. Tip number 6, make a schedule and stick to it. While you're making the budget part of your monthly routine, why not pick specific dates for other expenses? Set up auto drafts out of your checking account to pay for bills and buy your groceries on a set date every week, once or twice a month. When you know what to expect and when to expect it, it takes a lot of stress and potential pitfalls out of the picture. Tip number 7, track your progress. It's important to check your progress from time to time. If you're married, track your spending and purchases together so that both of you keep your goals in sight. Look back at your earlier budgets to see how far you've come. And don't forget to celebrate the small wins. Every milestone counts. Before you budget, you must be able to determine your net income. Net income is the money left over after all deductions such as employee taxes, your medical aid, your provident fund have been removed. Your income must incorporate all sources of income, including income from other sources such as grants, child support, or selling of goods. You need to determine all your expenses. So expenses are anything that causes you to spend money, such as rent, water, or lights. Once you determine your income and expenses, create a table. On your left, have a list of all the income you receive, and on the right, a list of your expenses. For illustration, we will use a salary of 7,597 rands. You would list this figure under income on the left. On your right, let's say your expenses are as follows: rent, 2,000 rands, transport, 4,000, cell phone, 500, credit card, 100 rands, food, 2,000 rands, entertainment, 2,000 rands. This would bring your total income to 7,597 rands and your total expenses to 7,000 rands. Now, the difference between your income and expenses sits at 597 rands. This shows that you're within budget and you can use a portion of this for your savings. The main purpose of a budget is to plan, organize, track, and improve your financial situation. In other words, from controlling your spending to consistently saving and investing a portion of your income, a budget helps you stay on course in pursuit of your long-term financial goals. Like any type of exercise, budgeting is hard work, and it takes consistency over a long period of time to see real results. A wise man once said to me, "Do not live a champagne life on a beer budget." So if all you can afford right now is beer, stick to beer. A time will come when you can afford champagne. In the next segment, we will look at the importance of assessing your budget. For step number 4, we're going to be assessing your budget and then looking at how you need to manage and track your progress. Now that you've established a clear and realistic picture of your current financial position, you can start looking at your budget and see where you can cut expenses to help you achieve the personal goals that you have set for yourself, as we looked at earlier. How much money is coming in? How much money is going out? If your expenses are greater than your income, look at where your expenses must be changed. If you have 2,000 rands for entertainment on your budget, perhaps you will need to cut it to 200 and then take 1,800 and split it into 3 for your short-term goals, emergency fund, and savings account. Now that you have a financial plan, the final step will be to constantly track and reassess your budgeting and spending. Assess the budget and track all your spending for 1 month and identify any unnecessary expenses. Remember, the more of these unnecessary expenses you can cut out, the closer it will take you to achieving your goals. Assess your debt and analyze payment structures to pay off debt faster and use excess funds from the budget on savings and long-term investments. Here are some reasons why you need to start budgeting. Number 1, budgeting increases your savings. So whether you're just spending too much money on unnecessary purchases or spending more money on groceries than you really need to, budgeting helps you fix areas to save a little extra money. Number 2, budgeting helps you gain financial control. So budgeting keeps everything in check and puts you in the driver's seat of your finances. So, instead of letting your financial life just happen to you, you can take the reins and direct it to where you want to go. And the more disciplined you are with your budget, the more your money will behave. Number 3, increase your net worth. It's more common to hear people worrying about their credit score than their net worth. Budgeting will shift that mindset in you. When you start planning and monitoring and getting better with your money, you will find something amazing happens. Your net worth will begin to increase. For example, if you are disciplined with your budget, you will learn to control your spending, which will help you save money. In addition, if you are in debt, budgeting will help you plan a debt payoff strategy, which will reduce your total liabilities and increase your net worth. Finally, budgeting will help you allocate more money to investments, which will put your money to work and grow your net worth. Point number 4, achieve your financial goals faster. So part of setting financial goals is developing a plan to achieve them, and that's where your budget will shine. And here's how. If you were to set a goal of saving 10,000 rands in the next 12 months, you can divide 10,000 by 12 months, which gives you a monthly saving goal of 833 rands. Now, with your budget, all you have to do is plan your saving and spending to make it work. Then stick to the budget and you will surely meet your goal. Number 5, budgeting reduces financial stress. I'm going to take a leap of faith here and guess that you don't enjoy financial stress. Whether that means worrying about your monthly rent repayments, paying off your student loans, getting out of credit card debt, or just affording groceries, financial stress can be debilitating. The good news is, budgeting can take a lot of the financial worries out of your life. Think about it. If you create a plan for your finances each month and know exactly what you can or can't afford to spend your money on, you are eliminating most of the unknown in your financial life. As mentioned earlier, this will help you feel you are more in control, which in turn reduces a lot of your financial stress. Point number 6, budgeting will help you get out of debt faster. Now, debt is a monster that feeds on your financial success. Seriously, when it comes to your net worth, debt is literally a liability. But if you aren't on a budget, you might not realize how much money you're actually spending on debt each month. Point number 7, a budget will help you minimize financial arguments. Money fights in a marriage are a very real problem. When you take two people that have handled their finances on their own for an entire adult life and then combine their finances, there is bound to be some disagreements. Budgeting, however, is the best way to prevent these uncomfortable financial arguments. First of all, budgeting as a couple forces you to get on the same page and plan your future together. When you both take time to come up with a financial plan you agree on, you're being proactive instead of reactive. Plus, you're teaming up instead of combating one another. Budgeting in marriage holds you accountable and keeps you focused on a goal rather than fighting with each other. Point number 8, a budget will help you prioritize your finances. The more you focus on budgeting, the more you will begin to place priority on your financial goals. When you take time each day to track your expenses, reconcile your budget, and make sure you're staying on track, it is a little reminder to stay focused on what really matters. So when you go shopping, you won't just be thinking about how bad you want that pair of shoes. You'll also be weighing that purchase against your financial success. Trust me, you are much less likely to spend money on stuff you actually don't need when you have multiple goals topping your priority list.
Hi everyone, I'm Fundiswa Zuma Nedbank's Strategic Relationship and Consumer Financial Education Manager. Today, I'm going to be taking you through on how to manage your financial health. Now, why manage your financial health? You see, the same way you take care of your body, your mind, your soul, you also need to take care of your money, because without being financially healthy, it might be impossible to reach your financial goals. Why is financial health important when planning for your future? Money provides you with choices, and it definitely brings you a sense of security and peace of mind. A lack of money has a huge impact on one's life. Financial health exists when the money coming in is greater than the money going out. All necessary expenses are paid for, and of course, saving and investments are possible. It means that your financial position is sound in that enough resources are available for realizing your financial goals and meeting your financial obligations. So now financial health has its own foundations. The same way you build a house starting with a foundation, there definitely is a foundation for your financial health. Number one, you need to look at the amount of money you spend every month on regular and other expenses. Number two, we also look at the amount of money you save. And lastly, which is very important, is how much you are saving towards your retirement. Now, a lot of people start thinking about retirement when they are closer to retirement, which is a very, very big mistake. As soon as you have access to money, you have to start thinking about retirement. Financial health also has other elements. You know, when you are not in a good, or should I say, sound financial position, emotionally, you do not become okay. And when we are not okay emotionally, we will also see physically that you are not okay. And when we are not okay emotionally, physically, it will definitely affect your mental well-being as well. So you see now, financial health has a direct impact on your overall health and happiness. That is why it's very important for each and every individual to have a financial checkup. Allow me to do your financial checkup. These are the things that you need to make sure they are in place to make sure that you are financially healthy. Number one, you need to make sure you have emergency funds. We do not want to see you running to go borrow money from not approved financial institutions. Number two, your credit report. You need to make sure that all credits that you have under your name, you've been paying them on time and the same amount of money you've agreed on, because that will definitely have an impact when you go apply for credits in other financial institutions. Debt eradication is the third one. When you go apply for credits, make sure that you have a plan on how you are going to get rid of that debt. Don't just apply for debts or for credits for the sake of having access, but make sure that you have a plan in place. Fourth one is insurance cover. Insurance cover is very important for the items that you might not have cash to pay for immediately once they are broken, stolen, or misplaced. Also, insurance cover is very important to cover your very, very important assets. And remember, you are your biggest asset. So make sure that you have insurance cover for yourself, because should anything happen to you and you are unable to perform the tasks and duties you were able to perform, it means you won't be getting an income. And the only way to make sure that that is secure is if you have insurance cover. My last two favorite ones is investments and savings. You save for your short-term goals and you invest for your long-term goals. You have to have savings and investments in place, because this shows that you are not only living for the now or living for the moment, but you definitely have future plans and you are financially planning for them. There are other factors that influence financial health, such as personal characteristics. These are factors such as your age and marital status. Somebody who's 21 has different financial obligations and commitments compared to somebody who's 35. And a married person compared to a single person has different commitments again. So that is very important when you do your financial health. Financial literacy is another very important factor to consider. How well do you understand your financial concepts? For example, when they say you qualify for credit, what does that mean? When they say you can afford or you can't afford for credit, what does it really mean? That is why it's very important to make sure that you are on track with your financial literacy. Financial behavior is very important again, including your financial planning. Do you have a financial planner? Do you plan financially for your future? And do you have savings? This will definitely help you to avoid all those unnecessary spending and financial behaviors. The other one, which is very important, is stresses. Now, some of us have permanent jobs, and some of us are employed on contracts. And now, if you are given a 6-month contract, it's very impossible for you to plan for a long term. Why? Because your contracts might end soon. So these stresses really affect your financial health. And the last one is your financial situation. Where are you in terms of income, benefits, and home ownership? Do you have any assets under your name or not? Now we are going to look at what is financial planning. Remember, I've been speaking about financial planning as one of the elements that are important in financial health. Now, what is this financial planning I'm talking about? This is a process of structuring and arranging your financial resources to meet your life goals. It means that each and every individual needs to have goals. And unfortunately, for us to achieve, or should I rather say fortunately, for us to achieve these goals, we need to have money. These goals can be short-term, such as saving for a new car, or they can be long-term, such as saving for your retirement. Take note, your aim in financial planning is to be in a position where you will be prepared to face any financial challenge that may arise now or in future. Now, to sum it up, when you're financially planning, you need to look at your spending for the past 30 days. That means you need to have your budgets at hand. You also need to have your bank statements close to you for you to be able to track your spending for the past 30 days. You need to compare, set goals, meaning you need to look at your income versus your expenses. How much money are you spending on your expenses? Third one is you need to prioritize. Once you've looked at your expenses, you need to prioritize your goals, expenses, and your debts. Which one should you start with first? I always say it's better to get rid of your debts first so that you have enough money to put away towards your savings and investments. And the last one, which is very important, you need to have a plan and stick to it. When I say stick to it, you need to act. You need to make sure that when you plan something, especially with your money, don't procrastinate. Don't wait for starting. Start immediately. Now, financial planning has its own benefits. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about financial planning. Benefits are achieving your future goals. If you're financially healthy, you can achieve your goals. You are prepared for retirement because remember, retirement doesn't mean it's the end of life. Life still carries on. And of course, you will have access to credits when you need it. And consequences of not being financially healthy include negative economic and social consequences. Of course, you won't be able to go out and socialize with people because socializing needs money. You will be stressed, which can lead to physical and health problems. And of course, you won't have access to credit. You need to understand where your money comes from and where it's going. You will need to draw up a financial plan and keep a journal or diary where you track or write down all your expenses. The first steps of achieving your financial wellness is measuring your current financial situation. Where are you in terms of income? After this, make sure you take the steps to maintain or improve your current situation, which means you look at setting your personal and financial goals for yourself and for your family. And it involves changing how you think about and handle money. Now, I want you to leave you with this last financial tip. I want you to be smart about your financial goals. What do I mean when I say you need to be smart? S stands for specific. State exactly what it is you want to achieve with your money, rather than saying, I want to improve my finances. Say, I will pay an X amount of money to secure my debts in the next 8 months. M stands for measurable. You need to measure your progress along the way. Not, I will pay it off soon, but say exactly how long you want to take to get rid of a debt and how much you need each month. A stands for achievable. Is the goal within your reach? If you are saying you'll be saving 1,000 Rand every month, can you really afford to save that much after paying for all your expenses? R stands for realistic. It is realistic for you, and is it possible for you to accomplish it or achieve it? And of course, timely. Everything that you do needs to have a start time and an end time. Otherwise, you will never start if there is no time in place. So don't wait for anything or any day further. You better start now managing your financial health. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tanya De Silva Ferreira, and I am currently a cancer fighter and previously a cancer survivor. To give you a little bit of background on me is that I was first diagnosed in 2012 with metastatic carcinoma breast cancer, of which I then went through treatment and I went through chemotherapy, radiation, etc. I was then re-diagnosed with cancer in November 2020. So just from a financial perspective, I just want to go back to 2012 and just explain the financial impact that being diagnosed with cancer had on me. At that stage, I was working for a corporate, which it was compulsory to belong to the group cover, which was an absolute savior to me. I never knew at that stage, at the age of 37, that I'd be diagnosed with cancer. I planned my whole life ahead of me, and for me, I would only need cover really from the age of 40 onwards. You know, this is what we get taught. Cancer only happens after 40 to most women, breast cancer specifically, so I would be fine. And that said, I wasn't. At the age of 37, I was diagnosed, and I had metastatic, so it had moved on to my lymph nodes, and it was serious. I continued working in a corporate for 2 years throughout my treatment, and I was still fine. I was earning a salary, I was getting my full 100% salary every month, and life was good. And then suddenly I couldn't perform on the same basis that I was performing years before. I had been diagnosed with chemo brain. And what chemo brain is that the chemo runs through your brain during treatment, and it impacts your short-term memory loss. So to work in a corporate with short-term memory loss, I'm sure people will be able to understand, is almost impossible. So I used to have to report back on projects, etc., and sometimes 20 projects at a time, and the short-term memory just wasn't there. So we had then decided that I would apply for my disability. And in this case, I was extremely lucky to have disability cover. So what my cover entailed was the retirement benefit, disability, and death benefit. So at this stage, I had more cover around disability and dying than what I did if I survived this cancer, which is quite frightening. So basically what happened is I went onto disability, but only earned 75% of my salary, because what we do is we only take what our company makes compulsory for us to take, because that is life. We're never going to die. We're never going to be diagnosed with cancer, etc. And that's what we believe. But unfortunately, life is different, and it's a different path for everybody. And so I then went onto disability, taking note that the first 3 months when you apply for disability, you get no salary at all. So while the process is going on, you're not covered. So firstly, that was one of my negative covers, was that I needed to be covered for short-term salary loss for whilst I was waiting for my disability, and I wasn't. Well, that said, after 3 months, I was approved for disability for chemo brain. And this disability was a short-term disability cover, and which would mean that I'd have to go once a year, every year, for a checkup in order to assess me and to confirm that I would still need to be on disability. So I did that every year, and then thereafter, because I now survived for 8 years, I had to then do it every 2 years, obviously the extent while I was on disability. And I did this, and during this 8 years after being diagnosed with cancer and now being clear and excited and life moving on to normality again, my husband also lost his job. So now we're sitting in a situation where my husband really didn't have a lot of cover at all. He wasn't really in corporate, so you know, life goes on. And when you're struggling, sometimes your main focus is not cover, insurance cover at least. That's your last thing that you think of. So we were sitting in this huge predicament of my husband's unemployed, I'm earning 75% of my salary, and now I'm the main breadwinner on disability. Like, could you think of anything worse? So basically, this continued, and he struggled to find a job. His age obviously impacted him. He had no cover. And last year, in 2020, November to be exact, just to backtrack back to within those 8 years, we then lost medical aid because of my husband not being employed. So now we're sitting in a predicament where we don't have any insurance besides my insurance, no medical aid, and hoping for the best that during this time, until he can find a job, I am not re-diagnosed. So being very positive. But that said, again, we cannot plan our future. So what happened is in November last year, 2020, I was re-diagnosed with cancer. And this time, not as lucky as the first time, I had found nodules on my reconstructed breast, and these nodules were spreading. And so I went to the oncologist and I had all my tests done. And when I went back for the outcome of my tests, I was sat down and told, you have cancer again, it's at a severe stage, and we are going to try and treat you with targeted cancer. So now you must know I'm not on any medical aid. The cancer treatment is going to cost me in excess of 500,000 Rand. So during this process, obviously, I mean, Groote Schuur is an amazing hospital, absolutely incredible. But at this stage, they do not offer targeted treatment. For targeted treatment of cancer, you need to go private. So what we did is we landed up doing BackaBuddy pages, and when you are diagnosed with cancer, your most important thing in life is your family. And the one thing that you want to leave comfortable and happy is your family, no one else. It doesn't matter what you own in life materialistically, nothing like that matters. But you want to make sure that when you lay yourself to rest, that your family one day they kitted out. They have enough money to live, they have enough money to feed, they have enough money for the basics. So this is a lot of pressure on me now. I need to keep my husband and both my children financially stable if anything happens to me. So saying that, we've done a lot of pages for my medical, etc., in order to get funds in, and because I want to live, obviously. But over and above that is that I know that at least if I die, I have got cover. But I only have cover because it was compulsory for me to have cover at a group scheme level. But I know that if it wasn't compulsory, I might not have had that cover. And today, that is what makes me relaxed, is that I know that if anything happens to me, my family are taken care of. The only other problem is that if nothing happens to me and I survive this, I'm in a great deal of trouble because I didn't make sure that I had dread disease cover. And the problem with that is that every day there's more stress on me than good because I didn't have that dread disease cover. So the one thing that I can put out to all women out there, well, and men, but in my case, I'm a woman and I can relate to this, is that you need to make cover part of your budget every month, as difficult as what it is. And the most important thing now is a message I'd like to send out to all young women, specifically, women that are even in their 20s and that say to themselves they will only need this kind of cover when they are 40, 50, no matter what age it is, when they see themselves as being old and then capable of getting a disease. I have seen it now. I run an awareness, an MPO, and more women are being diagnosed of dread disease from young, in their 20s. My message today out there to all young women is if you can afford the least amount every month to put onto that cover, do it. Because right now, I sit in a situation where I have to fight the disease and I have to stress about day-to-day expenses. Whereas if I had the cover and if somebody educated me as a young adult, I would not be sitting in this situation. And I know times are tough and money goes towards the house, the expenses, etc. And sometimes dread disease cover is not the most common cover that everybody wants, but it's a cover that you need. It's a cover as a woman that will give you that independence when you might be sick one day. And yes, so look at your budget and pay your insurance cover like you would any bill. Add it to the budget and pay it. Believe you me, it will minimize the stress. And if you're not diagnosed, wonderful, because nobody wants to be diagnosed with a dread disease. But if you are, it will give you that peace of mind that you can put your head on the pillow at night and you can know that you are catered for in every way. So yes, that's my story. And I'm a normal mom. I'm a mom of two. I'm a wife of a magnificent husband, although we didn't take into account the financial predicaments that might come our way. We're a loving family and we love each other. And for that sake, I'd like to tell everyone that you need to cover your family is your biggest asset. You, like Corin said, you are your biggest asset. So look after yourself and invest in yourself and in your life. And I hope today I've changed people's mindsets on insurance and people referring to it as a scheme. It isn't a scheme. It is there to give you ease of mind. and to look after you and your family, your biggest asset.
So Tanya, thank you for that. It's an awesome story, and I have heard a bit of it before when we met, but you continue to amaze me with what you do, and I think it's awesome. And you had said to me, and as I said at the beginning of the presentation, for you now, you're not making memories.
Yes.
You're not. But what was you that you said to me? You're not making plans, you're making memories.
Absolutely,
yeah.
yes.
And how important, and that struck me so much that we all go, in our day-to-day business, and we never actually stop and think. And even me being in the industry, after I spoke to you, I went and checked what my level of director's use cover was. Did I have enough? But it's so important, and your message is just so strong. And you're such an amazing woman.
Oh,
really, thank you for being with me today. I just wanted to ask you though, in terms of that 25% income that you lost, because you said if you knew about it,
correct,
back then you would have taken it, or you might not have thought it important. But what difference would that 25% of your total cost to company have made to you now?
The difference right now would be medical aid. I would have been able to afford medical aid and to continue with medical aid. So it would have become a priority. And in that way, I wouldn't have had to have been doing crowdfunding and things like that. So that 25% then was a loss from me paying medical aid per month. Because my husband was unemployed, I had to prioritize on monthly finances. So things like your bond, your food, and things like that, the basic essentials, the essentials of what people perceive as essential. So I lost medical aid because of that. And that, to me, right now, in the situation that I'm in, is a big loss. Absolutely.
Because you showed me on Friday when we met that your pack of pills just for a month.
Yes, that's right.
4 of them, 4 packages.
Correct, yes. So I take 3 packages of chemotherapy per month, and then because my cancer was estrogen driven, I take an estrogen tablet. But all in all, it comes to 18,800 Rand per month. That's just my tablets. And then over and above that, obviously, I have doctor's visits, etc., and my normal tests that I need to go for. So it's a lot of money to fork out, and unfortunately, we have to, because I'm in a situation where it's life or death. If I don't have the tablets, I might not last a year. So at this point, we have to pay it cash. But that 25% would have been exactly that, and it would have made the difference in my life for sure. Yeah.
And that's why I'm so passionate about our industry and what we do is, like I said up front, is that education and awareness. If I can just let through this platform and through your platform as well, to say to women, and please let's not leave the men behind. We don't want to leave them behind.
For sure.
But that everybody needs to go and check.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow, today, in the next 10 minutes, to go and see, number one, what cover do they have through their company?
That's it.
Is it enough?
Exactly.
And you really have to do a detailed budget to break that down. And like you say, that expense or that premium that you're going to pay mustn't be down at the bottom after.
Correct.
How many cappuccinos do I have a
Absolutely.
month? Because when I speak to my clients as well, sometimes they say to me, affordability is an issue.
For sure.
But I've done a detailed budget with them, and I've asked them things like, well, how many cappuccinos do you have on a daily basis?
For sure, absolutely.
And how much is a cappuccino? I don't know, 40 bucks.
That's it. And that's where we need to make cover more of a priority in our budget. And I mean, I myself know, prior to when I had my cover, I could have possibly added more to it. And I didn't because of that extra cappuccino.
Exactly. So if we can cut out
it's a choice.
that one extra cappuccino every couple of days, then we can afford it.
Absolutely.
But I just wanted to then ask you, your crowdfunding initiative is on its way at the moment.
Yes, it
it's
is.
Still active. You still
correct. Yes,
because
that's right.
There is a huge. I think it's over 1 million.
Yes. So altogether, together with my surgery, I am going in October for a very big surgery where they're going to be cutting 30 centimetres by 30 centimetres off my chest wall, and then they're going to be taking skin from my back then to bring it to the front. So all in all, that's going to cost me 1.2 million.
That operation.
That operation included my whole treatment, all my tests, etc. And then also my actual treatment itself, if we separate it from the operation, it will be just over 500,000 Rand. Yes. So at this point, the most urgent is the 500,000 for my treatment itself, because that is containing the cancer. So obviously the surgery we can get around, I can make other alternatives, but for now the treatment is targeted cancer treatment.
Okay.
So that's what I need.
You mentioned that Groote Schuur, it is a wonderful hospital.
Absolutely.
And you get good care, but you don't. It's kind of a broad-based approach to everyone.
For sure, my type of cancer I need targeted right now. So yes, yeah.
And then I'm just going to end off because we didn't want to leave the men behind.
For sure.
So a story I also tell as well is that there's a well-known medical journal that comes out every month, and I don't know if I can say the name of it here, but it rhymes with Moo. It's the Moo magazine. And there was an article in the Moo magazine about how many men are getting breast cancer.
Absolutely, yes. So, I run an NPO, and again, I won't name the NPO, but we do the greater good for people that can't afford the private care and stuff like that. So I work closely with Groote Schuur and Tigerberg. We do buddy bags and things like that. But there's an increase in men being diagnosed with breast cancer and all kinds of cancer. You know, just as you said, we don't want to leave the men out. We take my husband for an example. Him, obviously, he grew up not being brainwashed that you need insurance and things like that. And he today is so sorry that he didn't take out that extra insurance, seeing that he now, as a male, unemployed, at his age, cannot find more employment. It is hectic. So we're definitely not leaving the men out of this one.
No.
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's our intention.
Absolutely. And it is very important for them as well. And yes, they are getting breast cancer and they need to be checked. While I am here, I need to put that out there.
Yeah, get checked.
Yes, absolutely.
No more rubber gloves, guys.
No.
It's just a blood test.
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you again, Tanya. I really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, and thank you for inviting me to create awareness and to share my story.
Absolute pleasure. And thank you to Money Smart Week South Africa for giving us this opportunity to get our message out there and raise awareness. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, thank you.
Good day, viewers. My name is Darren August. This discussion is brought to you by the Association for Savings and Investments South Africa Foundation. Our conversation today is on the importance of savings to ensure financial resilience, especially during a time of crisis. With me today is Ntoto Chonela. We are both facilitators who train on the consumer education programs that are offered by the ASISA Foundation. Hello, Ntoto. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Darren. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and greetings to all the viewers.
To be financially resilient means that we are able to cope during a time of crisis. And COVID-19 and the impact of the lockdown restrictions certainly are a time of crisis. The reality of the current COVID-19 has reminded us of the importance of emergency savings. For some, there was reduced income, while others were not even earning an income. And so this period is an ideal time to relook into our budgets and assess what is essential. We also could learn some do-it-yourself skills that we can carry on using even after the crisis and reduce spending on certain areas. Now, experts advise that you should save up to about 3 times your monthly income for emergencies. Now, in total for you, that's about 1.2 million, right? During this COVID-19 pandemic, investors are advised to approach banks and life insurers to avoid debit orders bouncing due to a lack of funds, as this may result in an impaired credit record as well as valuable risk cover lapsing. It is in tough economic times as this when consumers must be aware of get-rich-quick schemes. It's important for consumers to be cautious of people that try to talk them into joining pyramid schemes and Ponzi schemes and WhatsApp stokvels and buying all of those illegal products. So,
Thank you, Darren. Savings refers to money that you put aside for future use rather than spending it immediately. Methods of savings include putting money aside in, for example, a deposit account, a pension account, an investment fund, or as cash. Savings also involves reducing expenditures such as recurring costs.
Many people or who earn a lot of money. Can you tell us why it's important for everyone to save?
It is important for everyone to try to save as to have an emergency savings pot for those rainy days when we have to pay for unexpected expenses such as car repairs, appliances repairs, ill health of a family member, or even when we have a loss of income, for example, being retrenched.
So how can you guide someone on how to start saving?
Well, there are 5 simple steps in getting started. Firstly, we need to set goals to save for. We then need to calculate how much each of our goals will cost. We need to also calculate how much we can save each month. And we need to calculate over what period of time we will need to save to make our goals actually happen. You allocate the amount you intend to save in your budget each month and stick to the plan.
Let's bring it back to a time of crisis such as COVID-19. What can you say about such a time in relation to savings?
During the time of COVID-19, consumers who had emergency savings were able to better manage during these challenging times of lockdown restrictions, as they had a buffer that they could fall back on. This therefore means when we budget, we always have to include savings as we do not know of what unexpected events may happen in the future. During this crisis, budgets are tight, but we still need to put away some savings as we never know what further emergencies may occur in our lives. If we do not have savings, when something unexpected happens, we are forced to borrow. And you will agree with me, Darren, that this could be expensive as we would need to repay the loan with interest.
I absolutely do agree. So is it necessary to set goals even for your savings?
It is important to set goals to save for. This will be short-term goals, such as an emergency savings pot, and other things that may include going on a holiday, paying for someone's birthday gift, and so on. There's also medium-term goals to save for a deposit on buying a home. You also have your long-term goals to save for a child's education and, very importantly, to save for your retirement.
Now that sounds great, but how would you recommend that people go about setting their savings goals?
The savings goals should be smart. This basically means you have to look into the following. Be specific in setting your goal. This is what I want. For example, to buy a TV set. Your goal should be measurable. This is how much money I will need. Write the price of the item. It should be achievable. I can afford to save this amount of money each month. Write the amount. Be realistic. I will have enough in this many months. Divide the total price by the amount you can afford to save each month. Your goal should also be time-bound. By when do I want to achieve this goal? if you have to save enough money by a certain time, then write the date by when you want to have the money. It is wise to consult an experienced and qualified financial advisor who can help you select a savings option that is suited to your needs, such as you being able to afford the investment, to suit your tax circumstances, to suit the goal you are saving for, and to help you understand what the details and terms and conditions are of the savings option. Before you invest your hard-earned money with any institution, do some homework and check that they are registered with or licensed by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, FSCA. If you are receiving financial advice, check that the financial advisor or financial service provider is qualified and licensed by the FSCA. Ask them to show you their license.
Mtoto, you mentioned that it's wise to consult an experienced and qualified financial advisor. What are some of the things that one would consider when approaching a financial planner or advisor with the aim of investing?
Some of the factors that you must consider are your goals. What are you investing for? How long do you want to or need to invest for your goal to become a reality? How much do you want to invest? Some of the important factors to consider are whether you want to do monthly contributions or top up when you get extra money, such as a bonus. What is your risk profile? This refers to your willingness to take risk as an investor. Our risk appetite is different, and this is influenced by things such as our age, our goals, our attitude to risk, and so on. How liquid is that investment? That is, how soon can I be able to access my money when I need it? What are the fees for managing the investment? We need to be careful not to rush into investing on products that we don't understand clearly. And we also need to be careful of various get-rich-quick schemes that promises high returns in a short space of time. We need to consult with registered and authorized financial planners and advisors before you buy a financial product. It is important to check whether the company that you are dealing with is a registered financial services provider, so that if something goes wrong, you as the investor have a recourse.
It sounds like you've been scrolling through my WhatsApp DMs. But I think a reason some people fall prey to scams is because they are trying to maximize the money they can make or possibly avoid tax. If saving is so important, why is it taxed?
Darren, government used taxes to raise revenue needed for various reasons, such as building schools, building hospitals and roads, and other government services. Hence why it is important for all consumers to pay tax.
So Mtoto, if I may summarize the most important points that one should consider when saving, am I right to say these are some of the important points to remember? Always start by putting money aside that you should save before you spend. There are various investment options for short, medium, and long-term goals. You then mentioned that we need to seek advice from a financial advisor who is authorized and registered. And then you said always have a pot, and I love the fact that you called it a pot, of emergency savings to be a buffer to help during a time of crisis, irrespective of what that crisis may look like to you as an individual. And then you said save with a registered financial service provider. And so, Mtoto, in closing, what message can you give to our consumers?
With the current ease on income brackets of tax relief on people earning up to 750,000 per annum, we have to capitalize on the current tax regime by starting savings funds as well as paying off debt. Consumers should talk to financial advisors to find the right instruments to start savings. You will agree with me, Darren, that we have survived the unexpected COVID-19, and we are in a better position to start saving now in preparation for the unknown future.
Thank you so much, Ntoto, for sharing these important behaviors that we should practice to ensure that we are saving and that these savings will help all of us better overcome a time of financial crisis. Thank you so much for listening to Ntoto and myself today. We hope that you have found this conversation helpful. We also invite our viewers to visit the Assisa Foundation's website for more information on this and other topics related to consumer financial education. The website address is on the screen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
One thing that is clear throughout these talks, Babugeli, is that managing your money wisely is important.
Absolutely. And next up, we have the Power Hour with a panel discussion with the Banking Association of South Africa, the Vice Ombud, and the Ombud for Banking.
Good evening and welcome to this Power Hour session. This is where we tackle topics of interest for our customers. The topic that we will be tackling this evening is creating money smart bank customers. We will be looking at this topic from a point of view of complaints that customers lodge with different Ombud offices and what can be done about them. My name is Kulegani Mate, and I am the head of financial inclusion in the Banking Association South Africa. For this session, I am assisted by an excellent panel of specialists from various organizations. We have Edrid Beitendorp, who is a Data Information and Operations Manager at the Ombuds for Banking Services. We also have Tobile Masina, an Assistant Ombud at the Office of the Ombud for Financial Service Providers. And finally, we have Ayanda Bayepi, who is a Senior Specialist, Legislation and Regulatory Oversight at the Banking Association South Africa. So without wasting any time, I'd like to invite my panelists to introduce themselves, say who they are, the organizations that they represent, and give us a sense of what the organizations do. I'll start with you, Edric.
We heard the music. It's dead silent. Yeah, so when you said if I play music and then you went quiet, then there was absolutely nothing.
Anything? Okay. All right. What do you want me to say? Hi, Tobile. Can you hear me? Hi, by P. Okay, these guys can't hear me. They're looking at me like I'm talking gibberish. Did you hear me though? You didn't? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get the show on the road again. Apologies for that problem there. We had some difficulties with the connection, but we're now good to go. Okay, so let's start again. And I did an introduction and I invited my panelists to introduce themselves. So let's start with you, Eldrick. And if you could just introduce yourself and the organization that you represent and tell us what you do.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eldrick. I'm the Data, Information and Operations Manager at the Ombudsman for Banking Services, which is commonly referred to as the OBS. I've been employed there for a period of 16 years, of which 12 have been spent in a senior management position. I'm a lawyer by profession. I've also attained a business degree through Wits University. So I'm responsible for the daily operations at the OBS, making sure that the process runs smoothly, the statistics of the office, and also the management of the company IT. The Ombudsman for Banking Services, for those of you that don't know, is an alternative dispute resolution body. We're an alternative to the court when you have a banking problem. We investigate all types of banking complaints on any type of banking product. These include service-related issues, maladministration by the bank, and then also fraud of various natures. Consumers that want to make use of our services, if they have a banking complaint, can do so free of charge. So that's me in a nutshell.
Excellent. And next is Tobile Masina. If you could introduce yourself and tell us what the organization you represent does.
All right, thanks, Kulegani. So I am Tobile Masina. I am an assistant ombud with the Office of the Ombud for Financial Services Providers. So similarly to the OBS, the FIS Ombud is an alternative dispute resolution forum. So we deal with complaints related to financial services. We resolve disputes that consumers of financial products have against providers of financial services. So our office deals with a range of complaints from insurance, which would include insurance on vehicles as well as insurance on cell phones. We also deal with complaints related to life insurance, which would include, for example, funeral policies and other types of life insurance policies. We also deal in some instances with complaints that have to do with retirement funds. And we also deal as well with complaints that have to do with shares and those types of products. So our office is an independent alternative dispute resolution firm. And when we deal with the complaints, we deal with them in an impartial way. So we don't act on behalf of any one of the parties that lodge that are party to the complaint. So our office receives complaints primarily in writing, but we recently also introduced a function that allows complainants to call in and lodge their complaints over the phone with our office. So also our office, when we deal with the complaints, we do have certain restrictions in relation to the types of complaints that we would deal with. One of those is the restriction in terms of the value of a complaint that we would deal with, which would include complaints that exceed a monetary jurisdiction of 800,000. But other than that, one thing that makes our office as an alternative dispute resolution forum preferable over the courts, for example, is the fact that our processes are very informal. So we don't require anyone that lodges a complaint with our office to comply with the types of requirements that you would when you approach a court. We also allow complainants to lodge complaints in their preferred language. So any one of the 11 official languages, we would receive the complaint, and we do have staff in the office that would be able to deal with the complaint in whatever language that we receive it in. So yeah, I think that's, yeah.
That's a mouthful. Thank you very much, Tobile, and we will come back to the issues that you've outlined and delve into them in some detail. Last but not least is Ayanda Bayepi. If you can also introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Kulegani, and thank you for having me in the panel. So as you said, I am Ayanda Baepi. I am an attorney by profession, and I currently work at the Banking Association in the Market Conduct Division as a senior specialist for legislation and regulatory oversight, and I hold a master's degree in banking law as well. So the Market Conduct Division at the Banking Association amongst other things, promotes the interest of the banking industry in terms of legislation and regulation affecting their customers and clients. So this would include the regulatory framework for treating customers fairly, dealing with cybercrime and money laundering. And we in the division also deal with non-financial legislation that is part of compliance obligations, meaning what the banks also need to adhere to. For example, issues around land reform, conserving and protecting the environment, amongst other things. Thank you, Kolegani.
Excellent there, Ayanda. Thank you very much for that introduction, and we will come back to many of the issues that you've raised. And as the viewers can see, I am surrounded by lawyers and specialists as well, who will be able to answer all your questions and all your complaints that you've wanted to address for some time. Let's delve into some of the issues, starting with you, Tobile. So you talked about the fact that you deal with complaints that relate to financial products. So let's pick one financial product and really get to understand it and what kind of problems that you receive around the product called endowment policy. What is an endowment policy?
Thanks, Kulegan. So an endowment policy is quite essentially just simply really a life assurance product. So an endowment policy, I think, is better described with reference to the features that it has. And the reason I say that is because it does go by different names. Depending on the financial institution that would provide you with the product, it doesn't always assume the same name. So a client would not be able to know necessarily that it is an endowment policy by walking into a specific financial institution, because it doesn't always go by that name. So then the features of an endowment policy are that it has a restrictive period. So when you invest in an endowment policy, there is a 5-year minimum restriction period on it. So that's just the general term of it. And then the other thing about endowment policies is, unlike natural investments, because I did say when I started off that it is a life assurance policy. So ordinarily, when it is presented to consumers, it may be presented as an investment. But the truth of it is, it doesn't have features that you would ascribe to an investment, in that it's not as easily accessible. So if you invested in an endowment policy, the amount that you have placed in the endowment policy would be inaccessible for the minimum period of 5 years. But what happens as well is, if you invest more than 120% of whatever you had initially contributed to the policy over a 2-year period, then that restriction period is increased by a further 5 years. So an endowment policy, what it does do, though, is it does allow the person that places their funds in the policy to invest in various types of funds. So this would include equities, for example. So there wouldn't be just a singular fund that the funds would be placed in, but there would be different ones. So we essentially then consider it a vehicle that allows you to be invested in various funds, but having used a single vehicle. The other thing with it is normally beneficial to people who have a higher tax rate. So if, for example, you taxed at 30% or higher, then it would be a product that is beneficial to you. But if you're a person whose tax benefit is 30% or lower, then we wouldn't normally say that it benefits you. And the reason for that is because the endowment policy isn't taxed in the hands of the person that has it. So it would be taxed in the hands of the investment company itself. And the rate that it would be taxed at is at 30%. So the other thing with an endowment policy is, one of our primary concerns with it is, normally when it is sold to consumers, these terms aren't presented to them. And the difficulty with that is, sometimes it would be sold to someone who has an urgent need. So for example, somebody that wants to place the money in that fund, but for a period that might be 5 years, but who wants the option to be able to access that money within the 5-year period. And because they haven't been advised of the fact that there is a restriction period that is applicable to your policy, they may come within a year or even 2 years and try to access the funds that are available in the policy, and they will then have the opportunity to make a single withdrawal during that 5-year period. And once they've had their first withdrawal, any other withdrawal after that would have to be a loan, which means that the terms and conditions that apply to a loan would apply to that amount. So obviously the question that most consumers have is, how is it a loan when it's my money? So how do you expect me to pay interest on money that I have given to you and money that should be accessible to me? But that is a condition as well of an endowment policy. And then the other thing with the endowment policy is if you insist on taking the full balance that is available within the policy before the restriction period is over, there is a penalty that will be charged on that amount. So you can imagine, for example, that a person would place, let's just say 100,000 Rand in that policy because they're under the impression that they will be able to access the funds that are available in the policy at any time should they need to. And then they go to the financial institution, they make the first withdrawal, make the second loan, and then the third time they go there, they're told you can't access the funds, but the person has a dire need for the funds. So some instances we've seen is where the person has a child that's going off to university and they took out the policy 2-3 years ago under the impression that the money would be available to them when they needed it to. And now they're told, well, you can't access it. And if you insist on doing so, then there will be a penalty that you have to pay. So now we've had instances where the person will be charged a penalty in excess of 40,000 Rand. And to most people, that is the money that they are willing to part with. So they then have to make the difficult decision of not having access to their money at all, or accessing the money, but then having to forfeit some of the money that's been placed within the policy. So the other thing with endowment policy that consumers need to be cautious of is there are some fees that are applicable to the policy. And what happens in most instances is the policy itself, you will not see any growth on it until the fees have been recovered. And that normally would happen after 2 years or within 2 years of you having then accessed that policy. So before that period, what you're actually allowing for is for the fees to be paid off. Because another thing that happens with endowments is just because you gave the financial institution 100,000 Rand doesn't mean that the money that goes into the policy is 100,000 Rand. So once the fees have been taken, which include placement fees, the fees that are paid to the financial services provider that gave you the advice to invest in that product, and all the other fees that are applicable, you may find that only about, this is just an example, only about 90,000 Rand, for example, or even less, is what is actually placed in the product. So the other thing is then at the end of the 5 years, if you withdraw, then you might find that the expectations that you had about how much value you would receive from having placed the funds in that product are not met, because you were under the impression that you invested 200,000 and now you thought that you might receive interest that's commensurate with that, but not understanding that there is some portion of that amount that actually went towards paying fees.
Interesting, Tobile. And just briefly explain to us, what do you think is the source of this confusion that customers tend to have with this kind of policy, as you were saying?
Sorry, Kuligani, I lost you for a while there. Can you please just repeat the question?
Okay, I'll repeat. So I was asking, what do you think is the source of the challenges and the complaints that you have just outlined that customers come to your office with?
So I think the concerns that we have, or the things that usually result in the complaints, are twofold. The first part of it is that the information that's supposed to be provided to consumers when they're applying for the product isn't always given to them. So one of the things is that as a financial services provider, you have an obligation to provide information that is accurate, but you also have an obligation to provide information that is not confusing. And one of the things is when that information is provided to a consumer, you need to take into account their level of knowledge and their ability to understand the product or the information that you are providing to them. And the intention behind all of that is, at the end of the day, when a consumer makes a decision about whether or not to accept the advice that you're giving them, they need to have been placed in a position that will afford them the opportunity to do that. So if if you are not providing them with the information that is essential to the product, then you are denying them the opportunity to make an informed decision about whether or not they want to accept that product. So there are certain things that need to be disclosed to consumers which aren't always disclosed. So including the features that I've referred to that are key to an endowment policy, those aren't always provided to consumers. But the second thing is, we also see where consumers are provided with the contract. And normally when we receive a complaint that has to do with endowment policies, the response that we will receive from financial services providers is, well, we gave them the contract. And if you look at a specific clause in the contract, it does refer to all these other features that I've referred to. So if the client was unaware of it, it's not because we didn't make that information available to them. The difficulty in that, though, is that information that I'm referring to is meant to be provided to a client upfront. So even before they decide to enter into the contract, because like I said, they need to have made an informed decision prior to them actually then concluding the transaction or whatever the case may be. So the first part of it then is consumers aren't provided with the information they need to make an informed decision. The second part is they also may not consider the contract even though they have an opportunity to, because one of the things as well is, even when you've entered into the transaction, there is a period that is afforded to you as a consumer to consider the contract. And if you see that some of the terms that were disclosed to you at the time that you received the advice aren't contained in the contract, or that the terms of the contract are contrary to the advice or information that you receive, then you can, within the 30-day period, cancel the product. And if you do, then the money that you had paid into will be refunded to you. The problem, though, with that is the fees that are applicable will be then deducted from the amount that you had intended to place in the policy. But the primary reason then I would say is non-provision of information that is vital to enabling consumers to make informed decisions about the products before they actually make the decision.
That is very, very interesting, Tobile. That's information that I wish I had many, many years ago, but that's a story for another day. We'll come back to some of the advice that you might want to give to our viewers in terms of how do they overcome or make sure that they don't fall into the traps that you have been describing for us. But let's now move to the Ombud for Banking Services and really understand what happens. Now I've had this policy and it has paid up a nice lump sum, and how do I make sure that I look after my money, I don't fall prey to all of the scams that are out there and end up losing my hard-earned money? Over to you, Eric.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I do agree with you that 100% that fraudsters are out there and they are everywhere. And they are using devious tricks to steal consumers' money. We see this on a daily basis at the Ombudsman for Banking Services. In the complaints that we receive, albeit internet banking, credit card, or debit card complaints. So the first type of complaint that we would normally see, or the first type of fraud that we would normally see at our office, is commonly referred to as phishing. Phishing is a social engineering attack that tricks customers into giving their sensitive banking information over the phone. That information is then used to empty the customer's account. So what generally would happen is the complainant would receive a call from what they perceive to be the bank. However, it's the fraudster on the other side of the phone line. And this fraudster, having done his homework, already knows so much about the complainant that he tricks the complainant into giving him this information because the complainant feels at ease that it is the person from the bank. Now, these fraudsters can get this information in many ways. For instance, data breaches like the one we experienced with a credit bureau not so long ago. And then they use that information to trick the complainants. So we've had instances where people's money that was paid into their accounts after they entered into an RCS loan was stolen. The fraudsters know that they applied for an RCS loan and obviously then play on that and say that they've picked up fraud on their accounts and they need their sensitive banking information and OTPs. And once the fraudster is in possession of that, he basically has free access to your account and can start transacting as soon as possible. Despite numerous information in the media and on banking websites that state that the bank will never request you to divulge your sensitive banking details over the phone, more and more people are falling prey to these types of scams. The second type of scam I'd like to just quickly talk about is what's known as card not present fraud. Now, phishing also plays a role here. So this is where your credit card or certain debit cards are used to make online purchases without your knowledge. Once the fraudster would phone the complainant already knowing this whole lot of information about them, the consumer is then tricked into divulging their credit card number and the CCV of their credit card. So once the fraudster has the credit card details and the CCV, they are able to make online transactions and phone purchases on your credit card without having your actual credit card. Because they have the CCV, which is actually like a PIN for your credit card on online transactions. So the banks have introduced various methods that's just needed to perform card not present transactions like 3D Secure, which is basically an OTP that gets sent to your phone, which you then have to insert onto that site. Of course, this is also vulnerable to phishing. If the bank can prove that you disclose your confidential details and OTP to the fraudster, you will unfortunately be held liable, and our office will not be able to suggest a refund to the bank. Another factor with these types of complaints are SIM swaps. In these cases, the bank sends the OTP to the correct registered number on their system. However, it's not received by the customer, but by the fraudster. Now, the reason for this, the fraudster will go into an MTN or to a Vodacom with a SIM card and says his SIM card has been stolen, he needs to do a SIM swap. The SIM swap is then done based on false documentation that the fraudster gives to MTN or to Vodacom or whoever. And the number is then ported to the new SIM card. So when the bank sends OTPs, they do send it to the correct telephone number, but that telephone number is now with the fraudster. So what's interesting to remember here is that if a SIM swap was done, which led to losses for a consumer, the bank needs to prove that it was the customer that was negligent in disclosing their banking information. Now, where the OTP was sent to the correct registered number, but the complainant did not have that number, it's very difficult for the bank to prove that it was actually the complainant's negligence that led to the losses. So if the bank cannot prove that, you will be refunded your losses in instances like that. People also don't only fall victim to these types of fraud, but we're still seeing ATM complaints where people's banking cards get swapped while they're at ATMs. So what would happen is the customer would go to an ATM and try to withdraw money. The fraudsters would then assist or interfere with the complainant and swap the card with a sleight of hand while they're using the ATM. The complainant, then not thinking about this, enters his PIN on the ATM, and they look over the shoulder of the complainants to then observe the PIN. This allows them to run to another ATM close by and make withdrawals without the consumer having a chance to block their account. So as you can see from these complaints, it's clear that fraudsters are very devious and they are making very tricky plans to cash in on consumers' money. And that is, and complainants that are not aware of these types of fraud will very easily fall victim to it. And that's why initiatives like Money Smart Week is so important.
Yeah, so Eldrick, just perhaps as we move along to invite our viewers out there who have had these kinds of experiences or have questions relating to what was said by our previous two panelists, as well as the next panelist, if you could send us your questions and we will put them to the panel. It seems to me that it's not enough just to work hard to earn your money, but you need to work even harder to make sure that the scamsters don't get to it. With that, let me invite Ayanda to talk to us about the banking side of things. So we've heard from the Ombuds offices who receive complaints, but what happens on the side of the banks? What instruments are there to protect, or what do banks do to protect customers against these kinds of bad practices that we've heard about? Ayanda.
Thank you, Kulegani. So just to start off with, the banking industry is a highly regulated industry. Therefore, there are checks and balances put in place by regulators to ensure that banks comply with what is in place in terms of the laws. And one of the safeguards I would believe closer to customers or consumers is the Code of Banking Practice. So this is a voluntary code that member banks have agreed to comply with, and the code is basically in place to outline the roles and responsibilities of both the bank and the customer. So what do I mean by that? So overall, the banks are expected to act fairly, reasonably, and ethically towards their customers. So this is outlined in the Code of Banking Practice, and they would also need to provide customers with effective and adequate disclosure of information, including the terms and conditions of products and services. So just to touch on a point that was made earlier, that maybe sometimes customers are not informed about what is contained in products that they uptake. This is actually I suppose against the grain of what the Code of Banking Practice stands for if those practices occur. But the code is there to give guidance in terms of what needs to happen. And in respect of customer responsibilities, because obviously the banking relationship is not one-sided, it is entered into between the customer and his or her bank. So customers also have the responsibility to disclose all relevant information as part of perhaps credit applications to bank to avoid issues of over indebtedness. And also, I think most importantly, customers have the responsibility to manage their financial affairs and to confirm each time the correctness of transactions that occurs in their statements, because there is some instances where customers will also say that no, I don't look at my statements, or say I don't open my statements. But that is also goes against the responsibilities that you would have, because you also need to be active and vigilant to ensure that you always know what is happening in your account. And also customers have the responsibility to make sure that they protect their cards and pins and passwords for online transactions to avoid any losses that may happen, because in as much as there are mechanisms put in place by bank and for example OTPs, etc., and pins, customers need to also make sure that they don't share their passwords or pins with anyone else. And in an instance where fraud would occur, they need to obviously immediately inform the bank. So these are just the basic points that I would like to touch on. But obviously, if you delve deeper into the code, you'll see that there is other things that is in there. And just to so let's say something happens, so then what do customers do, or where must they go? So where customers are of the view that perhaps the bank is not living up to the promises it's made in terms of the terms and conditions of the agreement they've entered into, the Code of Banking Practice provides a mechanism for customers to approach forums like the Ombud as well as the FICE Ombud to see that they get help with any complaints that they have. But it's encouraged first and foremost that customers need to approach their own bank to see if the dispute can be resolved there first before you refer to the other forums. Thank you, Kulegani.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful, Ayanda. And if I could just add my 2 cents worth there, that as customers, we should never be too trusting with our money. We should not trust our own banks. We should not trust people who call pretending to be calling from our own banks. We should always make sure that we cross all the T's and dot the I's before we can give information about or information that could result in us losing our hard-earned money. Now, moving right along, Ayanda, if I could just go back to the points you've made about these instruments that are in place, the laws that govern the banks to make sure that they treat customers fairly. So here I am, a customer who really wants to do right. Where do I learn about these things? Where do I get information about the things I need to do in these kinds of circumstances that you are describing?
So, Kolegani, ordinarily, the Code of Banking Practice should be available at all the bank's branches, our member banks branches. It's just a pamphlet that you can actually read, and the wording or the information contained in there is such that it's not too technical, that you can understand what is expected of the bank and what is expected of you. And it also then outlines the procedures that are in place in terms of dispute resolution. So if you encounter a problem with your bank, it then outlines or sets out what you can do to make sure that you get that resolution. And you know, when you go through the code, you see that there is time frames that are set for banks in which they should respond to customers when perhaps an inquiry is put through or a complaint is lodged. So customers can actually find that information within the branches or actually go to our website, the Banking Association website, as well as their own banks. The Code of Banking Practice is available there, should perhaps the person be able to go on the internet to find that.
Excellent. Let's now invite again our viewers to send through their questions so I can put them to the panel in case you want some clarity on the issues that we've discussed so far. We're moving towards the closure of this session. And as we do so, let me invite the panel to each give us a couple of pointers, tips to make sure that customers don't fall prey. Starting with you, Edrich. What are the tips that you would give to customers to avoid the kinds of sophisticated scams that all of the scamsters out there think about to try and steal our money? As you said, to try and clean our accounts.
So our message to consumers would be just always remain very and highly vigilant, especially when receiving a call from someone that says they're from your bank asking you to divulge your OTP. Or if you suddenly lose cell phone signal or you receive an SMS about a pending SIM swap. Be very vigilant because these are telltale signs that something is wrong. So some of the tips in this regard would be the bank never requires you to divulge your banking information over the phone. You also have the right not to give it over the phone. Don't give in to pressure. If someone tries to coerce you into divulging your sensitive information over the phone, remain calm. They are trying to play with your emotions. Simply hang up and immediately phone your bank's fraud department and report the incident. Thirdly, if your phone caller ID shows that it is the bank calling, I would suggest you remain skeptical, as it could still be a trick. Remember, if you disclose your information and it leads to losses, you'll be held liable. And then lastly, if transacting at an ATM, make sure that there is one around you or no one around you or in close vicinity that can observe your PIN while you enter it onto the ATM machine. If you suspect that you've been card swapped, call the bank's fraud department immediately. The sooner you report the matter, the more chance there is of a refund. Now, if you experience any of these types of frauds or you've got any other type of banking complaint, you can always log a complaint with our office at the Ombudsman for Banking Services on our share call number 0860 800 900. Alternatively, you can log a complaint on our website at www.obssa.co.za by clicking the button that reads Lodge a Complaint. So that's it from me.
Very well, Erich. And maybe just to go back to you, Tobile, we have received a question from one of our viewers. I know you touched on this, but just go over this again. So the question is there a cooling off period or cancelling period after you've signed a contract? As you were describing earlier, that people get into contracts they don't understand and then only learn later that, in fact, they can't get out or it isn't what they thought it was. So if you can just explain whether there is a cooling off period, whether consumers can get out of these contracts once they realize that it isn't what they thought it was, as well as any other tips that you want to give to consumers.
Okay, thanks, Kulegan. So generally, there is a cooling off period, and the cooling off period will be 30 days. So that 30 days will be from the date when you concluded the transaction, because once the transaction has been finalized, then you should ordinarily receive the contract that relates to that transaction. So we do understand that there are some instances where consumers don't receive their contracts after they've concluded the transaction. And in some instances, they would only receive it when something has actually gone wrong and where the financial services provider, in response to the complaint, wants to refer to the clauses that are contained within that contract. But there is generally a cooling off period, like I said, and that will be 30 days. So moving on then to the second part of that relates to the tips, and that I think before I get into the tips, because they are tailored around practical steps that consumers can take in order to safeguard their own financial wealth and to make sure that they don't fall prey to some bad decision making that might be based on them not having a proper understanding of the financial product. I think I do want to start by saying that so the legislation that currently exists was drafted with a specific purpose in mind, and that was to do away with the idea of having fine prints in contracts especially. And the rules that I was referring to earlier, or the duties rather, that are placed on financial services providers are also designed with the idea in mind that there are problems in South Africa that relate to literacy generally, but even more so to financial literacy. So with that said, I do want to say that the practical tips I will be giving are drawn from current legislation that deals with the duties that are imposed on financial services providers when they deal with consumers or their clients. So one of the very first things that we see that happen quite often is the signing of blank documents. So I do want to say that we understand that in some instances, consumers they've built up a relationship with the financial services provider that is concerned, and that they trust their financial services provider because they've interacted with them over a certain amount of time. So when the financial services provider gives them information, especially if they've given them information related to a different product and that information worked out well for the client or the consumer, then in those instances, the client is more prone to accept whatever other advice or whatever other information they receive from the financial services provider. And what that does then is it does create a situation where some financial services provider will ask a consumer to sign a blank document and will say to them, we've had a discussion regarding this product that you want or this product that I advised you on. So you just need to sign on these particular spaces, put in the date, and then what I will do is I will complete the information once you've signed and send it through so that it can be processed. So in some instances, the information then isn't always recorded the way that it was supposed to, or there is sometimes also blatant dishonesty on the part of the financial services provider because they are trying to conclude a sale. So even though the general code that dictates how financial services providers must behave does require that when a service is provided, it must be done honestly, it must be done fairly, it must be done in the interest of the client, and also in order to promote the integrity of the financial services industry, that does not always happen. So even if you trust the financial services provider that you're dealing with, you do not sign a blank document because they can rely on that document to dispute any information that you may give if something does go wrong later on as it relates to that contract. The other thing is you have a right to request time to consider whatever advice you've received from a financial services provider. So there are also instances when a client will be told that you need to conclude this transaction within a certain amount of time, or you're going to lose out on certain benefits or whatever else may be told to them. And then the client feeling the pressure of concluding the contract or risk losing out on some of the benefits will finalize the transaction at that time and would then have not been privy to the contract or to any other documents that the financial services provider relied on when they were providing the advice. So do not feel pressured to conclude a transaction. You can request time to consider the contract or to consider the information. And also, if you feel that it's provided in a language that you are not comfortable with, for example, it's provided in English or any other language, and you would have preferred for it to be provided in your own language, you can also request time to maybe look at whether that information, discuss whether or not that information, as it is contained in English, translates into what you understand it to be in your own language. The other thing is when a financial services provider renders a service to a consumer, they have an obligation to keep a record of the information that they collected from the client, of the financial products that they recommended to the client, along with the reasons why that product was recommended to the client, and the decision obviously then that the client takes in relation to the product that they want. As a consumer, you have a right to that document, and the document must be provided to you in writing. But also, if there is a verbal transaction, the financial services provider must keep a record of that transaction, and they must then also be able to make it available to the client, but they must also be able to make it available to an office like ours should we ever request it. So I would say that the key lessons then are: do not sign a blank document, do not feel pressure to enter or conclude any transaction. Always ask for a copy of the record that details what was discussed, because sometimes a client is told verbally that I'm recording the information while the financial services provider is sitting on the other side of the desk, but they're never privy to the information that's actually being recorded in the document. So they can't verify whether or not the information is correct. And the only thing that will be required from them is for them to append their signature to the document. So you have a right to request to see the document, to verify that the information is correct, and that if it is not, to request that the information be corrected so that it correctly reflects the discussion that took place between you and the financial services provider, and also just to keep a record of the final document. So if you don't receive your contract after the transaction has been concluded, make sure that you request that document from the financial services provider. So if it happens that the product isn't what you expected, or that the information you received is not accurate, that you still have the opportunity to exercise your right to cancel the contract within the cooling off period, so you don't run the risk of paying any penalties or any levies, or maybe having to absorb fees that you otherwise would not have if the contract had been cancelled within the cooling off period.
Wow, this is real interesting information you're giving us. And as they say, time flies when we're having fun. Let's now turn to Ayanda. And Ayanda, I know that your organization, which is my organization as well, doesn't really deal directly with customers. But what would you say by way of just giving, re-emphasizing the points about the responsibilities that customers have, so that they do not use an excuse that I didn't know? As you said, for instance, you have a responsibility to make sure that you understand whatever transaction you're getting into. But yeah, talk for yourself in terms of what the consumers need to do as part of their responsibilities.
Kulegani, just to, I guess, reiterate, consumers have the right, entitled, as it was highlighted earlier, to have information communicated to them in plain and understandable language, to make sure that before they sign to take up products or services with the bank, they fully understand what is contained in that documentation. And I think on that point, I really want to say that as much as, the banks also have a role to play, it's also important that when you do approach the bank, for example, you also don't just go in there and conclude whatever you want to conclude, walk out of the door and forget as well. So consumers must also know that they also have a role to play in this relationship. And also, when they have inquiries, the bank staff members need to attend to customers promptly to make sure that whatever query they raise is dealt with, and also that customers' information is treated as private and confidential. I think there are a whole range, Kulegani, of entitlements to customers, and also the responsibilities that they also have. And I think it's very important that they equip themselves with this knowledge and basically find the code of banking practice. If anyone else has never heard of it until today, just to see what is stated in there. And as I said earlier, the code is available at all the bank branches. It is available on the member bank's website as well. And if they don't know what it looks like, it really is just this booklet that they can get and they can read, and I think it will make the experience of dealing with banks so much easier when you better equip yourself with knowledge. Thanks, Kulegani.
Thank you, Ayanda. And I will be inviting my panelists to give their closing remarks just now. But I do want to share my own experience here and say that, you know, I hear all of you talking about the fact that customers must take time and all of that, which is true. But with all the knowledge that I have, you sometimes feel pressured by somebody who's trying to sell you something on the phone, and it's easy to fall for that. And maybe we just need to say to customers, you have the rights that have been described by the panelists. Don't allow yourself to be bullied. Don't allow yourself to be put under pressure. Don't allow and fall for scams, if I could even use the term, that unless you sign today, you're not going to get these amazing benefits that you were enticed with. So we must always take our time to understand the products that we are buying and understand the contracts that we enter into. As you make your final remarks or closing remarks, a question has come through for you, Edrich, and that relates to how long does it take to resolve a dispute about fraudulent activity on a credit card? This happens to many people. So how long can I expect to have my dispute to be resolved? If something had happened to my credit card, somebody, as you were describing earlier, has purchased services using my credit card without my knowledge, I then approach my financial service provider. How long should that process take?
So we've got two types of processes. The process that we want to refer. So this is where the complainant hasn't been to the financial institution as yet. And we have to give, in terms of the code of banking practice, the bank's 20 working days to resolve the complaint. So when that 20 days is over, then we open a formal complaint. Then we once again send it to the bank for 15 days to respond to our officers directly with all the additional information that we require on these types of complaints. Generally, if the bank settles the matter at that beginning stage, the matter will take about 30 days in total to resolve. If it goes on to the assessments department, which is the no prospect department, that makes findings against complainants, unfortunately, because the merits of the matter is such that we cannot make a finding in their favor, it can take up to 2 months. And then in difficult circumstances where there's a lot of investigation that's required in a matter, it can take up to 4 months to resolve your complaint.
Excellent. And just 1 minute each to you, Tobile and Ayanda. Give us your closing remarks. Tobile first.
All right, thanks, Kulegani. So I think in closing, I do want to say that sometimes we receive complaints in the office where the complainant has gone through numerous other processes where they were trying to have their disputes resolved. And by the time they get to our office, in some cases, they get to our office too late because there is a period within which the complaints need to be lodged with our office. and that period is 3 years. So we do have instances where complainants, either because they feel that they don't have the ability to take on a financial institution because they feel it'll be my word against theirs, I don't know how to articulate my complaint properly, I wouldn't know how to explain my circumstances to someone in a way that would enable them to assist me, then complainants wait and they don't get assistance when they should, only for them then to try and get assistance when it's too late. So I think one of the important things for us is do not wait until you feel that you've exhausted every other remedy or until it's too late for you to come and try and get assistance from our office. One of the things is that you should try and you should lodge the complaint rather with the provider concerned, because if they are unable to assist you or resolve the complaint in the manner that you would have liked them to, they do have an obligation to refer you to our office if the complaint would fall within the jurisdiction of our office. And then we would then be able to assess the complaint. And if we can't assist you, we will tell you which avenues to approach in order to get the assistance that you require. But I do want to say that the processes are simple enough to allow anybody to lodge their complaint in a language they're comfortable in a way that would enable us to assist them. You don't need an attorney to assist you, and we wouldn't question you or communicate with you in a way that would be too technical and deny you the opportunity to understand the extent of our communication. So there are forums that are available to assist you if the information we're giving you today, you feel, like Kulegani said, is information that's come too late. But if it hasn't, use the information so that you can make better financial decisions for your future. Thanks, Kulegani.
Thanks, Tobile. And 1 minute for you, Ayanda.
Thank you, Kulegani. The banking sector takes treating customers fairly quite seriously, and we are always looking at ways to improve services to customers. So we currently also at the Banking Association have a project underway just to make sure that we revise the code of banking practice to make sure that if it reaches the ordinary man on the street, it will also be simple and easy to read for them. So I would just like to say thank you for being invited on this platform. I think it's really an important initiative. So thank you very much.
So there you have it, viewers. An excellent panel shared some important information about how to look after your money, how to make sure that you do not sign documents you don't understand and end up with a product that does not meet your requirements, and what to do in instances when you have unfortunately become a victim to all of the people who want to lay their hands on your money. Thank you for watching, and one last word from me is you have rights, exercise them, but you also have an obligation. Arm yourself with knowledge, because saying I don't know or I didn't know is not a good enough excuse. Good night.
Don't forget, we have a survey that we are running here on the website, and we want to hear more about your money journey. Scroll towards the end of the homepage to complete the survey. Then you stand a chance to win a number of great prizes throughout the week.
We have had an amazing lineup today and throughout the course of the week thus far. Remember, if you have missed any of the sessions, you can always come back at the end of the week and re-watch your favorite segment on MSWSA.co.za. But for now, it's time for Kaya and I to bid you farewell.
Yabonga kakhulu, Alicia, my beautiful co-host, and that has been day 4 of Money Smart Week. See you all again tomorrow.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021. Creating a money smart South Africa.